Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon. It's Tuesday, March 7th. This is the meeting of Board of Assessment Appeals for hearings individual taxpayers appeal. It is now 12:33. Oh, right in front of me, right, 12:33. Okay. You want to do the oath?
What's that? Yeah, sure.
Go ahead. We have to swear you in.
Okay.
Raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now you have to sign that you were sworn in. You have a pen?
You know, I do have a pen. Let me grab it.
I got my little notebook here.
Okay.
What's that?
Well, I thought I had.
I don't know, I just was initialing them yesterday when I swore them in, but,
Where's my pen go?
I have no idea. I think that just says number 4. I don't think it's anybody's initial.
well, it says initial,
Oh, who initialed it? You can initial it.
who knows?
Okay.
Oh, this is what I'm signing. Okay.
I am not getting connected here.
Okay. All right, so our first appeal of the day
1, 2.
is,
Oh, you signed that part. Sorry. No.
You just have to circle who was, yeah, you did that.
Yep.
Okay.
okay.
2 University Road. Okay.
I just circled your name
Yeah.
since you're here.
Yes, correct. My husband is not. Do you need me to initial? Or is that someone else?
You have your list, please? Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to connect here.
I'm gonna go ask the assessor who's initial.
Who initials?
Yeah.
I think whoever, oh, you know what, let me see. Let me borrow this for a second. Here you go. Good enough. Okay, so we're here for our first appeal today, number 31. It's 208 North Cedar Road. Appearing before the board is Ann Kruger.
Yes.
So what would you like to tell us? Oh, I guess we have to read the other stuff too. The asking price, the town's value is, the town values your property at $1,191,000. You're asking us to go to, is that right? $777,291. Is that correct?
What are we asking you to go to? Yes.
Okay. And that's, just to be clear, that's the appraised value.
Correct.
And we would take your assessment from there.
Correct.
70%. Okay. All right. So tell us about the property.
So, here is a survey. This is gonna be most helpful to look at the
Okay.
property. Is it okay if I put it here so everyone can
Yeah,
see?
you can put it there.
When we bought the house in 2021, we saw it and it was completely covered in snow. We asked the listing agent if there were any wetlands, because we thought there might be, and she said, no, there's no wetlands. Quickly looked at the tax card, there were no wetlands listed, so we went with that. By the time we came to close in April of that year, it was very clear that there was water running through the backyard. Obviously, we're not going to hold up the closing, but there is a constant stream that runs through the backyard. And on either side of the stream is very wet almost every day of the year. Obviously, when it rains significantly more during really dry periods in the summer, I would say it's a little bit less. Always wet, though, as it's running through this stream. So the stream is pretty much, takes this angle. It starts with our next door neighbor, Sally Wallace's yard. What we have discovered is there actually is some drainage off to the side that the stream ends up running into, but if that gets backed up,
property.
we can't figure out who owns it. It seems to be right on the edge of our property and their property. We both keep it clear. If we don't keep it clear, their yard also puddles significantly, but that's for them.
I mean, like of leaves and things.
Yeah, debris, leaves, dirt, all that.
This
So,
is the same stream that runs all the way down, and then as you come into North Cedar, it goes underneath the road there? Is that the same stream?
the stream only seems to be running from our next door neighbor's yard to our yard. I'm not sure about the other yards, because what we see is it dumps into a drain. And when that drain backs up, it does then continue into other people's yards, but we have done, now that we've discovered it, we've been keeping it clear on an almost weekly basis. My husband goes out there and keeps it clear.
Let me just
That-
interrupt you
yep.
for, let me just interrupt.
Yeah.
Just for the people that are listening, that might wanna know, we're looking at the survey, and on the survey, there's a clearly defined wetland area in the backyard. The water we were discussing running through the property runs right through the middle of that section.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
On a little bit of a downward angle. So when we first went to town hall to figure out what was going on, because we're trying to determine our patio needs to be redone, we were trying to determine, do we want to put a pool in, where would the pool site be, all the things that we're looking to budget for in the next 5-10 years, we didn't think there was wetlands. So I came to town hall. Initially, town hall has this exact map printed out, but in black and white, and for some reason, none of the blue writing showed up in what town hall has. So again, I really assumed there was no documented wetlands. As I was about to leave town hall, someone said, wait a second, we have another file on your house, and they had a PDF version. And when they pulled the PDF version up, which was a printout of this exact map, they could see the blue. In doing that, they then went and looked and found that a previous owner had also submitted soil samples. So it was very exciting to us because we realized all this work had already been done, we just weren't aware of it. So I did bring the soil sample. I ended up reaching out to the person who did the survey and the company who did the soil samples. I brought all that. It should be in the file submitted, but I'm happy to leave all of this with you. Well, this is my only copy of this. But
Yeah, we won't take it.
I can definitely leave a soil sample copy with you as well. And what we've learned is there is definite designated wetlands, and then there is setbacks, which are going to prevent us pretty significantly from doing, well, we can probably still put a pool in and patio, but it does prevent, we've come to realize, prevent us from doing a lot in our backyard. More importantly than that, though, our backyard on almost a daily basis is very soggy, and obviously much more so as you get closer to that running creek.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say probably this area back, it's pretty soggy. There's woods, there's a lot of trees, so it has a hard time drying, but that's really the back part of the property. But really, this front area in front of it is really soggy on a daily basis. I actually took a video. It's such a large file. I'm trying to figure out how to email it to someone. I tried test emailing it to myself, and I couldn't. But I have it, and I can show it to you today if you want to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I took it in January.
What's the number on the house?
208.
208.
208. I took this video in January on a dry day, sunny day, and if you can recall, this January we'd yet to probably have a snowstorm, so it really wasn't like any sitting water, not soggy. I referenced it had rained a little bit 2 days prior, but here is the video. Let's see.
Friday, January 27th, 2023. It did rain 2 days ago. But we have standing water back here at all times. I just want to show you, I don't know if you can tell.
No, what if I take a video?
Excuse me, that noise.
Here, I'm sinking, as I step, I'm sinking into the ground.
What if I take a video?
This is wetlands.
Yeah, and what I think I can do is, I was Googling it earlier, I think if I cut it into multiple videos, I can email it, I can edit it into multiple, it's a minute and...
But I mean, I can take a video.
Yeah, take a video,
Sure,
this way
you're
we can
welcome
have
to
it,
if
if
you
we
want
can't,
to.
if we can't get it to us, that'll be the way.
You want me to start over?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
hang on, let me, wait, I'm getting this upside down, am I going the right way? Yeah.
Today is Friday, January 27th, 2023. It did rain 2 days ago. But we have standing water back here at all times. I just want to show you, I don't know if you can tell.
Squish.
Can you hear, I'm sinking, as I step, I'm sinking into the ground.
Yeah.
This is wetlands. This is where the wetlands is marked on the survey. Done by the soil samples from William Kenny. Standing water in the back of our property.
And that's from 2 days before.
Well, that's always there, but it had, yeah, I did bring 2
Always
days
had
ago.
some water flow.
Yeah, it really is.
We're in it right
Oh,
now
yeah.
because of the rain 2 days ago.
Oh, look at that little waterfall you got, what a place you
I don't know
got.
if you can see, I mean, the ground is just so wet here, and you've got the stream,
Oh,
and
yeah.
the standing water in the ground, and then the stream that runs.
Wow.
Hear me stepping. and this runs across the entire side to side on a little bit of an angle back of the property.
So this is me walking back.
Okay.
So now I'll turn and show you the full yard.
This is the back of the house. Standing water just in the ground.
Wow.
And when we started the video, what I should have done is done a better job of placing, but when we started the video, we started at about even with this structure we have, and we walked back this way and along this way. So it comes, you know, the standing water was at least to here. It's usually pretty soggy up, I would say probably until about here.
So just to be clear, looking at
Yeah.
the survey, and for the people listening in, all of the water and all the issue with the wetness is not only in the back of the yard. It comes toward the house, out of the wetland area, into the buffer area, the
Correct.
setback area.
Correct.
I'll take another video, explain that again, right here on the map.
Oh, explain it on the map or
Yeah.
with the video playing?
No.
Okay, tell me when you're ready.
Oh, she's taking a picture of the map.
Okay, so when we started the video, I should have done a better job of orienting, but we started, this is the back of the house. We walked out, we started it basically in line with about this from here. You could see as I was approaching, and then we started walking this way. So it's really pretty, and this was where you could hear the sogginess and see some of the water. So it's really a majority of the backyard, probably from here back. This is, the stream runs kind of through here, and then it's this, sorry about my hair, it's the same on the other side of it as well.
It's really
So
good
it's a
house.
pretty good portion of the backyard, but that flowing water is really only in this area.
Now, did you say you have standing water even in here?
Yes, at times. I mean,
Yeah.
I won't lie. I mean, if you come in my backyard in August, this is much, much drier. But if you were there today, it would be pretty soggy right through there.
Okay.
So when we did the calculations, I really truthfully wasn't sure how to do them. And we probably overestimated. But I tried to calculate, my husband and I, the entire setbacks and, so not just the wetlands area, but the setbacks which go on both sides of it, which is why that percentage was so large, because I'm not really sure what other way to do it. I'm not a soil person. I don't, you know, we have the soil samples and then we have the setbacks that say they run from here all the way through the back of the property.
50% of the property,
Yeah, it is.
It's a large amount.
at least, if
Sorry
not
about that.
slightly more.
So when Gary did it through the key, he determined it was 57% of the property.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Exactly what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I have the numbers,
And what do you have right now on your field card for any?
nothing, zero.
Nothing.
And so that's what's so surprising. So when we purchased the house, again, it was completely covered in snow when we saw it. It was 2021, bidding wars. We were in the house for like 15 minutes. The agent at the time told us there was no wetlands.
Well, of course, she was looking at the field card.
She was looking at the field card, and the sellers lived in Norway. There were tenants in the house.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well,
So really, I can't blame her, because she could only work with the information she was given. We would have still bought the house. It just changes sort of our plans for what we thought we would do in that backyard, improvements we would make.
yeah, you really can't put a pool there, can you?
I think the only way we would put a pool in is if it would be kind of over here. The weird thing is, not that this matters to you guys, but our next door neighbor's house is oriented this way. So her
yeah.
front door looks, and her whole house looks at us right here,
Right where the pool would go.
right where the pool would go. Well, fencing, whatever. She's also a very wonderfully nice lady. But it does change for us what we thought we could do when we bought this house and improvements we could make in the backyard, and usage for that backyard. So when we realized all this, as we're thinking about our next 5 to 10 year plan, I thought it was time to come in and talk to you guys and let you know this is what's going on, and we don't feel we should be taxed 100% of our land
As usable, the way you would normally.
as usable.
Yeah.
The house, nothing changes with the house. It's just the land that we're talking about.
Now, the soil samples you're giving us.
Yep,
let me just
these were
take a
done
quick look.
before we owned
This
them
was
all.
done by the previous.
Yeah, I think actually 2 previous owners.
Okay, yep,
Tony and Dennis Boyd did it.
okay.
done by, William Kenny.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yep, because that's an excellent comprehensive report. And right at the bottom, it says he has determined and delineated that there are wetlands. So it was properly done. There's a map that clearly shows the wetland soils, which will now go into the file with the survey. But you're right, on the smaller survey, it's hard to see those lines. But,
Yeah, it's interesting because the town has this exact survey, the date and everything matches, but the blue just didn't photocopy when they
Take a picture of it
photocopied.
and at least,
Yeah, and when I submitted all my paperwork, I brought a full size.
can you see can we see the lines on that one, Kath? Clearly, so that there's no
Not
mistake?
really, no.
Because we know how people get. No. All right, let me try. I can see them because I've looked at
Yeah.
them surveys, so now I know where they are. Let me try taking, I'll try taking this survey.
I gave a large copy down to the office when I put my
Oh, you did? So they have
application
it?
in. Yeah, but I don't know, it's not in my file, I guess maybe it was too large to bring in, but definitely take a picture of it as well.
Can you get them,
In
Lynn?
Paula's hand.
Oh, so sorry. Okay. See, now can you see the lines on it?
I'm gonna just zoom in.
Yeah, zoom into that.
Okay.
Got it? Can you see them in the picture?
Yeah, we'll see them. Yep.
Okay, good. So we can clearly see those.
Okay.
Easy for everyone to understand. Okay, all right, here's your copy back.
Okay.
We have that in the file, I believe. This is the survey back. So clearly, we can see that there's issues and there's hardship for the property. Now, do you have any, usually we deal with comps.
Right,
And
so,
it's gonna be hard to find them because how are you gonna go look for a comp for somebody that's got a wet yard?
yeah, and
That's not
I
something we're
can't
gonna
speak
broadcast
to,
all over.
right, I can't speak to other people's wetness and all of
Right, you don't
that.
know, right, we don't
One
know.
comp that you could pull up is 1475 Burr Street.
1475 Burr
That's
Street.
the,
That's the
the
one,
yellow one?
the little
That's
one
the
that Margie
little
sold a
ranch
long
house?
time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a mailing
So-
now.
That's the notorious
Yes.
wetland property.
Okay,
It's a big meadow.
Yeah.
okay,
It looks beautiful.
yeah, they're in Greenfield Hill,
Yeah.
they have wetlands as well. Hi.
I have to say, I walked that property, many years
Oh,
ago.
yeah.
Which one, this one or mine?
No,
Which
that
one?
one, and
Oh.
it was exactly the same. In fact, I went with Tom Keegan, the guy that owned the company I worked for,
Mhm.
and we were walking at it, his shoe came off. Because it sucked right into, when he picked up his foot to walk, it just went, you know,
Mhm.
that noise, that sucking noise, and the shoe was off his foot. It
Yeah.
was really wet.
Yeah,
And it's bad when you drive by, you're like, oh my God, I'd love to have that property. You can't do anything.
yeah.
I think that's John Brennelly's house.
So it's across from 1522 Burr, which is where my parents live.
Yeah.
And they have similar issues. Theirs does dry up though, it's just when it does get wet, it's an instant pond with
Yeah.
ducks floating in it.
How nice.
Yeah, but it's interesting, it dries very well. Ours does not dry very well.
No, I had the same
Gives me a
problem.
little bit of a,
I've been in my house for like a long, long time, so we never had water. But there is an easement that runs through the back of the yard,
mhm,
and on our lot, you don't see it, you just, you know, it's there.
mhm.
On the other lots, it's an open drainage pit, and somebody along the way plugged it. And so now, my yard I've got like a pond back there, but then in 20 minutes, it's gone.
Yeah.
Obviously, this does.
Yeah, this doesn't, and that's the frustrating part, because not that it's the town's problem that I have 3 children, but I have 3 young children, and it's basically, every time they play out there, they're literally covered in mud.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it just makes for a beautiful backyard
You
to
have a
be
dog, too?
frustrating. We do have a dog.
And the dog must,
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah, that
dog,
must be
we
nice.
we actually put the electric fence in, and we purposely put the electric fence in about here, just to even
Stop
keep
it.
him from going, because it's such a disaster. But did not keep him from getting sprayed by a skunk a few weeks ago, but that's
Yeah,
a
no.
whole other topic.
Oh,
But yeah, I mean, it's just that whole back is not usable, so.
All right, we'll take a look at that field card for, 1475, did you say?
1475.
1475 Burr, and see what the,
For the record, Carol Langland, is now attending.
all right, here we go. This is survey back.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to tell us?
No,
I mean, certainly that was a comprehensive.
Yeah,
description of the
and I'm just, just trying to be fair with what is actually usable now that we live in the property and know what's going on back there.
Yeah.
Do we need to take a photo of that?
We did all that.
Scan it?
Oh, yeah, we got it all.
I'll send
Yep.
everything to you, yeah.
Yeah, we got it all.
No, it's okay, it'll be in the file.
And again, I did give them
I'll
a
ask them.
color copy of the large version, but probably for your files, it's too big to throw in there, but I'm happy to make another, I just made it at FedEx,
Okay,
so.
you know what, we'll contact you, we'll have the office contact you if we need it, if it's not there,
Okay,
okay?
all right.
Alrighty, I guess that's it. So what happens now is, there's 5 of us total on board, we'll meet, and deliberate on it, and then decide,
Okay,
you know, what we're gonna do, you know, what can be done with it.
Yep.
Price-wise and all that, and then we'll
Okay.
vote on it, and you'll receive a letter
okay,
in the mail. If you're not satisfied with what is done, you have the right to go to court. I would suggest, you have to bring an attorney for that, you can't really go on your own,
thank you.
but that's it.
Okay,
Thanks, Annie.
thank you guys. Good luck sitting in these chairs all day.
Oh, yeah, thanks, I can't wait,
Holy
yeah.
cow.
Can't wait for it. Actually, it's good for my back's been bothering me, I have a nice little back on this, I'm sitting straight for a change.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I just did jury duty, and I think one of the hardest parts was sitting in the, 8 days on his trial, just sitting in those chairs.
Luckily-
Oh, wow, you were selected.
Oh, my
got
God.
picked and you did
Wow.
8 days?
Oh, God.
I can
It was
imagine.
really upsetting.
Thank
but
God I
the chairs
never
were very
did it.
But fascinating, right?
It is fascinating to do it.
Fascinating, especially since it ended and then that Murdoch trial started,
Yeah, yeah.
and everything that was going on during that I was like, oh, wow, you would think very differently of it
Oh, yeah.
once you've just sat on a trial.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Wow, well, they were lucky to have you.
Oh, it was
Level-headed,
hard. It was very hard. All right, you guys, thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your time. and
Anytime,
everything you do
we'll let
for
you
us.
know.
Bye,
Okay,
Annie.
thanks, bye-bye. Okay, I have to make a phone call, excuse me, I'll have to leave the room. For the record, Paula Cruiser will leave the room for a few minutes. Take it away, guys.
I don't like sitting on this side.
Well, then you can move over.
I don't like to have my back to people coming in.
I know, well, we can always move over. We have to use this because the little ones didn't get charged.
Oh, for the microphones?
Yeah.
So so nobody could hear anything?
No, yesterday they could, I guess, but they weren't
Okay.
charged overnight.
Should we mute until, next person's here. Hi. Hi, come on in. No, we're ready.
Come on in.
Yes, you can sit right there.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi.
So you're Jerome Vitale,
Correct.
and you are
I'm Victoria Vitale.
Victoria?
How are you doing it? Is she handing the file over to?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just sit here while Paula's on.
Jerome and Victoria, right? If you would raise your right hand, we're going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. We'll have you both sign. Right here. Pen.
Thank you. You can get this.
This is a, commercial, this is commercial?
We only had two, is this commercial?
Correct.
Yeah, we only had two commercial ones, under $1 million.
Let's see, where is this? Where is this located? I'm trying to think of in Tunsis Hill.
It's at the corner of Kings Highway and Moody Avenue. Are you familiar with
Oh,
the
down
Sandy
there.
Tire is?
Yes,
It
yes.
was the consignment
Right
shop.
over there.
The
Oh,
former
okay.
consignment shop. Correct.
Okay.
Can I
So-
move out?
Go ahead and, tell us your appeal.
I'm the owner of 6 Tungus Hill Road here in Fairfield,
Mm-hmm.
right on Kings Highway and Moody Avenue there. I inherited the building when my dad had passed. He passed during COVID. And, thank you. And since then, I've been managing it and taking care of it. It was vacant for several years before I received it from him.
Okay.
So I've been working on it to get it occupied and clean it up and making it not so much of an eyesore to that neighborhood down there. That being said, after a lot of hard work and some money, I've got the place looking nice. I've got some nice tenants in there, 2 women-run businesses in there right now. One's a minority, who owns a cleaning service here in town, house cleaning service,
Oh.
and another who has a small print shop. They're both mom and pop. The
Sure.
cleaner uses it as an office, and they'll leave some supplies there.
Okay,
And the print shop has a couple, like big printers that she and her, I'm gonna say boyfriend, run their internet business out of that space there now. I had it professionally appraised, which was part of the, really the finalizing of my dad's estate.
uh-huh,
And the appraisal value and what the town has it appraised for, there was a variety, there was a big difference in the prices. And, it's something I want to go over today, and I know my property tax is based on that.
Who did the appraisal?
His name was George Shawah, Shawah.
They're out of, Baldwin Pearson and Company,
Correct.
realtors. So they,
So they're commercial real estate,
but it
right?
says Individual Memberships Appraisal Institute. They're in Bridgeport.
Yeah, but I think that those are commercial, right? That they're commercial real estate and commercial appraisals,
That I'm not sure of.
pretty sure,
Please just Google them.
yeah. Okay, so
So it came in at $325, that's why his
325.
requested value is $325.
and when was that done?
That was done on July 12th, 2022.
Yeah, it's recent.
Correct. You have the same papers in front of you.
Yeah, yeah. And he's, it has projected, income on there as well. Is this including the actual income, or is this just an estimate? Is this the actual income you're receiving from the rental,
It's
from
pretty
your
close.
tenants?
It's pretty
Okay.
close to where it is.
Okay.
I think it
Okay.
was $200 above what I'm actually getting.
Oh, okay, okay. So, I'm just trying to see what he's basing it on, is this the income or is it based on, I'm not quite familiar with
I
that.
thought it was the
Looks like the
simple.
cost approach, so he's doing all 3. Yeah, he's done income approach.
Direct sale.
Okay, they did all 3, yeah.
And the cost.
Yep. After placing equal weight on the 4 sales based on the recent sales data, tenant mix, it is my opinion the market value of the subject property,
What page you on?
based on the direct sales comparison approach, is $351. I'm on page 31. And then the income approach is okay, so what basically he took an average. The income approach is 300, page 32. And the direct sales comparison approach, which is comp, is 350. So he averaged the 2 to 325.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and this is the president of the company. Hi, sorry.
That's okay, I need to leave for a minute, I'll be back.
Okay, fine. Do you have any questions?
So,
And how long, and so your dad owned it before you?
Correct.
Can
Yeah.
I just say?
Yeah, sure.
So my dad did own it. He never was able to get a tenant there because he insisted on a triple net type lease.
oh,
That's the way he did it, that's the way he wanted it. But because the taxes were high and everything, he could never find a long-term triple net lease. Now, after he passed, all due respect, Jay changed it to a more gross modified accounting for the, and he was able to provide a space First of all, for the print shop, which they were cottage businesses, both of them, that they wanted to take the next step into something that was
Get out of their
more-
house.
Yeah, that was more professional,
Yeah.
so that they could actually build, because they were stymied, they were limited in their homes. Now, both of them are women-owned, and I'm a women-owned business here in Fairfield as well, so there was a lot of discussion, and what they wanted to do was be in Fairfield for the safety factor, also for the fact that Fairfield carries a better connotation than Bridgeport. Even if they could open the door and throw a shoe and be in Bridgeport, they still wanted that Fairfield address. It was really, it might sound marginal, but it made a difference for both of them. And they were both able to, because he changed that. But in the discussions, looking like at the forecast, he couldn't do that forever. So part of the decision was to get them in there, get them started, get them established, get them on their way, and then see if the tax piece could be drawn back in a little bit, so it wouldn't be so much of the income going out for the taxes. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yes.
So, forgive me, I kind of helped with that. Like I said, also being a small business owner here in Fairfield, those things on the margin make all the difference as to whether they succeed or whether they fail. And thank God, they're both doing very well. It has been really brightened up that corner, made it much safer, because it's not a vacant building anymore, which was always an issue that, the Fairfield police would say, there was motion or whatever. And in fact, when we took it over,
Perez, yeah.
Paris?
No, Parisi.
Oh, I call him
Parisi.
Perez. Oh.
He had reached out to say that they needed a building, and they needed a space to put cameras and everything. And since it's the first building in Bridgeport, they selected that one, and we were able to work with them. But even that brought a sense of, stability and comfort to the tenants, who said, oh, well, so the police know that this was kind of an iffy area. They stabilized it by putting the cameras there, and now we have two businesses that are going nicely, that employ mostly women, especially Doreen, the cleaning service.
Yeah.
Most of her employees are women who are, hustling, working to feed their families.
When was the last time it was rented before you?
That was
Maybe 6 or 7 years ago.
It might even be more.
It might be more. It was the Fairfield Consignment Shop.
It was
Yeah,
a
That was, it was a large void.
And so the issue with that was, my dad inherited them as a tenant, and they never paid the rent in full at any particular month. And he took it as it's better to get something rather than nothing.
Correct.
But they treated it like it was less than, so it wasn't really, it wasn't a long-term strategy. So what we're just trying to do is just get it situated.
So back to the camera, which is mounted on the building, that I pay the electricity for the camera, which isn't much. But from talking to the police over time, it's become very useful for them to see. They track every car that comes from Bridgeport into Fairfield, and from every car that comes out of Fairfield and into Bridgeport. It's all completely...
Wow.
Yeah.
In that corner.
Yeah, so it's run off of my electricity, which isn't a lot, and it's a nice service for me to do. But I've heard from a couple different police officers that it's been useful.
Good. All right, well, we've got all the information here. Pretty thorough appraisal, so I think we're good. So we start deliberations next week, and we should be finished by about the 16th. Not sure when you're in the queue, but do we have that list? Paula's got it. But
Yeah.
List of what?
when they're deliberations.
Oh, the commercials? I think the commercials are last.
Oh, no.
Oh, I don't know.
Commercials are last.
I don't know. I did it last
Probably
night.
on the 16th is when we'll be deliberating your file.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then shortly thereafter, you'll receive a letter from the town. And then, of course, if you're not happy with that decision, you can always take it to court in Connecticut, and that information is on the website too.
Well, we weren't looking to go that way, we were
No.
just looking to see if we could make some adjustments just to keep the tenants
Yeah.
happy, keep it going. It really is, it's a very important thing, I think, to have those pieces.
Absolutely, well, good for you that you, you got those tenants in there, they sound
Yeah,
wonderful.
nice people too.
Yeah.
It's been a nice relationship so far with both of them.
Yeah, that's great,
Yeah, it is.
wonderful.
Yeah, it
Okay, thank you for your time today.
Well,
Thank you for
Thank
listening.
you.
Look forward to hearing
Wish you
from you.
guys well.
The time is 1:08, our end time.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, have a great day.
Thank you.
Do you have initials?
Okay.
Where's my battery? Oh, can I plug myself into you too? Oh, I probably can, 'cause.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, it's got one of those.
Oh, wait, you don't have one of those.
No. How about you? See how far it goes. So, interesting, this appraisal is, not based on old values, but if anything, it's higher. But I guess you really can't use it on old values because the tenants are new.
Right.
And the tenants
I know, it's a
are
little
part of the
a
income,
little- Yeah.
the income approach.
Yep. Wow, I'm already.
It's an interesting.
Like that, right?
Yeah, I'm also, it seems to me that if someone's property is being used for surveillance,
You would
that
think
you
they'd get some kind of.
get a rebate.
Absolutely.
I don't get it.
Same thing.
Because you're providing a service to the town.
Hi. Oh, hi, you're here for the appeal?
Yeah,
Yeah, come on in. If you want to sit on the other side here.
this is the firing squad?
Is this,
God, no.
Oakwood Landscaping?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You wanna sit back over here, or you still?
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
So Paula's not here?
I'm listening.
Oh, you are here?
I guess so.
And you're Scott Benedetto?
I am.
Are you related to Chris?
Yes,
Chris Benedetto?
yes, I don't know how, 'cause my grandfather's one of 13.
Oh.
They didn't have television back
Wow.
then, and,
Cousin.
yeah,
He's a great guy. I love Chris.
yeah.
One of my clients.
Oh, yeah? So I get any brownie points?
All right, let's see. This is appeal number 400? Is that right? No, it can't be 400. What am I saying? Appeal number 8?
9.
9? God, this print is so small, I can't read it. Okay, so appeal number 9, and this is for commercial property located at 400 Post Road. It's now 1:11 PM. And the name of the business is Oakwood Landscaping, and Scott Benedetto is here representing the company. Scott, if you want to raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. You know this better. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay.
You had to think about that.
If you wouldn't mind signing there.
There's no ask amount on here.
There's no what?
Ask amount?
Oh. Okay, well, we'll have to, ask them what that is. Yeah, so there's nothing here that a number that you're asking for. We have what the town,
I'm asking for 0.
oh, okay. All right, why don't you go ahead and state your case?
We rented a 8x10 janitor's closet with a broken desk and broken filing cabinet that was gifted to us by the previous tenants. They have 0 value. They haven't had value in 20 years. and I filled out the paperwork, sent it in, with a 0 value, and the assessor's office just decided to throw an arbitrary number in there of like $10,000 worth of stuff, because the woman explained to me that I must have lawnmowers and backpacks and stuff like that. It's just an office space.
Do you have a picture of it by any chance?
I don't. We don't even work out of there anymore. We now rent out of Bridgeport.
Oh, okay. And when did you end that lease?
Last month.
So this is where on the Post Road was it?
So you've driven by the building a million times and never seen it. It's behind Bed Bath & Beyond on like that triangle sliver in between the Post Road. It's like next to like Synergy and like.
Yeah.
No, you haven't.
I go back there all the time.
Okay. Well, I've driven by it a million times and I never knew it was there.
So in that triangle.
It is like a white brick building,
like
and there's like
building.
20 like little like janitor's closets that they throw like desks in, and you can get a lot more per square foot.
So do you access it from the back?
Either way.
Oh, either way.
Yep.
Huh.
What were you using it for?
We have a part-time office assistant that would bring her laptop there and just kind of like that. We just had like a centralized location to like run payroll out of. And
So I mean, it really was a closet?
basically, I
And
mean,
you call it a janitor's closet? Did it have a window?
no, we can't afford windows.
So it was just, how big was it?
8 by 10.
8 by 10.
80
janitor's
square feet,
closet.
which sounds like a lot until you put a desk and a chair in there, and then there is no space.
Yeah, right. And then, so when did you occupy that? From when to when?
I'm gonna say, I believe we were there for 2 years, so February of 2020. No, 2021, sorry, February of 21 to February of 23.
Okay, oh, so you just.
I'm intrigued, why did she go there versus working out of her house?
Because, I mean, I needed to bring, like, we run payroll, we run bank deposits every day, so I had to bring all the checks there.
Centralized location
Yeah,
for you
and then she would run payroll, I would pick up the checks and hand deliver them to the guys, and
I see.
a place to drop off
So
receipts.
this was your, what'd you call her, your bookkeeper, your
It's,
your payroll?
I forget what title we gave her, but we'll say,
Vice president?
yeah. Executive VP of Administration.
Okay, all right. And so now you're in a new place in Bridgeport?
Yeah.
Okay. And, so there's nothing in there but a desk and a chair?
But it's vacant, so someone can go there and see that it's literally 8 by 10 with no windows.
And what was it, what did they assess it before?
Previously, yeah,
You know?
the year before.
I never got anything in the mail.
So you only had it the one, you had it 2 years?
I had it 2 years, and the first time I ever got a letter was last year.
How would the town have known about this? Because you have some sort of LLC or, company, and that was the address.
So for the first year, we just used free internet from like the Optimum hotspot, so maybe because year 2, we signed up with Optimum for our own cable internet, maybe that set off a red flag.
This is personal property, right? This isn't commercial.
Well, that's what they're going
Personal
after for, yeah,
property?
personal property.
Yeah.
It's a declaration of personal
Yeah.
property, and
Yeah.
the name of the company is
Oakwood Landscaping.
Oakwood Landscaping. So,
We don't even use the Fairfield address, we didn't use the Fairfield address for anything, we don't
I'm
use
just curious why they didn't have it the year before, unless you were delinquent.
Did you file the year before?
I never got anything in the mail.
I mean,
So
it
is
doesn't
this-
matter whether
is
you
this
get it
a-
in the mail or not,
is
you
this
have
a-
to file.
Is this a penalty?
It's an assessment plus a penalty, I believe.
Penalty?
Just looking for the,
Well, you're required to file, whether you receive whether you're able to receive it or not, you're required to file it. I know this myself because I have to do the same.
When though? Because
So-
we moved in February of,
there is a personal property declaration here for 2022. So you did it in 2022?
That's last year.
that's Yeah, that's,
Or did you just do it?
that's whenever I got the paperwork in the mail, I wanted to go out, July or something, so I probably received the July of 22 and filled it out, sent it in with $0 on it, and then got a letter saying, a couple months ago, saying that, oh no, we assessed it at, the average that landscapers are, which is around 10 grand. But that doesn't apply to me.
7,400,
Sure.
is that what that is?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out if this is with,
But if he fills it out, why would he get a penalty?
well, I don't know, I'm not seeing a penalty. I'm looking at the
Well, yeah,
paperwork.
why did you think you had a penalty?
On the paperwork,
Maybe you might have more paperwork than we have.
I just have the petition and the letter.
What is this on one of the pages, at the bottom of the page, it says 89,030 divided by 10 equals 8903. What's that?
That's not my math, that's the assessor's math.
I see that too.
I was told that they took a cumulative average of what landscapers report and then just
Oh.
hit me with
This
that.
is other people's landscaping businesses.
Yeah,
Oh,
who actually have equipment in the town of Fairfield, which we
Gotcha.
do not.
So where was your equipment?
All of our equipment's in Easton and some in Bridgeport.
And it's always been there?
Yep,
So this office was an administrative only?
correct.
Yeah. I'm getting it. I'm sorry for repeating what you already said, but
Yeah.
we're slow on the uptake, I don't know. Okay, so it looks, I can see why they're using,
But-
these are other companies
Yeah, but, and I
who
understand
have
the logic.
all
but
of their
why-
equipment
Why
here.
wouldn't they just make a 2-second phone call to me for clarification instead of wasting everybody's time?
good point.
Like, I flew here from, an appointment at Hartford, the Department of Environmental Protection today, like, I shouldn't have to rush around for something like
Yeah.
this.
All right, well, I mean, it seems like you have a, legitimate case here, Scott, and, we'll discuss.
I'm just not
it.
seeing this,
I don't see
the
a penalty
penalties
either.
would only be if you, did not declare,
But there's nothing in
regardless of
here
the
for
amount, if you
21.
didn't declare it in time,
Yeah.
so it doesn't sound like there is. And we're not able to waive the penalties if it was filed late, but,
But I think this
Yeah.
is just for 22.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay.
All right, so
I'm sorry about that,
thank you
but-
for your information. We, will be deliberating next week, and, then you'll get a letter from the town shortly thereafter. Yep.
Cool, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
can go out there.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Good luck. Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
What if there's such, can you actually have a zero value?
I don't know. I mean, it's a desk and a chair, they have to have some value.
Yeah, that wasn't even theirs though. I mean, yeah,
Was it his?
I thought he said he moved in and it was there. A broken desk and a broken,
Yeah, you're right.
heard him say that.
Yeah, you're
yeah,
right,
so
he
that
did.
wasn't even theirs.
He did say that.
Yeah, because he said they've been there for like 25 years. They look like they've been there for 25 years.
All right. 18, 32 long time. All right. Oh, this is Tim Tuniak.
Should we pause the recording?
Yes, because I think the next one is at 1:40.
Star 91.
We've been doing star 6 deposit. I know.
Star 6 mutes it,
Oh.
Oh, yes.
and star 91 stops it completely. Probably star 9, yeah, you know what, star 91's better, because if you mute it, it keeps going.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
You're gonna have
There's
dead
that all-
space for 20,
Look right, we had a lot of that last time.
Okay, let me.
We were using these in case anybody, scan it in any documents, and we just put that sticky on the page that needed, if there's any additional documents to be scanned.
you want me to? Okay, for the record, the time is 1:32, and we are listening to, appeal number 18, 32 Longdean Road. We have, Timothy Tyminiak?
Timiak or Maniac.
Presenting, and would you mind just raising your right hand so we can swear you in? Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you could just sign right there, and get right into it. Thank you. Okay, please.
So we believe that the assessed value of our home is not correct. We purchased 32 Longdean back in August of 2020 and took out a construction permit to move forward with the building of a new home that we completed in 2021. Prior to that, we had looked in the Verez Longdean neighborhood for a new home, and were not able to secure a new home due to how quickly real estate was moving. So we moved forward with building. We completed our home. I believe the CO was done in August of 21. And just were given sort of our tax update, really kind of this year. Last year we received the new assessed value and stuff like that, but we received it with literally 2 days to appeal it, and we're not able to put it together in time. And based on, information that we've been provided with the appropriate assessment time that was done back in 2020, and when we purchased the home and other homes in the neighborhood that moved at that point in time, whether they were new construction or previously constructed homes, that the value that's being assessed on our home seems to be incorrect, especially when you look at our neighbor's home across the street, 112 Verez. That's a bigger home, a bigger lot, and also, a new construction home.
And what's 112 Verez? Let's see, I have appraised at a total of,
So you have.
well, I see the assessed is 815, so here it is, $1,090,000. And it is, square footage is, wait a minute, what's the deck? I'm just looking at your thing here.
Oh, so your comp, you have.
I'm looking at the comp that he gave, but I'm trying to find the square footage. You said it's a bigger home.
It's a bigger home.
So your square footage is what?
Our square footage is,
Let's see.
exact. Our square footage is
3130?
3130.
Okay. And I'm trying to see what theirs is on Verez.
Yeah, I don't see it on the field card.
Yeah, what's wrong with this field card? It's like half.
Yeah.
Can you look it up on Vision, please?
Yep.
let's see, and your house was built 2021?
2021.
And Vera's is
Vera's was built in 2018, 2019. They were still doing stuff on it. We actually had looked at the house for quite some
Yeah.
time.
I live on James Street.
Okay.
I'm very familiar with your house and this house, and it looks like you actually have a comp.
112 Veras is 2887.
112 is what?
2887 square feet.
So it's actually less than yours.
I have a
I
question.
thought you said yours was
I thought
small.
I was looking at, what was I?
So,
Oh, I was looking at floor area, I guess. That's the reason. The floor area shows 5,935 at Vera's and ours is 5,560.
oh, no, it was just living area.
All right, sorry.
But this isn't a comp in terms of sales. This is just an appraised,
30 square feet is yours, yeah.
Well, this house sold during the appraisal period.
oh, okay.
It did in 2020.
Oh, okay, I'm just looking at the field card. So,
Because we bid on it.
oh,
That's what makes this interesting.
okay, so what is,
We were bidding while the.
you were up on
appraisal
the
period was
appraisal.
going.
Would you mind just telling us when that, because it will be in vision appraisal, what the sale price was?
On 112 Veras?
Yes.
It was, 1,090,000. And that was in
Oh.
June of 2020.
So it's literally their appraised value is the same as their sales. Okay. Okay, and so they are asking you for $1,069,000. Is that right? And you're,
That's interesting, yeah.
oh, they're appraising you at 1,259.
Yes.
Correct.
Oh,
And we also,
Yeah,
in the documentation, we submitted all our
Same.
building contracts.
Yeah, it's
There are 700.
not based on the cost,
I know,
though.
but
It's based
the-
on the market value.
The numbers, though, you're praising something that we built in 2021 and then adding $200,000 to it for 2021. I mean, I do financial analytics. There's no rhyme or reason for that. You can't say, this is what it would cost to build in 2021 when I'm showing you what it did cost to build in 2021.
it's an interesting point to bring up, because new construction, like if you bought a new construction home, you said, what are my taxes gonna be? Whatever you
Yeah.
paid,
Correct,
they would take 70% of it on taxes.
Right,
Correct.
So
exactly.
now that you paid a certain price to build your house,
correct,
so that's what it cost you.
correct.
Now they're saying it's worth a lot more than that.
Correct.
I can see where there's, I
And,
can see where.
Yeah.
and what's your ask?
A
What are you
million,
asking
a
them to
million
come down to?
69,900.
1,069,000.
$1,069,900.
Okay,
I wrote it down, it's 1,069,900, you're right.
okay.
And then on
Well, just for
112
kicks
Veras,
and
it's
giggles,
basically the same.
just for kicks and giggles, I took, $1,090,000, which is Vera's, divided by their square footage of, you told me it was 2,887. And then I multiplied it times his square footage, which is 3,130. And that's, $1,180,000. I'm just doing it, again, not apples to apples, but, I don't know what the size of your lot is.
Our lot's smaller.
Your lot is smaller. So you have a bigger house with a smaller lot. That doesn't make sense. Interesting. Okay, you could only really use the dollar per square footage if the lots were, the same size. I mean, with new construction, we can do dollar per square footage more easily.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, but the 1,259 is,
But where does it, I'm trying to find the page again with the cost of your,
his costs are AAP Builders, $635,
And there's one more sheet on there too.
plus another
yeah.
Those were the overages.
10, so.
What is that other number?
Love those overages.
No.
So call it
Four-
$750 and change, something like
14,
that.
is that the one with 14,000 that's crossed
Yes.
out?
Yeah,
And then it's,
that's the overages.
So our dwelling to build was around 665.
And then what'd you pay for the lot?
I think we paid for like 420, 425, somewhere in that neighborhood.
I'll tell you.
But it
what
was
you
tied-
paid.
it was
You paid
tied-
417,500.
Okay, it was tied up in an estate, and so we had to wait until August to finalize that.
Well, that's 1077. Where'd you come up with 1069?
Where did
I'm sorry, 1,069,000.
I took the current, land value that was on the assessment and added our construction cost to it.
Land value on the assessment,
Yes.
not the appraised.
Was it?
So if you just took.
Yeah,
what-
it must be similar because
If you just took your 665 that you used that it cost you to build it, plus the 417.5 of the land that the house that you bought, that is a 1,082,500 right there.
and a builder who would build that would put profit, that's
Yeah,
That's the difference.
interesting.
yeah,
Is the I call it the juice.
Yeah.
That the builder would put on it, and we didn't have that issue,
right.
because we built it for ourselves.
So I mean, at the very least, you shouldn't be over 1,082,500 in my opinion.
That's what I say, because you know what, it doesn't matter.
You shouldn't be
The builder built it.
1,259,800, that's for sure.
Let's say the builder built it, there'd be that profit margin.
Right.
When somebody buys that house, they're paying taxes on that, but they're
Correct.
paying it on the sale price, what they paid.
That's right.
So if you bought that house, if you bought your house for what it costs to build it plus the land right now, we would say, well, that's what it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see any reason for it to be more than whatever you just said.
1,082,500, slightly above what you're asking for. All right.
It just, when I saw the stuff, it just didn't make sense when
No,
I
you're
saw it
right.
last February, and I unfortunately was traveling, so when I came back, I didn't have time to respond in time by the deadline, so that's why I'm here this year.
Yeah. No, that's great. You gave us what we needed, and we'll be deliberating starting next week.
Okay.
And so between Monday and Thursday,
Monday,
we should
Thursday, yeah.
have it all done, and then you'll receive a letter from the town
Okay.
with the decision.
All right.
All right,
And if
thank
you're not happy with the decision, you have the right to go to court.
Okay.
But you have to bring a lawyer.
Okay.
So there'd be a cost involved, but it might be worth it.
All right.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
everyone, for your time.
Thanks.
That's good.
Yeah.
Let's see, what are we now? Post Road, this is.
Are you appeal number 21?
Sorry?
Are you appeal number 21?
Number 21?
24.
29 or 21? What am
I think 24.
Oh, I can't read it.
24.
24, that's right, 24.
24.
That's good, my next check.
24.
Come on over, have a seat. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The time is 1:44.
Yep, time is 1:44, thanks. This is appeal number 24. The property address is 1700 Post Road, E7. The owner is Awad Gould.
Yes.
And he's the owner of a tax and accounting US LLC.
Correct.
And his requested value is $9,136. And the town, that's weird, I don't see oh yes, and wait a minute.
Town value.
Why?
5,000.
The town value is 5,000 and you're requesting 9,136.
And I'm requesting to waive the $1,000 penalty. I just missed the deadline for the declaration. I didn't file the personal property declaration, so the town just did an estimate for the assessment.
Right.
So they didn't see my actual cost of the assets in my office.
Right.
So I'm just here just to, to ask you to take the personal declaration from me with the actual cost of the assets and waive the $1,000 penalty.
Well, unfortunately, we've been told we can't waive the penalty part. Apparently, there's some sort of a state statute?
State statute that
State
says
statute.
we're not allowed to remove it.
Did you say the town has it assessed at 5,000?
Yes, because he didn't put it in time, so they defaulted to 5,000.
I see, okay.
So he was declaring the true value and asking in lieu of that, because it's almost twice as much,
Okay.
to waive the,
Yeah, unfortunately, that is out of our hands, the penalty.
Okay.
yeah.
So what did that say? You're gonna keep the assessment for 5,000?
Well, now that you have.
Yeah.
declared-
So I'm declaring the true value and then I'm gonna pay the 1,000? Doesn't make sense.
Like it.
Well,
Well,
I
the
mean-
penalty is harsh because,
they try to force you,
they really
force
want
you into
people
doing it
to.
on time.
Yeah, but you have to give credit for honest people.
What's the reason for the, late
I
filing?
just missed the deadline. I do it for my clients and I do taxes. I did it for my
He's the
clients, I did
cobbler.
it for myself.
He's the cobbler with the bad shoes.
So I did it for my clients and I missed it for myself. It's the first year, so I missed it.
I know, it's hard.
Okay, so.
We are so sorry, we hate it too.
Okay, so you're gonna, so when I have to pay that 1,000?
I think they included, the assessor's office, if you went downstairs, but, just give it time, wait until you get your letter. We're gonna talk about it, we have to talk about it in a meeting next week, and then you'll receive a letter from the town telling you what the results of the hearing was, of the deliberating was, and, you can talk to them, maybe there's, we have to bring it, now that you've come, we have to discuss it, and we'll talk to them about it. I don't believe that we're gonna be able to do anything about that penalty, but we can certainly, we can beg, but I don't know that it's gonna do anything. We try to do what we can, I'm just not hopeful.
But maybe we can discuss something about leaving it as the
Yeah,
5,000 for this year
And then
in
changing it.
lieu of the having.
Actually, you know what, that might happen, because I think once the grand list is done,
Yeah,
you can't make, but I don't know about that.
Bingo.
yeah.
Not positive about that, but that's what we can try looking into.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Let's hope
Yeah.
for that, okay?
Oh, we didn't swear you in.
I swear, okay.
Oh, you have to sign something that says.
Yes. Do you solemnly swear that the information you gave concerning the appeal in question, it was the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Sign right at the top there, yep.
With the date too?
No, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay.
So do you know when I'm gonna receive the letter?
Well, we have 3 or 4 days to do our deliberating and deciding.
Okay.
And then the following week, so I would say, I know there's a time limit, they have to send it to you within a certain number of days, so it won't be a long time.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Star 9? What is it?
Star 9 and then 1.
Do you have your teeth in? That's not funny anymore after a couple years.
Yeah,
And you just,
yeah.
it's a good thing.
Good.
So how are you? We got 4,
Yeah,
like a whole
we're
gang?
recording.
I think it's a better idea. Oh, I'm on,
Yep, we're recording now.
okay.
Yep.
So we are doing Sasko Hill second, we're doing the other one first. What's that, Rolling
Okay.
Road? Where are we?
So, we're gonna start with appeal number 29 for the record at 640 Sasko Hill.
No,
What?
The other one first.
Do the other one first.
Oh, you wanna do the other one first?
738 Roland.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we're out of sequence.
Well, yeah, I had
Number,
to write a letter and tell them.
appeal number 30, 738 Roland.
Yes.
The appellant, the owners are, Raymond Peloso and Kathleen O'Connell, and Greg Lane, is presenting on their behalf. And we got to swear Greg in for appeal number 30, and we'll have him be sworn in also for appeal number 29 as well. So for both these appeals, Greg, do you swear that the information you give concerning the assessment appeal number 30 and 29 shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'll have you sign these.
Good afternoon, ladies.
afternoon, Greg.
It's nice to have a full quorum here, so I don't have to talk with just one person, not
Right here,
one
right
person.
Yep.
So I'm signing as me.
Yep, just sign that and sign that. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
That's yours. So I guess I'll just go ahead. My name's Greg Lane. I'm a state certified general real estate appraiser. I've been a certified appraiser since they began certification early 90s, 30 years plus. I've lived in Fairfield since 1968. It was 55 years. So I think I qualify as an expert. I do have originals I have 2 originals. I'm not sure. I don't know your name.
I'm just the recording
Oh, okay.
secretary.
Not just.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Take the just out.
Here, you can share them.
Okay,
You
so
can
we
share
do
them.
need this scanned in.
Okay.
Okay.
I did send it to the tax assessor.
Okay,
They have a copy somewhere.
all right, I'll
I
just
sent-
make sure this gets scanned
And
in.
Sasko Hill, I did also.
Okay,
But what we have here is a single-family dwelling, and located in the beach section of Fairfield. And it contains, the site size is 5193 square feet, which is about 0.12 acres. It was built in 1994, and it contains 6 rooms with 3 bedrooms and 2.5 baths. Square footage is 1,980 square feet. The town's market value, this is 100%, is at $984,600. My full market value is $825, and I believe I broke that down with a land value of $575 and dwelling at $250. And the majority of my argument here lies with the land. If you go to the appraisal and maybe the next to the last page, the subject property is a pie shaped. And the small part of the pie, their rear frontage is 7 feet. The map's not great, but you can catch the drift of it. The frontage on Roland Road is 72 feet, and the other 2 sides are fairly even, 160 and 146, and it comes down to 7 feet in the back. Basically, they can't do anything to the house if they want to add on anything to it. So if you had a regular lot down at the beach, 0.12 acres,
that's what
and
I'm
it was a
on.
normal, with 72 feet of frontage in the front and in the rear, and you could make any kind of additions, or, if you want to add a deck, you want to put a porch on. This severely limits the work that can be done to the improvements on the property in the as-is state. And it also makes it more difficult if and when they do go to market the property for anybody who wants to buy it, because they're going to also be limited too.
What is that piece running through those 2 properties there, Greg?
It looks to me like it's just kind of an easement,
Yeah,
which the land in the back is owned by the town. That's all wetlands.
right.
There's another map.
The one next door has that.
I would say if you go to the next page back, and there's a little bit of a better site, and you can see, it looks like that might actually run across the street also.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's drainage. I don't know if it's access to the wetlands in the back, but the map in the back, you can see there's a little more area that shows what's back behind the house, which is just wetlands.
It looks like that's some kind of
an access.
But it's going across the whole property.
Yeah, they're on the side.
Did you account for that? We don't know what the easement is for?
I don't have an answer for it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Look at the color one that
No,
you
I
can
see.
see across it. Almost looks like a stream or something underground here.
I mean, I'm pressing the site here, but I actually have 4 decent sales and, no, I'm sorry, I have three. Do I have three or do I have four? I have four. And, they're all a little bit bigger in acreage because they have a normal lot that has normal rear frontage. So I didn't really take out that much. You could see it was like $5,000. Very minimal for the side adjustment. And, I actually, the subject is not all that nice as far, I mean, it's fine. You can see the pictures, but it's nothing,
Yeah.
nothing jumps out at you. And I didn't,
And one of your comps is actually on Roland Road.
there's a couple, yeah,
Yeah.
there's one right on there. So
Rhoda, Penfield, Lally.
they're all right
and
there. There's a map
Rhoda.
behind the other ones. So they're all within quarter mile, basically. But
The
it's just,
Penfield one looks a lot nicer.
yeah, here's the map. And you can see where the subject is. The comps are all right there. You know, they're all there down by the beach. So it wasn't like I had to stretch anything to really get the value down lower, but that's just, I think that if you're gonna take the value off on anything, I would do it with the land. Because the town has the land at $670, and it's not worth $670. They have the land at $670, I have it more, but that doesn't look right. The
Yeah, that
appraised.
would be right.
That's not right.
Let's see, let's look
Where's
on
the
that.
town have
Do
it?
you have the?
The town has it at, yeah, $670 for the land, $313,900. So I have the appraised dwelling at the wrong number. That's what I have on my sheet. So they have the dwelling at $313
Yeah,
and the land at $670.
Yeah.
And I'm saying the land is worth more, like, what'd I say, $575.
yeah, you put it,
Yeah,
575.
that works out okay. $250, 8.25.
So basically, you're
7.25.
discounting both the
7.
land as well as, not discounting,
Yeah,
your value is,
lower. because of
lower
the
on land and the home itself.
Yeah, it's more so with the land because of the pie shape, and it's just, it restricts the homeowner from doing anything, and also any purchaser would, probably think twice about it. If they had a choice, I wouldn't want to buy something like that. I mean, if there was, I live in a house.
So this is what you
Pie
mean
shape.
by pie, a
Exactly.
slice,
A
for
slice
the
of-
record. It's a
Right.
slice of a pie,
Yeah.
not a pie.
Yeah,
Slice
slice
of the pie.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's generally what I'm pushing here.
Okay,
With the comps, and the comps, they all pretty much, and they've been redone more than the subject. I did use positive time adjustments because during this time period, the market was going up in value, which it is not now.
and where would we see that on the appraisal?
It would be on the
There's like a
first
line item
page.
for that, isn't there?
Yeah, it's like page 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so it's the first page of the report.
Yeah,
And that would be in the market area description. All right, which is the third portion down. And then where the verbiage is, it says market conditions in subject area are considered increasing at this time.
oh, I see,
All right.
okay. What, plus 6% per
Oh.
time year adjustment would
So
be
I wonder if I use
utilized.
6 or if I use 12. I thought I used 12. It depends on the properties, but for the most part, 6 is always fair. 12, it depends on where you are. But in general, I did use a positive time adjustment because things were going up in value down there.
Yeah,
So I
they
don't
were.
want to mislead the reader and not let them know that I don't know what the marketplace is doing.
I also have to think that town property behind it, if there's wetlands there, then some of it can be on their property, we don't know, and also the setback for it. That
I agree.
also impedes what they could, if they could do something,
I agree.
it's a problem, so yeah.
I probably should have got a copy of the deed, because there might be some kind of not an easement, but a restriction,
Right.
on there also. When, if you want, I could supplement this after the hearing and get a copy of the deed and see if there are restrictions, and that would make everybody's job easier.
Yeah, if you
Yeah, that'd
find
be
that, yeah.
Let's do that, and that's not hard. I can just take the volume and page and get a copy of the deed from the clerk.
You're right here, right downstairs.
Yeah, we could do that.
Easy.
Okay.
I mean, if it's a drainage easement, it's really doesn't have a lot of impact, because a lot of homes have that, but if it's something other than that,
I mean, it could be accessed,
Right.
as far as doing any kind of
Yeah.
work back in there. I'm not sure, to tell you the
yeah,
truth, so.
okay.
you know, that would be something that I should certainly look
Cool.
at. And again, that would help me help you.
Okay.
So that would be better.
Great.
Okay, I have no more questions. Do you?
I have any questions, I thought the comps were good.
Yeah.
Picked the right streets, starting with Roland, Lally, Penn.
They're all right there, yeah,
You know,
You
those
know.
are,
And the timeframes.
right.
those
Yep.
are fine.
Okay.
So why don't we just take a little break, because I actually, I had somebody help me with my little taco stand on Sasko Hill Road that we're
Oh, yeah,
doing
the little
next.
house, yeah, that little shack.
And, yeah, I needed some help because there was just way too much data. Not so much, well, with my subject, but we can talk when I actually get to it. So
Okay.
why don't we just put the tape on hold,
Okay.
and then I'll go get Lee, she's my...
Okay, so we are now continuing with Greg Lane. He's already been sworn in. We are now here also with
Eileen Bonaventura.
what's that?
And you are also a state certified real estate appraiser?
Okay,
Okay.
and we are discussing 640 Sasko Hill.
Oh, yeah, you have to swear her in.
Oh, that's true.
Giving testimony.
That's true.
Raise your right
Okay.
hand. Don't
Raise your
lie.
right hand. And do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Oh, my God.
Okay, would
Say
you
I
mind
do.
I do.
signing right there, right under Greg?
I didn't get married or anything today.
Yeah, I know.
You just give me your dogs.
Just sign over your house.
Thank you.
I did send copies to the assessor's office this morning. I don't know if they have it, but here's Sasko Hill. And this is, if you're looking at it from the street as a buyer. And that's the same view that we had when we did our inspection. When were we there? January?
Yep, January,
Mid-
19th.
Mid-January.
Where they left the cookies for Bradley Cooper.
Oh, I have a different story for that. I can tell you after. Rich told us some funny stories.
Oh, cool.
But again, my name's Greg Lane. I'm a state certified general real estate appraiser. I previously gave my qualifications, but Fairfield resident, 55 years, and have been certified since they began certification in the early 90s. And the subject property is 640 Sasko Hill Road. And the subject property is a single-family dwelling. It's built in 1990. Site size, I believe we have about 2.5 acres. It currently is on the market, and I believe the current list price is...
I looked, it was 17.
14,995.
Down.
Right. So, Eileen and I did an interior and exterior inspection of the property. The above grade area is approximately 13,000, 567 square feet, which is 3 floors above grade. So if you look at the field card, they'll have the first floors, the 5650, then they have the upper story, 7917. You have to split that because that's for the second and the third floors.
Do you include the heated, the indoor pool?
That's separate down below.
Separate,
Yeah.
2,500, like,
Yeah,
yeah, I
yeah.
thought, I just wanted to,
Yeah,
yeah.
well, that's,
That's not included in the 13,000.
it is not. And there's actually 2 lower levels.
Yes, that's
Finished
right.
lower levels. You have the pool, that's on the very bottom, right?
Yes.
And then above that is, there's a squash court,
Yes.
there's exercise.
Yes,
There's, I think, is actually,
Little kitchenette area.
that's the level where the outdoor pool is over to the right, which is next to the wonderful looking skylight above the indoor pool that takes up half of the porch area back in the back. That looks very nice too. One major thing that we should address, I should back up a little bit. My numbers have changed because I could not justify $10 million. So on my little sheet, this is important. We should change that because I have Initially, I had the market value at 10 million, which is where I thought we were gonna come in at.
We
And,
filed for the appeal,
and-
talking about that sheet, yeah.
yeah, and I could not justify the $10 million value, so I'm actually coming in at 9 million. All right, that's important. And
Even?
9 even. I have no problem with the land at the 2.5, because the house next door sold for almost that amount, and when it was purchased, the house was worth next to nothing, that comp next door. So that was pretty much my land sale. So the $1 million deduction from my 10 to my 9 would be on the improvements of the property. So that would have to be on my application that I had and that I filed, and those numbers need to change. So it's accurate with the assessor, and I just need to change, I need to find my application.
Well, I have
The
it
number,
here.
you have it there, so you can just change
Yeah,
it. So,
I just changed it.
so you could just change it, just with the improvements, whatever number I have, and then just back out $1 million.
That was in that house, if you're talking about. this
We
one.
all have
Right,
been.
it was-
You know, well,
Yeah,
But
it's our
I wanna
conflict.
hear what you have to say.
That's what I
because
hope.
We haven't been in it recently.
okay, so,
It's been on for so long.
yeah, all the photos are recent, they're from January, and we have dozens more photos, I had to stop somewhere. All right, and if this goes further, we have a lot more photos.
Mhm.
Basically, I found 6 comps, all in Fairfield, okay? I stayed in Fairfield. They can go to any other towns. The property right on the golf course, it's got harbor views, there's no harbor frontage, there's no water frontage.
So subject, right?
The comps were difficult because of the square footage of the subject and because of the price point,
Sure.
and to try and get sold sales. We found sales, we took what we thought were the 6 best sales. 3 of them happened to be waterfront, I think there's 2 on Pequot. No, yeah. There's, right, there's 2 on Pequot, and I actually have 3 on Sasko and 1 on.
Wow, you have a lot of comps here.
Well, you know what? Comp 6 is the house next door, which basically is.
You did that for the land?
That's a land sale.
Okay,
All right, so that can be kind of discounted, but that's how I arrived at my
Okay.
land value, because I was in that house, I did a tax bill for him, I met Melanie Smith in there, and as far as I was concerned, it was a knockdown.
okay.
The buyers did not knock it down,
Pretty much a shell.
you know, they did work on it, that's fine, but that's where I'm getting the comp for my land sale, that's why I am comfortable with the number that I put in my application.
Okay,
For the
but which ones are waterfront? We
2.5.
know Willow isn't, but
Pequot looks like it is.
Pequot?
2 on Pequot, and believe it or not, Willow is a lot of water frontage.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh.
that sale required a lot of work, because if you look at the bottom of that page, it says comp 2 transferred. There were 3 other parcels with that transferred. But this parcel transferred at that number, with that acreage, that square footage, and with these amenities. So the other ones below, 1091 Pequot, 1009 Pequot, and the other one on Willow, those are just vacant land, Eiley?
No, they're also located.
Those were just land,
So, all right, so those other 3 comps that it sold with were just vacant land, and they all sold with a separate volume and page, and we got the amount. So those other 3 parcels were not utilized in this sale, just the one on Willow, which is very important, and we did spend a lot of time breaking that down.
wow, this is a lot of computation.
There's a lot of adjustments, but let's start up at the top. The waterfront properties, I discounted by 20%, because the subject isn't waterfront. 10% is not enough. 20% I think is a fair adjustment, but I really don't like those comps, though I did utilize them, because I kind of had to.
Wait, I'm sorry, you're saying it's not waterfront?
The subject is not waterfront. If you want to look,
They have a water view, maybe.
there's a lot of, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not waterfront, 'cause it's
No,
waterfront.
look,
It's on the golf course.
no, If you look at the,
Okay,
not
you
the
got the
end,
water, okay, you got the course,
you got the
and
golf
then
course,
okay.
then the harbor.
Gotcha.
So
It's
it's
not really much water.
not even the sound. You have the golf course,
Yeah.
then you have the harbor.
Gee, in my
harbor.
brain, it's waterfront, but yeah.
Look,
I know, I know what you're saying, yeah. The whole, I forgot about the golf course.
There's a lot of maps.
Yep.
I think
Okay.
it's, you look on my page 17 is an aerial map, and then I think there's some maps after that too. But you can see,
Yeah.
there is no water, and like, that's key, because people pay for water, and they pay a premium for water. So that's why I use the ones on Pequot, plus with the square footage, like, comp one on Pequot, you got 10,000 square feet. The subject is 13,000 and change, basically.
Mhm.
It was difficult. You could see at the bottom of the first page of the comps with all the adjustments with the amenities, because the subject property, you have detached garages, you have attached garages, you have the guest house, you have the indoor in-ground pool, you have the outdoor pool,
Mhm.
exercise room, squash, you got finished basement area, you have a generator. What else do we have there? Racquetball court, elevator.
Yeah.
So we put numbers on all these features
Mhm.
and try to adjust with the comparables. That's why they call this the art of appraisal. It's not a science. So we did the best we could. You can't go by what things cost. You have to go by what a purchaser, what they're going to think, is the difference between, this in-ground pool, this generator, this elevator, this guest house, and there's so many different features. So even though this pool may have cost $250,000, to a buyer, maybe it's worth $100.
Mhm.
So
just like, I guess what I'm looking at
Go
like
ahead.
comparable number 5, 1093. So,
Mhm.
That sold for almost let's call it $11 million,
yes.
at 9,000 square feet. So it just, broad stroke, it sounds like a lot of it is all about the waterfront.
A lot of it is about the waterfront. A lot of it is also having to do with the age and the condition of the subjects.
Okay.
If you look at comps 1, 2, and 3, they're all newer, all right, by quite a bit. So they're in better shape than the subject. I only made a $500,000 adjustment. I mean, that could easily be $1 million to make
That's a good point.
to make the subject similar to these comps.
Mhm.
That's a little bit of a different beast that I'm going to bring up later on. But if you look at the adjusted values, you got comp 1, you're at like 10.7, let's say 10.8. Comp 2, you're at 97, let's say 9,800,000. The third comp is the best comp because it's 2 houses away from the subject, and it's sold.
And it looks like it's stucco too or something.
It's a better quality
It looks similar.
exterior.
We're talking about
It's only
702?
6,400 square feet.
What address, 702?
Yeah,
Only.
yeah.
And it's got the same view.
That's the important part.
Yep.
It's the same location, the same site value. It's easy to compare a house than to try and make adjustments for waterfront.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So, but I kind of discounted sale number 3, truthfully, because if the town's at 12.5 and I come in at 7 million, I don't have a chance with you guys here. That means it'll be going straight to trial. So I'm trying to be fair and use, not fair, that isn't the right word. I am utilizing all my comps for my final reconciliation of the value. Though I do feel, and I put in here, that the best comparable is number 3. But for the sake of argument, I'm utilizing all the sales to arrive at my $9 million value. And do you have copies of the fuel card in front of you? Anybody?
No.
Yes, I probably do.
Because another major part of my beef with the subject property
I'm just doing some math. Go ahead.
is,
I'm looking.
if you look on the second page where it has the sketch of the tiny house, but you look up top, it says year built 1990. And if you look right below it, it has it says building extra features, outbuilding, yard items, and it has the pools, the elevator, the generator, the paving. But if you look at the year built for all those, they're not consistent with when the house was built. So they couldn't have done the indoor in-ground pool after the house was built.
I think it would be physically.
And typically the useful life of a single-family dwelling is 90 years. So that's where you get into physical depreciation. So it's almost like a year of life is worth 1 year of it being old. So, if a house is, let's say, 30 years old, maybe you won't say it's 30% depreciation because people do work on the house, okay? So maybe it's 15%, 20%, all right, based upon its 30-year age, all right? The town is utilizing 7%, all right, which I know is very, very low. And then if you look at these other features of the house, they have the pools and everything built in 2008, 2001. So those should all be 1990 because that's when they were built. So I don't know who put these numbers in there. And then there they have the physical depreciation also. Like the first one, or let's say the second one, in-ground pool. They have it, 1196 square feet. This is the outside pool. I have it built in 2001. I'm sure it was built in 1990. But they have it as, just 90% good. Pools don't last 90 years. And just the same thing with the elevator, the generator, the paving, like all those features, they should have a much higher physical depreciation, and they should have an accurate year that they were built. So it's like a culmination. And then if you go down below also, and you look where it says first floor, and you go across to unit cost. So first floor, and then if you look down where it says upper story, you got $518 per square foot. That's what they're saying they spent when they built this house 30 years ago, $500 a foot. Which 30 years ago was a lot of money.
Yeah.
$500 a foot. And it's not a house. It's not all more. It isn't like you're up in Newport. Okay, you're not quite there yet. So that, in my opinion, they kind of backed into the value based upon the list price, if you ask me. Back in 2020, maybe, was it on the market back in 2015? Maybe.
It might have been, it was
Yeah.
on many times.
Yeah, I think it was on for like 28 million back then.
Yeah, it was,
So,
28 million, you're exactly right.
Yep.
So between my comps, between the inaccuracy of the fuel card, it's my opinion that as of 10/1/2020, the house is worth about $9 million, with the land at $2.5 million and the improvements at 6.5.
I have a question. When you take like each of these 6 comps, like do you sometimes just average it, when you get the adjusted sales price?
Say it again.
Your adjusted sale price at the very bottom.
Yeah.
6 of them.
Yes.
Would you take all those, divide by 6 and get to?
That's exactly what you don't do. And I've been in court with other lawyers, and that's exactly what they do. And I look at the judge and I say, Your Honor, that's exactly what you don't do.
Okay, and why don't you do that?
It's a USPAP guideline. They don't
Explain
want
that.
you to use your calculator and divide by 6 to come up with a number. They want you to utilize your experience, your expertise, your knowledge to come up with a better solution than just dividing by a number.
Rounding.
They want you to tell them which ones were the best and why they were the best, which ones were the worst and why they were the worst. That's why I'm saying to you, the waterfront ones, you know what, they were kind of utilized because of the square footage of the subject, and we were forced to use them. I don't like waterfront sales when your subject is not waterfront. All right? But we were kind of forced into that hand based upon the characteristics of my subject.
And what made you switch from 10 million to 9 million?
Because I couldn't justify the 10. I tried making adjustments,
Yeah.
we were playing with it,
Yeah.
and we were like, we were like playing with the numbers, because really, I mean, I think 20% for being waterfront is conservative. I think that should be even a bigger number. But if we did that, it would come in even lower. So I don't want to walk in here, you know, without feeling comfortable with my number. 10 million I cannot justify based upon the sales. You look at the comps, you've got, you know, 1125 Pequot sold for 13.5. It was a 9-year-old house, so it was built in like 2011. But it's right on the water. You're right on Long Island Sound.
You've got your own beach.
So it's really
Well, and it's new.
not a comp.
It's less than 10 years old, and I'm sure it's maintained very well.
And I could have used a condition adjustment much larger than 500,000. That's like small potatoes. To make the subject similar to Comp 1 will cost a lot more than $500,000. But I had to at least let the reader know, being it you or being it whoever else is going to wind up reading this, we are aware that it's in better shape than the subject. We don't know. I have not been in Comp 1. So I really don't know. So I'm just going upon the age and making an adjustment that it's certainly in
Is that what
better
you do
shape.
by condition?
Yes.
Because you don't actually adjust on the age line.
Well,
You
the
adjust
age
on the
line, I
condition.
don't.
The condition relates to the age? Is
Yeah,
that-
it's a combination.
Okay.
And do you want to speak to the condition?
The condition, we tried to let the pictures speak for the condition best we could. You look at the bathroom, the kitchen's 30 years old, the bathrooms are 30 years old, the pool's 30 years old, the skylight's 30 years old, it's leaking.
I'm trying to remember where
Skylight's
that pink
leaking?
and green
Yeah.
bathroom.
Oh, God, that's
They're-
awful.
But they got green, pink,
God, Jesus.
and if you look at the exterior, you're below street grade. Would you pull into there and want to spend $12.5 million for it? Even $10 million for it, if you're a buyer?
No.
I don't think so. And
And
that's
not what
the
I
way-
can get a 10-year-old house on the
Years
water
ago,
for
there actually used to be 2 entrances, which I think was a better way to do it. It's not my house. But there used to be 2 entrances, and they did cover it up. So now there's just the one, and it's pretty narrow, and the house from the street, I mean, talk about curb appeal. I mean, I would rather be on the other side of the street, above street level, than to be on their side, below street level, and it slopes down.
And it keeps sloping and
Yeah.
terrace,
So
and then it
as a
goes down
buyer,
again.
if you're gonna walk in there and spend 8 figures, I don't think so. Unless it's on the water, something like that. So at this point in time, I don't really feel the need to keep on talking about it. The appraisal speaks for itself. You can look at the pictures. The comps, I feel confident with my number of 9 million. And even if you did take the 6 final ones and divide it by 6, you'd probably come up with fairly close to 9, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I was gonna do it
Maybe
just for kicks and giggles.
yeah, you could, and that's been done many times, but that's just what they don't want to do,
Okay,
you know?
Interesting.
Yeah, that's,
good to know.
you know, and
I'll do it
I
right
don't
now.
have a crystal ball. I do not have all the answers. I do
A
know.
tough one. Good job, guys. This must have been
Well,
Yeah.
I do.
really time consuming.
This is, yeah,
Two right.
and I don't think it's over, but that's okay. This is a start. You know, I don't know exactly what the house is worth, but I'm not pretty sure, I am confident it's not worth the value that the town has it,
Oh, yeah,
you know,
yeah.
at the 12.5. So I don't know what your
Did you-
limitations are here, but, you know.
Did Rick, I know
don't
you
have
have to be
limitations.
careful, did Rick indicate to you at all
It is what it is.
whether or not he has received offers in the 12 million range?
I asked him point blank.
Uh-huh.
He said no offers.
No.
Since it's been on the market, 4 or 5 years at least, there have been
Yeah.
no offers. I asked him why. And I don't think we've even talked about this. If you go to the 3rd floor, the 3rd floor is the primary bedroom and the primary baths.
underwhelmed.
It's dark, the
Mhm.
ceilings might be 8 feet,
Might be.
it's dark, it's low,
Small.
and it's like
Master
you're in
primary.
a cave.
Yeah.
You're not in a
probably
cave.
Smaller than this.
It is not conducive for a primary bedroom.
Yeah.
And people are gonna walk in there, they're gonna rip the whole thing out.
Yeah.
And you can see by the pictures, that's the inside. The outside, I mean, the driveway was torn up, you got the mechanicals, you got the generators, you got the skylight popping out of your patio. It looks like, you don't need to tell me what it looks like, you know what it looks like. So just,
There's no disguising that, yeah.
you can't hide that. You know, you wanna paint it green, or I don't know, you can hide it, whatever.
And then there's buckling floors inside.
That too.
And failing windows.
That too,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
I mean, windows don't last 90 years.
Right.
So, it's a combination of things. It was hugely challenging for us to do. And, I mean, we were still working on it Saturday and Sunday, going through and making adjustments and, you know, throwing in comp number 6 for the land sale. But you know what? It's right next door. You can't really not use it, and it's right in that time period. And then the other one next to it, truly, that's the best sale. But that's for another day. But for now.
But I also appreciate that he brought a second appraiser in here.
Yeah.
You know, because we always say, like, you line up 10 appraisers, they may give you different numbers at some point in time, because it is an art. So I think that it's even more helpful
I think
now
so too,
that
I
he
think
did
that's a really
that.
good point.
Yeah.
Because people say, well, you know, it's
That's one person,
subjective,
yeah.
blah, blah, blah. Well, now we
That's
have
my
Now
opinion.
that two people worked on it
saying the
together.
same thing.
Yeah, by the way, for the record, if you divide by straight 6, which Greg insists we're not supposed to do, you're at 8,600,000.
Look at that.
So there you go, pretty
So
close.
I'm kinda high.
Well, that's what you
Did you
kept
wanna
calling
change
it.
it?
Am I missing something?
Yeah,
Like-
we were just, I was like, it's coming into, I mean, 10 million. I jumped the gun putting in that number, not knowing in the end that I couldn't justify it. So that's why and yeah, that's where we are for now.
Okay.
So with the 9 million, if we could, come to terms with that, hopefully the client owner will be happy with that.
And he needs to reduce his price.
Yeah, that's not my area. I'm staying out of that one.
Yeah.
But at least, back to your question, I mean, with the offers on the property, the biggest concern, property taxes,
Right.
Nice.
Exactly.
Are they like
That's
250,000
number
right now,
one.
right?
232.
32, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
232,000.
That was a big
What's
drawback.
that thinking?
Master bedroom that we have discussed, and the
Just to put new windows in.
price was too high.
Yeah.
It was on the market for too high, bottom line. So even now, I mean, once it gets a bad name, it's like mud in this town. You know, I mean,
Right.
and even now,
that house,
if you had a buyer come in, and if you had that same picture that I have there, when you pull in the driveway, or if you're looking from the street, that's on for what? I'm trying to look at it as a purchaser and put myself in their shoes, and how would they feel? You know, so I think I better just be quiet.
Okay.
Crazy.
Do you have anything?
I'm good.
Do you think I missed?
No, I was taking.
You all right?
Got it.
So what I'm gonna do is to go to the clerk, I'm gonna get a copy of the deed for you guys for that Roland Road, or what was it, Lally or Penfield, was that the one I just did?
Roland.
Roland.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that for you, to
I need to
change
click.
that.
I just
Subject
want to
here.
say one thing, I have to agree with what you said a while ago about looking at fuel cards, and you've got these things that were updated at certain times.
That's it?
You know, they seem to like to do that, and they probably did it in 2008, I don't know why. But I had another client that I worked with said, you know, why, you said this is updated, it's original to the house, it was built in the 90s. Well, no, it couldn't be, but it was. And so they just updated it and made it more expensive for them, because I said, well, by the way, if you say, okay, that happened in 2000, you know, how much did you depreciate? They can't really say.
No,
I don't think there's really a plan for that,
yeah,
and that's a problem.
right.
Because they look on MLS, if the house is on the market, they go, oh, that's redone, let's just jack it up, but
Yeah.
when was it redone?
Right.
Right, I agree. So, yeah, I'm not sure how you're gonna go about this. I'm sure it's not gonna take too long, because you only have 31 cases here. But
Next week, we deliberate, and so we should be
Okay.
done by
Thursday
Thursday.
next week.
Okay.
And then you'll get a letter. and
Mid-March,
You know the drill after
Okay,
that.
yeah. So, again, I did, believe it or not, with all the amenities and all the adjustments, we tried to keep it as simple as we could, like comp number 2, Willow Street. They have a big pier and a big dock,
Yeah.
which those, not so much what it's
Very
worth,
desirable.
what it's worth to even have those pilings there and to keep them there, because once those are gone, you can't build it again.
Right.
Right.
That's,
And that adjustment was very conservative. It
I wouldn't
probably
say that
should've
is
doubled that.
priceless, but that's worth a lot of money
Yeah.
to any buyer. So I think we use it as a wash for the in-ground pool. You know, do you want an in-ground pool? Do you want a dock and a pier? All right?
That's an easy one.
That's a wash, right?
For
You
$12
know,
million, you should
I
have
want it
both.
all.
you know,
Yeah.
right. Or
Yeah.
it's like me, down in Florida. Do you want a cabana? Do you want a detached garage? Same thing.
Mhm.
It's kind of a wash. You want to keep your porch clean, or you want to keep your boat close to you? What do you want to do?
Yeah.
So,
I think the big one is the deferred maintenance, that it's 30 years old. The
It's 30
plumbing's
years
gonna
old,
be going,
and
everything, the mechanical. it's
you can
gonna
see in my
stay like that.
pictures, you know, dated baths, dated kitchen, deferred maintenance, roof, windows. Yeah, it was a challenge, but we like these challenges once in a while. You
Well, I
can't-
looked at those baths in your pictures. I hadn't been in a house in a long time. Those pink and green bathrooms, like, that's not even something from 30 years ago. People did that in
That's back in the 50s.
1950.
Yeah.
So, God.
Yellow, purple, I've seen those,
And
yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
if you
Yeah.
start opening that up, it's gonna be a can of worms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, think about yourself as a buyer, you know, walking in there and you're just ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching about how much money it's gonna cost to fix it up.
Even at 9 million, the taxes will be 171,612.
But it's under 200.
Yeah, yeah, because right now they're 232.
Oh, we know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big number. And again, land value is fine. It just has to do with the improvements and,
Has he indicated number of showings and activity? Like, what did he say
Minimal.
about that?
minimal.
Minimal, I imagine.
Yeah.
Like
Like an albatross, kind of.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
marketing it out on the West Coast too, and in New Jersey and.
Sure.
But nothing.
Yeah, and he had.
Dubai.
Oh, yeah, that too. Did he have, did he tell us he had somebody from the, Housewives of who? Which
I
one?
think it was New Jersey.
One, New Jersey, I don't know, from somebody from one of those shows.
He thought for sure she was
I
gonna buy
hope
it,
not.
but she didn't.
I don't,
Be perfect for Teresa.
how could they fit her
So did Jim.
ego into anything?
She
Oh, my
did.
gosh.
She doesn't need that big house.
And there were people who were leaving cookies on the doorstep
It's true,
with their
yeah.
address and their phone number.
Photos?
And we went,
You
I
can
don't think-
return
Were there
this-
photos?
Photos in bikinis?
Were there pictures? There was, it was pretty enticing. He was laughing so hard. He was telling us the stories. Rick Higgins, it was funny.
But he did say he won an advertising award for that. He said, no, Brad Pitt did not, or Bradley Cooper was not living in this house, but
Right.
you could. And he said he won a
Yeah, yeah.
real estate advertising award.
Yeah,
That's Rick Senior, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, no, it was interesting. And let's just see how this plays out. I haven't talked with he didn't give me a number, high, low, medium. It's more, Rick was pushing it. You know, you gotta get these down. Okay, well, let's just try and be fair and get them down. Maybe you'll sell it. So, there was,
He's using this.
well,
The real reason is,
to get the taxes lowered, so he can sell it.
I think it's to also get the price lowered. I mean, that's his job now.
Yeah,
That's what, I think that's the real reason.
right, so.
Which is helpful too. I mean, whatever, the market value is whatever, either way.
Right.
It's the market value, it's the market value.
And even since 10/1/2020, there have been some sales and, on Sasco, and they have been nicer houses, bigger, newer, for less money.
It's on for 14 now?
I think so.
Yeah, I think 14 or 14,
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I mean, in all honesty, if someone wanted to pay 12, which is the town's value, they would offer 12
That's it.
on
That's what I
14.
look at it, too.
It's within
Yeah,
reason.
within reason, yep.
Yeah, it's not like it's 8 and it's 14, or they will offer 12 and it's now,
Right.
So, yeah, that's a good point.
30.
Why wouldn't somebody just come in and offer you that?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they would, if someone was gonna
It's
pay
not
what
worth
the
it,
town's
that's why.
value is, they would have offered it.
Yeah,
His
Right.
two
So
bells
that to me
house
alone
on
is like
was phenomenal.
obvious.
yeah, yeah.
At
That was
9
a
million.
nice spread. Yeah, Jason Robards has a nice little
Yeah.
spread there.
Yeah.
Well, they redid that whole thing.
Yeah, that too.
Amazing house.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
With a dock
Right.
and a house at the dock site.
Yeah, and you got
Yeah.
lots of land around you, so nobody's really bothering you. No,
Yeah.
it's definitely nice there. Yeah, I met him up in New Britain back in the day. We were doing tax appeals. That guy Stu Bell. He was
Stu
funny.
Bell. Susan.
There was quite a crew up there that day. It was like all the wealthy people from West.
Oh, yeah, all the things club.
Okay.
Thank you guys very much.
Good to see you.
Thanks.
Bye,
Okay.
bye, Greg.
See you. Bye.
Give my best to Toby,
I will, thanks.
Tobmeister.
I'll tell her. Everybody was asking for
Tell
it.
Paul I said hi too.
Okay, I will. Thanks. You
Is
guys.
this fine?
Yes.
Yeah, sure, please.
Matthew, right?
No, Raul, Appeal 34.
Oh,
Oh,
30.
yes, you can do it for me.
Oh, okay, 32 didn't show.
Yeah.
No, they rescheduled for 4:40.
Oh, they're the ones that we scheduled? Okay.
Okay, so this is 222 High Ridge Road. We have Raul Herrera, and if you wouldn't mind, signing, I'm gonna swear you in. If you could raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
There. Thank you. Okay, so we have, let's put my glasses back on. The town value is $987,300, and you're requesting quite a reduction of $541,850. What say you?
Well, good afternoon. Thank you guys for having me. I'm new to Fairfield. I'm very excited to be here. My wife could not be here. She is traveling for work. We're very fortunate that our family has been a part of Fairfield since 1958. This land that was in question, her grandparents have owned again since 1958. As I jump into this, there's 5 homes that we have some pretty good benchmarks for on High Ridge Road. A lot of development there. The one thing I think where we were misquoted, if you will, is the benchmarks that I have were totally new rebuilds from the foundation up. Ours, similar to 44 Newport Place, was more of a renovation, right? So the amount of actual dollars that I put into the renovation is $279,841.41. That's $279.
What was that number?
$279,841.41.
You paid $212
And I paid $212.
in.
This is from whom? You paid $212 from her dad?
Yes, we paid $212 to take over the property from her dad, Mr. David Patu, who is the heir or took over from Mr. James and Margaret Patu.
Gotcha. So what you've included is, so you bought the house for $212 and then you've renovated.
Yes.
And you included the cost of goods of the renovation in here?
I'm not sure if you have them, but I do have printed out checks with the checks that we were cashed for the renovation of the home through the whole.
Okay, what's about the total? What was the total of the cost of goods for the renovation?
$279,841.41.
Okay, gotcha.
So I think all in all, if you were to look at the assessment, I'm more questioning the improvements that is calculated, that currently for this assessment was $444,500. And so I just don't think that my improvements number is aligned with the actual cost of goods for the renovation.
The dwelling that they're appraising is $635. Where are you coming up with the improvements being?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're looking at the appraisal?
Yes.
The appraisal of $635?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. What did you say? The word improvements means the dwelling.
Yes. I was looking at the assessment.
The assessed. Okay. We always start at the very confusing for everyone, including us. We always look at the appraised piece.
Yes.
because the assessed is based on the appraised piece.
Understood.
So, for the record, the town is giving their residential land a value of $352,
Yep.
and the dwelling of the home of $635.
$635, yep.
Okay, and then you've given us a set of comps.
You have a set of comps there, but.
But are these sold homes?
These
or-
are sold homes,
So-
all of which, 5 of which who have been built recently. I don't think you have all the set of comps, that I'm
Oh.
referring to here, but I do have them printed out for you. And in order.
Okay, so if we don't have them, are you giving us more documents that we should put into the file?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, okay. So the first one, like 330, just so I'm clarifying
Yep.
here. That sold for, what did that sell for? I have a sale date of 10/30, which is a good time frame.
330, so for, all in all, from what I see online of the appraisal is.
I mean, we could look it up too on MLS. Are you on MLS by any chance? No.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, you are?
What do you mean?
330 High Ridge Road, sold, 10/30/20. The developer bought the land for $490.
And
Is it a similar, acreage?
mine's a little slightly larger, I believe.
And they tore it down?
They tore it down and new foundation and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Here's my building permit, mine's just, again, adding a second floor, if you will.
Got a really good value for that home though from Deb.
So what are you looking for on,
Builder
High Ridge Road,
500.
330, what do you need?
Oh, the sale value.
$490.
No, when it sold, wait a minute.
So he doesn't have it online, I can't see the sale date to Megan and Brian, 330, but the appraisal came out to 1.175 million.
Let me see if I can.
Well, wait a minute. Is this sold?
Yes,
And there's a pool?
yes.
How come we can't find the sale value? That's
Well, let's
weird.
look on, oops.
Because Vision Appraisal doesn't have it. It says sale price, $0.
0.
Why would that be? Oh, the builder's living there.
No, so RFK, development in Fairfield, from what I have observed from the other 4 houses, he did not build my house, but what I observed is he buys it right for the price you can see, but then when he sells it to the person living there, you just see 0, you don't see.
What? It has to go in the land records.
So 330, it's
It's gotta be on the deed.
352 and 370 is all like that. You won't see any,
He did all these?
he has, yes, these that I have,
Oh, I know where, these are right across the street from the house I sold. I know there's
Okay,
3 in a
we
row.
need to know what the sale price.
3 in a row there, right?
so I can give you the address.
And he's got another one around the corner.
Well, why don't you just go to land records and get one of them
3,
here in the town hall?
oh,
You'll get, it has to be recorded, the sale price.
330, 352, and 370 are all new builds that he built.
Yeah.
44 Newport Place, which is behind ours, he renovated similar to ours, which I feel should be around my comps, not
Okay.
necessarily. I feel like I'm getting comp to those new builds versus the Newport Place.
And what's the Newport Place one?
44 Newport Place,
Palomar. I don't see Newport Place on here.
here, I can give it to you right now. Newport Place.
Okay. So 44 Newport Place sold $4 million on 5/22. And
Oh, that's, okay, I know where you are now, that's where you, okay. I know what you're building, yeah.
it's 3,100 square feet, 4 bedroom, 3 full bath. You're saying this is the renovated home?
Yeah. Well, that's not the final product.
Right. So that was before.
Yeah.
And you're saying that this is a good comp?
In terms of the sale price, no, but in terms of what you guys have done for, I'm sorry, not you guys, but
Yeah.
the assessment total, is a good comp compared to my home.
But the sales are the sales.
Explain to me, I'm sorry, maybe you said this already, but I was looking at
No worries.
other information, on your file. When you bought that house, so you didn't knock it down?
No.
You
Renovated.
added a second floor, and you kept the footprint?
Correct.
Did you build out? Did you add an addition on the back?
We added a second floor, no addition to the back, however, we did,
Stayed on the footprint?
we stayed on the original foundation, we secured the original foundation and had it inspected, but we did attach the garage, so
Yeah.
it looks more of a cohesive, building, and then the second floor.
Right, and those other three, further down, around the corner and down on the right,
Yep.
those were torn down?
Torn down,
Yeah.
actual slab.
Yeah, they're not even they're not even relevant. I mean, it's completely irrelevant, really. Tear downs, I think.
Yeah.
So, but, okay, your square footage is what?
30, it's right here, I'm staring at it, 1 second, 3424.
Okay.
If I can give you
So
another,
Newport Place sold for $1 million. Also,
What's the number on Newport?
44 Newport.
yeah,
Sold in 2022?
it sold in 2022. So it's actually, he's using it as a comp, but it's not a comp unless you want to discount time. I mean, we don't use comps for 2022. He's using it for the assessment, for what the town appraised it at.
Right, and I would also think that, like, the way the market's been going, if that were being done in 2020, it should have been less money than it is in 2022, so that would lower the value of that house.
Do you have any comps from the time frame that we're supposed to use, which is 2020?
I do not, I only have 2019, which is.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
that's good.
Because it's 283, it's right around that corner.
Oh, it's High Ridge Road.
283 High Ridge Road is, one that was also renovated.
Okay.
that I also feel, has comparable comps to myself.
Hold on. And this is 2952 square feet.
But Newport Place, that's sold privately?
So RFK, I don't know what he does.
No, that's not on MLS either.
Yeah, so RFK does something where he,
I don't know.
I'm not sure how he gets around it, but that's.
Well, you could, like
Yeah.
we said, if you go to, what department is the land records in? Land records is the department, I
Town
think.
clerk.
What? Town clerk. If you go to the town clerk in the other
Another building.
building,
I wonder if that's.
you are allowed, every public member is allowed to go look up
We get that from.
a location.
Mhm.
So if you're ever curious to know what was paid. Oh, is it, it's downstairs, I'm sorry, it's
No, no,
Downstairs,
downstairs.
right downstairs, yeah. All the way
But hold
down.
on, I'm
So-
just taking,
So Newport Place, the sale price is recorded as
20.
what they're,
Oh, you have it there?
20
yeah.
divided by,
Oh, but their appraised value is 871.
Correct, and that's where that's where I guess you said my argument, if you will.
and you're 3,400 square feet?
I am 3424.
24. And let me look up 283.
Well, a better comp from the time frame is this other one, also on the same street.
Yeah.
283 High Ridge Road.
Yep.
That one sold later right when we can actually start it, 9/2019. So we're technically supposed to start, October, right?
October, that's good,
So
close enough.
this is close enough. This is the closest one we have of his.
For 820.
That sold for 820, but I'm just, caveat, it's 2952 square feet.
So roughly
And was it renovated at the time of the sale, or was it been renovated since?
at the time of the sale.
Okay. So, puts him in the nines if you extrapolate, this is a much lower square footage, just saying. Not in the millions, but I'm just saying, if this one, that's 29, I mean, that's over 500 square feet less. But I don't know, what's the lot size? Let's see what the lot size is. What's your lot size?
My lot size is, going off of memory, it's .51.
So half an acre.
And
this lot
Highwood
size.
283 is .46.
Okay, so close enough. And again, your ask is?
541,850.
And how'd you come up with that number again?
So I was more paying attention to the assessment values of the improvements in the land.
Are you using that as your assessed value or your appraised value?
My assessed.
Oh, okay, that's, yeah, that makes it better.
Even with this form, you think I could get everyone to get, so you're actually talking about an appraised value of 772.
$774.
Yeah, it's about right. So if you do the math out, it's about right.
$774, is that what you got?
772 takes you to 540.
Which is still less than 820.
50 divided by .70, 740, 774.
Do you hear what we're saying?
I do, I see where
I
you're
want to
going.
make sure that
No, I
you're
do, I just-
understanding. This,
I just didn't,
on here, it says, your fair market value is your opinion of the appraised value, not the assessed value. So when you put down the assessed value, because in your head, you were looking at everything as the assessed, which is fine, but then we have to add back in, you divide by .7 to get to the appraised value that brings you to the assessed value.
yeah, no,
So that appraised value brings you to, what did we say,
774.
Yeah.
774?
Yeah.
Oh.
And your home is built in 1950s as well?
it was built in 1958.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah. I mean, this other one seems to me like a pretty good comp, but that's one.
You know, the thing, well, I don't think we've talked about it much, but we should be considering on these houses is that, you know, if you look at new construction, right, from the ground up, everything out, new construction, that has to be a higher value than somebody who keeps a bottom floor, because then it's the year of the house, the year it was built, stays the same, it doesn't change. Even if you took everything down and left only the foundation, it would still say 1950 instead of 2020. And I think that should be, I don't think you can equate the two as far as like value goes, and assessing it. You can't really say, well, they're basically the same. No, they're not.
Okay. Well, I have this, I'm gonna, do you want me to make a copy of this for you?
I have plenty.
Okay.
Excuse me, Joe, did you put in there that we're changing the value? You put in the
Yes,
okay.
yes.
We have the right number.
Yes, yes.
So the next step is,
Yes.
we take this to the entire board, the really board of 5.
Yep.
And we'll deliberate on it, we'll go through it and discuss it, see what everybody thinks. No one has a decision.
Perfect.
Either to grant it or deny it. If we were to deny it, you have the option to go to court.
Got it.
Okay? You have to get a lawyer for that, don't go without a lawyer.
Yes,
It will cost you a little bit of money, but it might be worth it in the long run.
totally understand.
We'll see what, we'll see what we can do with the numbers and the values.
Totally understand.
Okay, cool,
Anything else?
thank you.
No, I'm sure you guys had a long day. The only thing is, and I know this doesn't matter, but the Patu family's always been great. We actually, back in 1983, they allowed for $1 to run the water lines, believe it or not, to the right, from the right side of the house to 43 and 44 Newport Place, so they have water lines. So I know it doesn't matter. It's my selling point of saying, like, you know, they've done well. They allow water lines to actually run through the
So you have an easement
we have an easement
on your property?
We have an easement to the right, that unfortunately, when they fixed the easement, was part of that the backfill that was contaminated.
No.
What?
Yeah, there's contaminated dirt, and they had to take it all out and then put it back in. When they did the easement, because they had to fix the easement, not when they did the easement. When they fixed the easement, they brought contaminated soil. I have a whole file on it. And then they had to take it all back out and then put it back in. And then today, as of today, because, you know, I had a question one day when we moved in, 43 and 44 Newport Place, actually water lines or wells is on our property. And back in 83 or 85, the Patus signed a document for allowing the town of Fairfield to do that for $1. So, I know, different times. And then, and not that it matters, in terms of this, I don't know, but.
Well, no, hold on, that does matter. Well, I mean, we've taken his testimony,
Yeah.
but it would be sure nice to have the, that easement. Oh, you have the easement here.
Well, here's the easement.
Oh, yeah, okay,
Here's
I have it.
the easement,
Yeah.
and that is the,
Oh.
here's the easement on that file.
Can you,
You can take it.
no, I can't, we won't be able to scan this whole thing
We
in.
don't have to scan it.
We can scan this whole thing in?
No, we can't scan it, but
We can just,
if we have it.
why don't you show me where exactly where the easement is?
Take a picture.
Yeah.
So this is the house, and you come down High Ridge Road, and this is the whole easement. That's right.
Okay.
It's identified right there with.
So on the far right of your property?
Yeah. And then
Okay.
the two manholes
I can make a copy of
for
that.
44 and 43, Newport Place,
Okay.
On your property, those now.
and they're on our property. And, we allow for $1, for it to happen.
I think you should raise that rent.
This is the actual signed documents by Mr. James Patu and, Margaret Patu. Again, if it matters, I don't know. I'll leave that.
When did they do that? What year was that?
When they signed it, 1983, February 15th. And so it was funny because I saw them, they actually had a water main break when we first moved in, 44 Newport Place. And we had just finished the lawn, seeding it. And they came and they made a disaster, and they were supposed to call, the water company in to come check, but they didn't, and the builder went in there and he broke it. And then it flooded my whole, like all the seed and everything I laid down, all the way down that easement, just got washed away. And so Mr. Clancy, I worked with in the town, and I said, hey, what can I do? Like, people were just making a mess on my property, and then he sent me that, and he said, well, back in 1983, you signed it. I'm like, I didn't sign it. But I'm like, I got other things to worry about than.
So that was a loss for you.
So in that document, they're supposed to, return the property back to its original state, if not better.
Mhm. Yeah.
And they never came back, so.
Who was that builder?
RFK.
Oh,
I know who that is.
same guy, yeah.
So I listen, we just, at that time, we just had a baby, 8 months. I wasn't really doing well. I wasn't sleeping much. The baby had reflux and all that great stuff, but,
Oh, my goodness.
yeah, it was pretty rough. So I picked my battles.
So let me just go back to that, they never restored it the way it was.
No,
So is it, what's it look like now? Did you?
I restored it, I reseeded everything and cleaned it up, so I just hope it doesn't continue to happen. But it was something I will, kind of.
From the builder who did it.
Yeah, but no, it's something I hope to eventually address, because I mean, it's 2023, right? I hope that we can eventually move those manholes or, get rent, I don't know. Another signed
Good luck with that.
for $1.
What about the land value? You didn't test the land value.
I know.
That may become an issue now.
On your field card, is there any,
Yes, do you have your field card with you?
is there anything on there for that?
So on the field card, I can tell you that there is not. I'm certain because I've studied these things pretty hard.
Well then.
Okay, we have to talk about that.
So there is not.
There's nothing for the easement, right?
We need to account for that.
And so there's 43 and 44 Newport Place have their manholes, on our property, and the easement is to the right.
43 and
44.
Newport Place. So in order for them to get water, it goes through our property.
Let me just mark this on here. So these are the manholes, right here?
Yep. For 43 and 44 Newport.
And there's no discount on this field card.
We need to,
And were you here when you were saying how
the plan for us after that.
when Newport Place was being built, the developer broke the water line and all this lawn that he had just seeded, all the water came out and took the whole spot.
Something that somebody else might not want to buy it. So, you can get a discount.
What's the easement called again?
It's just easement on the water.
Water lines, I couldn't think of the word.
And then what you're writing underneath is the contract, quote unquote, that they signed for $1.
Yeah, and do I need to make a copy of this? No, okay. So this is the easement.
line in the back.
The reason it's important, not only because who wants to look at it, but the water lines run through there, which means that we have restricted use of that property. You can't build over there, you can't do anything.
Can't put a fence, can't do anything.
No, can't put a fence on it, can't put a pool there, can't do anything like that. And that will, that's a good sized piece of property that impacts the use of that property.
Yep.
Glad you brought that up.
The good news is you've got great hair, so.
Yeah, my husband would be jealous.
I got ready for you guys, so. But thank you again. I know it's probably been a long day, so.
Thank you.
Oh,
Just getting started. We got all night, too.
Okay. Good to go?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
RFK, not nice, not
Not nice.
Weird.
I think that wife's an agent.
Huh?
I think the wife is an agent.
I forget.
Susie Ryan. Is her husband?
Okey dokey.
There's two Susie Ryans, one's at Alpha.
What appeal are you? Are you 37 or 36? Do you know?
What's your name?
Deborah Serino.
Yep, that's her.
Okay. We have appeal number 36. We have Deborah Savino of 139, Serino of
Serino.
Melody Lane.
What number on Melody?
139.
139. The town ask is, the town value is $483,800, and their ask amount is $292,660.
Wait, you know what?
Hold the presses.
I think I made an egregious mistake when you said you wanted my fair market value. That amount on my statement, I have changed today.
Okay.
Because I was thinking, I wasn't thinking of what my fair market, at that time in 2020.
Correct.
Right, okay. So I do have
Okay, so what are you
so I'm saying,
requesting? Again, appraised, not assessed.
No, I'm talking about fair market value.
That's appraised, that would be
That's
the
appraised.
All right, that's different then. Okay. Fair market value to me, is like what someone would purchase my property for.
Not today, no. It's
No,
fair
in
market
2020,
value
yeah,
based on 2020.
Correct.
Yep.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I had that down as, I have it differently here,
Well, hold on.
423.
Do you mind if I swear you in
Yeah,
before we
sure.
get into a thick conversation? Can you raise your right hand?
Yep.
Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be your truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, just telling me that. I know, right?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I do have a copy
Okay.
here for you, original, whatever you want, because
Yeah,
so it's
we actually have that.
$423,600. That was the, my fair market value.
Okay, so you might be actually concerned, you might have been referencing the assessed again. Okay, so the town is valuing it at $483,800,
Right.
and you are requesting a $423,600.
Right.
Okay.
And basically that is because of the land appraisal or assessment, both actually. I feel it's higher than, other properties in the area. And I had a little chart here with a couple of other sales and what the difference is in their land assessment as compared to mine, okay?
And is this the chart you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. My, land assessment went up $96,000 from 2019 assessment.
Okay, let's talk about the comps.
Okay. Grandview is I think maybe the most comparable to my house.
Okay.
The only difference is, let's see, they have solar panels, and the land, footage is a little more than mine, the square footage in the home is a little more than mine.
Okay.
Their difference in their assessment is only $29,070, I think I put down there. And then I've gone on with other.
Are you looking at the bill card?
Hold on, yeah.
I wanna know what neighborhood.
What do you need, the neighborhood?
The neighborhood code.
Oh, the neighborhood code.
80.
80?
Hmm.
80.
Please.
So your land right now is valued, we use appraised versus assessed, but is valued at $359,000.
Yes.
$359,000.
Correct.
And you said the comp, that
One
is
of the
the
comps.
most, one of them.
One of them, yes.
That you feel is, okay, we'll just use that to start with, is the Grandview.
Right.
And that land is valued at $294,000. So the town is valuing your land almost $70,000 more. And the square footage is actually larger. The home is
yes.
The home, square footage of the footage is almost identical.
Close, but Grandview is larger.
It's identical, but square footage is more, but that would,
it's
impact.
pretty comparable.
That would impact the home, not the land.
Well, the land is, it's close, 11,745 for Grandview, and I have 11,685, so it's close.
Well, again, I'm going by appraised value, and the appraised value, your land is, call it 360, and their land is I said it was 290.
I just
295.
Yes, values.
And their home is 153, and your home is
120 something.
124. Okay, so how about another one that you feel is a pretty good one?
Grandview is really not the same neighborhood at all.
That's why I'm asking for another one.
Well, High Street is, I'm sure.
Melody?
She has Ridgeview.
Ridgedale.
Ridgedale.
Ridgedale is good. That's a great one.
And High, and I think Baroshki, I think they're all in my neighborhood.
No, they're not.
They're not?
Where on High Street is it?
It says 425. I don't know.
It's lower, I don't know. That might be the lower part.
Yeah, no.
Here's the land issue while they're looking for that.
Yeah.
The assessor drew up a map during the reval, and they designated areas, different neighborhoods, and then he assigned them a land value factor or something. So like Grandview is not in the same neighborhood as you. So their land value is gonna be less than yours. That factor number is less than yours. So when they multiply it out, the land is gonna be less. So that's why we don't wanna use that one.
How do they determine that? Why is it less than mine?
Because it's further away. Everything around here pretty much is focused with the town, the train, and the highway.
Okay.
So you on Melody Lane, you have great access to just about everything. But way out in Granville, which is almost to Easton.
Yeah, well, I know where it is, upstairs.
That's not gonna, that's a whole different neighborhood. So that's why Ridgedale. It's
I think
not that far from you.
No, I think it's in the, it's near the school.
If you go out Valley View.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll find it right over in there.
Exactly.
So that's a good one.
Okay, so let's.
What are we looking at? Where on High Street is it?
It's one of my first listings ever.
Oh,
really?
Is it way down low?
No, it's right up from Duck Pond.
Duck Pond, no. High Street, it's gotta be near,
The Duck,
Judd?
I meant the Gould.
Golden Manor, okay.
I meant the Duck Pond.
Okay. Because there is Duck Pond,
Okay.
Is it close to, High Street?
It's near Sunnyridge. Right before
High Street,
Sunnyridge.
let me see now.
Yeah, I know.
High Street is in the back, let's see where we go to High Street.
Okay, here's Ridgedale.
Off the side.
So Ridgedale, the land is valued at $340,000.
Melody, over, I'm gonna find it.
And your land is $360,000. And the size of Ridgedale is
You're talking
1,000 less.
In the land footage, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10,000.
Okay. So.
But it does have, and the land, it has a deck and a shed on the property.
Doesn't that add
That
to it?
adds value to the improvements part, not the land. So we can look at the improvements. Happy to do that. So your improvement, your total home and deck and all those things included is 120, let's call it 125,000. Theirs is 126,000.
What was the other one, High Street, what was the other one, oh, High Street?
And so you don't have a shed nor a
Nothing.
deck?
Nothing, no.
Okay, that's gotta come off, that's just an easy.
No, it's not on the
It's
field
not on
part.
the-
We're
no,
we're
it's not,
comparing
no.
comp.
Yeah.
But their square footage is 1,407 and yours is,
See, I just went with assessment
One.
figures, so.
that's all right.
Yeah,
It-
yeah.
We can learn.
The reason you're doing that is because the
Yeah, I want to change
notification that was given to
Yes,
you
to
was
you.
in the assessment. I
Correct.
wish they would put on the notifications appraised
I would have done
value.
both, actually,
assessed
and maybe
They
come
should.
up with
They absolutely
something.
Because the assessed value is a computation.
Right, so they should tell them what it's really worth.
Well,
Make life easier, but anyhow.
so then what determines, like the land, value in my neighborhood as opposed to somebody, like you said, it's closer to whatever, but,
Well, it's closer to whatever.
yeah.
And so because it's closer, it becomes more valuable to build it.
Mhm.
Anybody looking, a builder looking for land, or even a homeowner who wants to build a new house, looking for land in your neighborhood as opposed to Grandview.
Grandview, yeah.
So that's part of it. And also what factors into land value is size of property for the neighborhood, plus, is it level? Are there any wetlands or easements or any conservation restrictions on the land?
Yeah.
Those are all the things that come into play. So that's what helps make the land, that's what makes, and also you're on a side street as opposed to High Street being a busy street. So that's all, that's how
Yeah,
they come up with the land value.
And are these comps that you've provided, are they sales?
Yeah, there's sales that
They're
happen
actual sales?
during that
Okay,
time period.
Okay. So like one, again, on Ridgedale,
That was sold for,
sold for,
what does it say, 550?
555.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
yeah, that one sold for 550.
which I would, 550.
Well, it did.
No, because it probably has more, let's see, what does it have? Well, not much square footage, it must be,
It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. What's yours?
same thing,
3-bedroom,
Yeah.
2-bath. I mean, it's close in square footage.
yeah. It's got central air, deck, and a shed, I don't have any of those.
You don't have central layer deck or shed?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it Kathy?
Do you wanna try Boro, I don't know about Borowski, is that in my neighborhood too?
Borowski,
Borowski?
Well,
Well, why
if
don't you
you're
this way?
actually, if you're gonna use High Street, you could use, well,
And all, again,
See, I consider those my neighbor, but I know what you're saying, they're not.
he may have lumped that into there, I think he did.
yeah,
But I don't really consider that university area. I'm pretty strict about what I think that is.
yeah. I mean,
Borowski.
Borowski and High Street could both be,
They could be in one or two,
Thompson's Hill.
yeah, they could be in Thompson's Hill.
right?
I agree, I know.
Yeah.
And Sassapequan, isn't that Lake
That's the
Mohegan?
lake.
Yeah, that's
Can't
late.
use that. These are the only three you can consider,
Okay.
Ridgedale, High
You only need
Street,
a couple, you don't
Borowski.
need six, but.
That's it, the other ones we can't use.
Okay, so let me just circle those. Ridgedale, High, and Borowski, okay.
550, and that's what we'll do.
That one was 340 and 410. They were,
Excuse me, I assume this is the board's appeal?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Can I have your name?
Frank Tierno.
Okay. I'll check you in.
High Street is pretty small. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
yeah, that's a teeny
It's
tiny
real
little
small, it's 1278, so I
well,
don't know.
mine's a small cape too, even though it says it has 1494 square footage.
Do you have a dormer out the back of your cape?
No,
So it's just a, is it updated?
no.
From like when?
Let's see, we've owned the house quite a while. We haven't done anything other than, really kind of paint inside and put a new floor in the kitchen. You know, we put a fence up years ago around the property.
You've been there how long?
Well, we were there quite a while. We rented and then we bought it, so I think we bought it in 2007, I think.
Okay, so that's much more.
Yeah, High Street only sold for $340.
Yeah.
I sold it for $430.
They didn't have a good realtor. Do we have any more questions?
I don't think so. I think,
All right.
but let me ask you about the land. Is it a flat piece of property?
It is flat, generally speaking, yes, it is, yep.
And on,
If you wanna, I did mention, but I know it has nothing to do with it. The person next door, that neighbor's property is a little, it's got issues, and I think that kind of takes away some of the value of my land, at least if I'm going to sell it anyways. Maybe
What are
not.
the issues?
Well, there's a lot of like firewood around, stacked up very high around the property.
So it's sort of a blight issue.
Kind of, yeah. And you know, I didn't want to do anything, for a while because her husband, this woman's husband, he passed away a few years ago, and he was the one who, they had a wood-burning stove, and I guess they had all this stuff, but, once he passed away, she got rid of the birds they had, she started getting rid of some wood, so I thought she was gonna continue on, but she got rid of all the firewood on the side that comes around the corner, but on my side, right near my fence and everything, it's still piled high and with tarps over it and stuff, so I think it does take away from, you know, somebody's gonna look at my house and say, oh, I don't wanna live here, you know, but not that has anything to do with the assessment, I understand that.
well, yeah, you know, if I look at that, I'd say, forget it, I'm going somewhere.
Hmm?
If I look at that, I'd be
Yeah,
like,
exactly. I mean, yeah,
let's
I'll
go.
go, yeah.
Move on.
Yep.
Yeah.
So.
Where are you on Melody? How far down?
Towards the end, near, before you go around the corner where the condos are, there's condos on Melody Lane.
Yeah, you're closer,
Yeah.
closer to condos rather than further away.
Yes, a little closer, yeah.
There's a house
That could
went on the
play into it,
market
too.
On
there.
Melody Lane?
Uh,
On Stilson, it did, Stilson and Melody.
yeah, but there's another one over there.
On Stilson Place, yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
so, like,
Wilson
yeah.
Place, that's where it
Yeah.
was,
Yeah,
that was all redone though.
Yes, because I know them, and it's going for $575, but it's like beautiful bathrooms, and
Yeah.
everything is really, you know.
So the inside of yours, would you say it's from the 60s, the 50s, the 40s?
No,
Wasn't even built in the 30s?
it was built in the 50s, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, we did do one bathroom, we updated it. I mean, one of the bathrooms still has, I'm sure, the original tile in it, so,
Okay.
you know, but.
How about the kitchen?
Kitchen has the original cabinets, they were like built in, you know, I'm sure when they built the house, the Fortunas built it, from what I understand.
Oh.
And, you know, it's one of 3 houses right next to each other, they were all built by, relatives, and they all lived in the 3 houses.
He was a landlord of mine back in the day.
Don't hold it against me if this.
No. We wouldn't do that. No.
All right, anything else?
I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm okay too.
Well, I thank you for
I
your
might
time
be
and.
driving by your house.
Okay, sure,
I don't live that far from there, so
Okay.
I might swing by,
okay,
maybe tomorrow.
okay.
So if you feel a little white card,
Well, I'm at work, I'm
Okay,
working,
you
so
won't even
I won't even notice,
Okay.
okay? And I don't have rings, so I won't see if you walk
okay,
up or
no, I'm not
anything.
behind your property.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Pardon me just for 1 second. I did find some good dirt.
Okay.
Here's a copy of the deed, and it says conservation, and there is no volume 11-387, but this is the right volume, 1387, and there's a conservation easement.
There you go.
Here it is, and this is property.
This number 46.
Yep.
This is part of Deborah's too. You are Frank Tierno. Right? Okay.
Property is 20 Lally Boulevard.
What I would like to do, if it's okay, I have a statement I prepared. I'd like to
Sure.
read.
Yeah, just 1 sec. Can we swear you in first? We're gonna swear you in.
Oh.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Okay. And so just for the record, the town value of this property on 20 Lally is currently at $845,000.
That's the appraised value.
That's the town's appraised value. And you're saying the appraised value is $31,000?
No. Well, this is all about a construction project that we did. And as a result of the construction project, they reassessed the property at $31,500 more than it was before.
Uh-huh.
Right? And that is my issue.
Okay.
So, if I may.
Sure, please go ahead.
Our real estate tax bill is being increased by about $860 per year due to a relatively small, completely interior project that we did to our home with absolutely no increase to the footprint of the house. The interior project area was less than 400 square feet, and the main purpose was to replace unsafe and inefficient kitchen and bathroom appliances and fixtures that were well over 30 years old. They were actually there when we bought the house in 1990. The stove and oven burners no longer ignited properly. A match was required for burner ignition, potentially a hazard. The refrigerator used excessive power and a refrigerant that's no longer available on the market. The plumbing fixtures used an excessive amount of water, and replacement parts in some cases were no longer available. The cabinets were metal and the countertops were Formica, and so the point is this work was done out of necessity. Annual tax increases have become routine. Since we bought our home in 1990, our real estate taxes have increased sixfold from $2,700 to $15,262, and that's before this construction tax increase. But we do get it. Property valuations in the beach area have gone steadily upwards, and the neighborhood is not so much a middle-class area anymore. Unfortunately, this trend has put a lot of financial pressure on many families, especially those on a fixed income, which I'm retired now. In our case, the high valuation has everything to do with the location and the land, and not the structures on it. The house is 95 years old, with less than 2,000 square feet of living space. Even the parcel of land is smaller than most in the neighborhood due to the property on Faulding Avenue, which cuts out a piece of the backyard. So we have no doubt that upon future sale, the structures on our property would all come down regardless of this small interior project. I mean, that's been the trend, as you're probably aware, in the beach area. No one fixes anything anymore or adds to it, they just knock it down. So what is the point? The point is our real estate taxes are already very high, and this construction tax increase is the cherry on top. At the current mill rate, it will increase our total tax bill by $858 from $15,262 to $16,120. We feel this additional tax is misplaced, excessive, and inappropriate for a small but necessary maintenance upgrade.
So, what do you think the number should be for the appraised value of your house?
You mean the overall or the construction?
Overall. Yeah.
I don't have an issue with the appraised value of the house.
Okay.
I want to be clear. My issue is with the tax, the additional tax because of the construction. This was a maintenance project. It was small, and I did not expect a tax increase on that.
But how do we know that the town is taxing you, increasing the tax based on your construction project?
Did you get a letter from them?
Yeah.
Hold on, here's the letter.
Yeah,
It
they
says,
told me.
you are hereby notified that the assessor, has assessed your property in the tax records. Here's the new value. These above figures represent the stage of completion of said real property as of the aforementioned assessment date.
Right, because the permit.
So,
was
'cause he got a
pulled
C-
and
he got a
remodeled
new
the kitchen,
CO.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
I mean, we've gotten used to the annual tax increases. I guess what took me by surprise was, you know, we spent a fair amount of money to, you know, get rid of these old appliances, and I didn't expect a tax increase on top of that. That's my issue, not the.
I know. Unfortunately, that's what the town does, not just to you, but to everybody. When you pull a permit and you show that you've made improvements to the property, you know, according to the town, they say, well, now that the home is in a better condition than it was when we appraised it before, assessed it before. So now that you've had the permit pulled, you've done the work, and you've gotten the, you know, you've closed out that permit, now your home is worth even more.
if you were to sell it.
Right.
Because that's what the town is basing the value on it, what they consider to be the fair market value when it was reappraised, so.
Well, I tried to make the point that the real value of the property is the land and where it is.
But wait a minute,
Not so much the house.
his CO was dated March of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh, this is like a mid,
yeah.
this is a mid-year.
Right.
Yep.
As soon as
sorry.
they
As soon as they
close
get
out
it.
Yeah,
the
yeah, I'm
permit.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a notice in
Yeah.
August.
Okay, gotcha.
You know, it was prorated for 2022, and I, you know, it'll go up.
What was the value of your, what,
I was gonna ask
yeah.
the same. What was the value of your improvements, the work that you did?
Overall?
Yeah.
The general contractor and carpenter, he was also the carpenter, his contract was about $54,000. And we had an electrician and a plumber.
And then the appliances on top of that?
And then the appliances on top of
10 or 15.
And then materials too, or?
Yeah, I mean, the materials were basically chipboard and some
Tile and countertop and all that?
Yes.
So that was an additional cost above the 54,000?
Yes, yeah.
So would you say 75,000, 70,000?
I would say about 85.
That's a kitchen remodel. I mean,
And
that's
then-
what's in my head for a
And he
kitchen.
did bathroom too.
Oh, and the bathroom? Yeah,
Yeah,
completion of
the-
kitchen, bath.
The bathroom, the entrance to the bathroom was in, I actually have a drawing over here if you
Oh, sure.
want to look at it.
Yeah.
It was in,
Was that the one that we have in here?
yeah,
Well, I can look at it from here.
the door to the bathroom was actually in this corner.
Okay.
So it really, this is the kitchen, this is the bathroom. So the door used to be here. And it really I mean, the kitchen is pretty small to begin with. But with the entry into the bathroom here, it really broke up, you know, it broke up the countertops.
Huh?
It was really inefficient. So we put a new door over here. We closed that up and we put a door over there.
Okay. So, in the bathroom, what did you ask? Did you rip the whole bathroom apart and start over?
We replaced there used to be a wall-mounted sink. I think I even sent some photos.
Yeah.
You might have them there. The toilet had a wall-mounted tank. It was so outdated. So yeah, we replaced the sink with a new vanity. We replaced the toilet. So it's a half bathroom. We made the bathroom a little bit bigger. Yeah.
So you put in a new toilet and this thing,
Mm-hmm.
you do the new tile and everything?
We have shiplap on one wall.
Okay.
There's tile on the floor, yes.
And you put new tile on the floor, or is it the old?
New tile on the floor, yes.
I have all the photos here of the old. And do you have the new pictures, or just the old?
No, that's just the old.
Now, in the kitchen, you said the kitchen remodel, you did new cabinet, the countertop.
Correct.
And this is a half bath reno.
That's, yeah, I got that one already.
New appliances.
New appliances. Cabinets.
But now, so that assessment
New
of
windows.
56280, that's the new assessment?
What is that? I'm sorry.
562.
What they did was, they took the current assessment of 560. They said the whole increment is 31,500, which I'm confused where they're getting that number. It must be
That's their number.
the assessed increment. Well, it must be somewhat based on your permit. Do you know if your permit by any chance was $45,000? Does that number ring a bell with you?
No.
Because I take the 31,500 and divide by 0.7, and I come up with $45,000. Anyway, that's the total incremental amount the town is saying unassessed.
This letter,
And then they prorate it.
this letter right here.
They prorated it for last year, and now for this year, it's the full amount, which amounts to about $860.
Well, that's the tax, right?
Right.
What is that letter saying, what are you saying?
This letter on the August 9th, 22nd, of the assessment of 56280.
Right.
That is, what is that number?
That's the previous assessment,
That's the previous
and the
assessment.
new assessment is $591,780.
What is the new one?
591.
780.
780, yes, okay.
I am trying to make the point that the property is small, the house is small, the house is old, and if we ever sell the house, I'm almost 100% confident that whatever we did in the house right now will not matter whatsoever. The house will come down.
Yeah.
And I just feel like, increasing my taxes by $860 is unnecessary and excessive. That's my whole issue.
Do you have an old roof on the house?
The roof is about 25 years old.
Okay. Now the rest of the house, you upgraded that part of the house. What about the rest of the house? Like you have obviously you must have a full bath because this is only a half. So your full bath, is
Well,
that?
we haven't done anything.
So all that is, like, what do you think, from what year?
When we bought the house in the early 90s, the bathroom upstairs, we enlarged it, and it was a mess. Yes, we renovated the large bathroom upstairs, and in 1998, we added a bathroom in our bedroom. It's a master bedroom.
That was a long time ago.
1998.
So all that was done in 98, okay. And
that's been it.
okay, so no other, okay. And how old is your house?
95 years
95.
old.
I'm still a little confused because for the record, we have to put down his opinion of the fair market value.
Yes.
We have to put that.
Right.
Because the 31,500 is incorrect.
Okay, well,
Well, that's not my number.
No.
Well-
We have to get your opinion of what you consider to be the fair market value of your home with the improvement that you've made.
and that's a state regulation, we're not trying to give you a hard time.
Yeah.
State says if you bring an appeal, that information has to be on it, or we don't. So,
Yeah.
I guess what I would say is this, before that happened, before you got this notice, what was the appraised value of your home?
The appraised value,
Well, it was take 560 and divide by 0.7.
800.
No, I just want to know the real value,
Right, 800,400? Right?
the current appraised value is $845,400.
The previous assessment was 560, so 560 divided by 0.7, 800. So it went from 800 to 845.
Okay.
See, that's where the 45, I just said, that's where the 45,000 is. That, I guarantee, is probably on the permit,
Well, that could be.
estimated.
Okay. But then my argument for that would be, doesn't really matter this appeal, but it shows us that on the other appeals, where somebody else came in and said, I did this renovation, they didn't give him 70% of what he paid. They gave him a whole new value.
Yeah.
So it's done willy-nilly, like this guy gets this, that guy gets that, it's not right. But, so what I would say is, if it was 800 before, and you're saying that you didn't deserve this increase, right? Then it probably should say 800, because that's, we haven't tried to sell the house or anything, so if the town said your house was worth 800 before all this happened, then that would be their consideration of the fair market value.
Yeah, and I don't have an issue with that.
Okay,
I mean, I haven't, reappraised the house. If you ask me what I think the house is worth, I would say I agree with the town's appraisal.
Okay.
I don't have a better number.
He wants to stay at that number. But, now, that's what you'd like to do. So, we know that no matter what we say, there's going to be some kind of an increase, because you once you update those two rooms, kitchens and bathrooms, it does add value to the house. And your kid's situation, I realize what you're saying. You're in the beach area. You're right. Somebody's going to come along and say, you know what? I'll take it down and put up a new house.
That's what they've been doing for the past 20 years.
So that's going to happen. So you're right. It's possible that somebody would come in there and those things you did mean nothing to them, so they don't increase value. Somebody else could come and say, I just want a house near the water. I don't need a big house. I'll take it. Okay, maybe they paid me $800. But because they're happy that the kitchen is now updated for them. They don't have to do it. So we have to put some kind of a value on it. So if you think it's too much, but knowing that you did improvements and you're going to have to pay taxes on it, because that's the way the town does it, what value would you give it? Would you give it an 820, an 810, an 815, an 830? What would you want it to be? If it's 800, then we keep it there. I'm just asking if you consider that. Are you willing to go with a higher number, or is this the number?
You mean in lieu of the $31,500?
Right, if it wasn't $31,500.
The town's appraised value of $845, that 31 number we're talking about is the town's appraised value of $45,000. Then we bring it down by the 70% that the town uses to call it the assessed number. So, what she's saying is, if the town views your total improvements as $45,000, and forget about the appraised, the assessed, the $45,000, what do you feel that improvement should be in terms of its value, if it's not $45,000?
Appellate's opinion of fair market value, as I indicated here, I'm in agreement. The 31.5 is not my issue.
I don't think we can help him with his issue. I'm struggling here.
Well, what I was thinking of doing, and I don't know, because it's very hard to do it the way you're...
Could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Let's say my water heater broke, or my boiler, the section's cracked, leaking all over, and I replaced my boiler and my water heater. Would my tax also be increased for that?
You pull a permit?
If you pulled a permit,
you replaced it?
Certificate of occupancy that everything was done correctly.
But what choice do you have?
Well, there is a choice, but then it could come back to bite you.
You know what I'm saying? This wasn't
I know, you
like
feel like you're being penalized for just
doing something,
maintaining your home.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I understand that.
We do understand that.
Yeah.
Like I said, taxes go up every year. Yeah. And I haven't complained. This kind of just rubbed me the wrong way.
I get it. I would do the same.
I had metal cabinets. I had Formica countertops. We should have done this work a long time ago. But the time was right for us, and we did it, and then we get hit with the tax, and
What do you have in there now, by the way?
what?
What's in the kitchen now? What did you replace it with? Wood cabinets, granite?
It's wood cabinets.
And what kind of countertops did you put in?
I think they're marble.
Marble, quartz, granite, something like that?
Marble.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
We were actually fortunate because the stove, the refrigerator, were all the same ones that when we bought the house in 1990. They held up. We had a portable dishwasher. We said, oh, this is the time. We got to do this now. So that's my issue. I think what I was trying to do was to draw a distinction between a maintenance upgrade and, I'm going to just make my house really plush,
We hear what you're saying. I mean, Colleen summarized it.
I mean, our taxes are high enough.
No, they're too
Well-
high, but that's another story.
That's another
And
story.
this is the age-old argument that, in fact, tomorrow morning at our Fairfield Board of Realtors meeting, there's going to be someone from the town discussing permits, when you should pull a permit, when you don't have to pull a permit. And this is, people ask us all the time. And here's what happens when you go to sell your house. If you have a newly renovated bathroom or kitchen, the attorneys will undoubtedly say, where's the permit for that? And then the seller has to go back, pull the permit, have the town inspect it. So they do expect you to pull those permits.
Where I draw the line, I'm an engineer, retired engineer. Where I draw the line is electrical and plumbing upgrades. The existing condition before, the appliances were all clustered on one breaker. Now we have refrigerator on one, stove.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we wanted to do it the right way.
Right.
And I don't think, plumbing and kitchen upgrades are something to be taken lightly in terms of doing it safely. And so we didn't think twice but to take out the permit. But if I ever have to replace my boiler, I'm going to think twice about that.
You better start making fires in the
I gotta tell you,
fireplace.
I thought about it too, when I did mine.
Oh.
Why do I need somebody to come in here and tell me it's hooked up right? I'm sure the guy who did it.
Yeah,
hooked it up.
I mean, logic will tell you, gee, I'm improving the safety of my home, so therefore I should get a deduction
Right,
for that.
I just made it
as opposed
safer,
to
more energy efficient.
an
I love you.
increase.
And
Right?
the
my
firemen will
drawing.
never come out.
I, reviewed what the contractors did. I was there during construction, and then, of course, the inspector was also there. But, so we made sure that everything was done correctly.
Yeah.
The only way I can think of quickly looking at it, and we couldn't do it right now, we have to do it later, and I can do it, is, take a look at comps. If you found a house,
That's what I was.
that's what you're trying to do?
Yeah.
If you found a house in that area, that's been sold, that has those upgrades, what did it really sell for? Because that's really the way we usually do this, is based on comps. If you say,
I actually did something like that. I was curious. And this wasn't so much about this particular tax increase, but I was curious, based on what my real estate taxes are, without this, what do other homeowners pay for homes that are of a comparable size? And we were in the mix. Yeah, some were higher, some were lower. So I didn't really come away with
if you
anything.
make a case for lower, that could help. If you have those,
No. Like I said, I've accepted the annual tax increases The construction, I didn't.
It felt like a slab.
Yeah, well, you know,
So,
we have to discuss it with the rest of the board, it's gonna be one board. And that'll be next week, we meet again and deliberate everything that we found out at the hearing, and see what people feel is appropriate to do. I don't know what this kind of case, what we can do, I haven't had this before. But we can certainly take a look and see.
but is this typical though, homeowners that, do similar upgrades, they get hit with an added tax?
Everybody who pulls a permit and gets a seal,
Line right there too, when you have a sec.
gets the same thing. And some people who didn't get permits and the town finds out that they did the work, then they go ahead and they reassess them anyway. So,
Well, then the new buyer is getting assessed with
right,
it.
new buyer's gonna get it.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, like 210 Roland, so but that's.
Thank you.
That's just Roland, 2022. And that's a good comp, but it's
What is
not
it?
during that time, that, yeah, 210 Roland, it's not during that time period. Well, we feel for you, huh?
Wait a minute, yes, that's the way we usually do it, but in this case, he's been assessed now, at the values now, not at the values in 2020.
Right.
So, we might be able to use that comp, because now it's affecting his taxes and his assessment.
Well, 210 Roland, which, I don't know if you, no, sold for $899. And that assessed value is $465,990.
Oh.
Because it was, this one, it was in rough shape. What was that map?
Yeah, this is a tricky one when, like what you're saying, it reminds me of one we had last year where the town was applying current prices to several years ago.
Old kitchen.
Oh, yeah, old kitchen, yeah.
And is this an old comp?
No, it's
A new comp?
Yeah.
What is comp?
Comparable.
A comparable home, so it's a home that, so the assessed period that we're looking at goes back from October of 2019 to October of 2020. That's the value of all the homes that are being that's what they're being based on right now.
Oh.
The town reevaluates our properties every 5 years. So our next reevaluation is going to happen in 2024.
I've got an assessment in 2015, 2020, 2021, and 2022.
So his previous assessment was $562.80.
So it was way too high.
That was 2021.
Yeah, so the problem with you is
the base.
We wish you would come in earlier, because you've been high. You know, the house that just sold, like almost directly where you are, only it's right on the corner of Roland, 210 Roland. A similar looking house to yours, sort of that English colonial look. Their assessment is $465,990, and yours is $562.80. You should have been lower all along.
What if we look at it as, he's now, after speaking, has changed his mind. Now he's saying his assessment's too high. Because, never mind the work you did, if this just sold, and this was just revaled in 2020, and that's what they came up with for a value, his value shouldn't be any different to start with. So if you lower the base, they'll still add that on, but it would be, you'd be working with a lower number possibly, or maybe you'd be right back to 800, which is what you wanted.
What's your square footage? Let me look here.
So what was the 4 number again? 4 what?
465,990.
Oh, 465. Oh, go away.
What do you think about that idea?
I like it.
I like it too.
You can just invite me for dinner, how much?
465 divided by 0.7.
I'm trying to figure it out.
So that makes an appraised value of $664.
Appraised or assessed?
appraised. You
Yeah.
told me four.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it sold for $899.
$899.
right, but, and somebody could contest that, but,
That's in current, again, don't.
no, the sale price is in current times, which shouldn't matter. We're looking at, from the reval that we did, this, whatever that was, 210 Roland, their value of that house at the time of the reval is much less than they made his. His is too high, based on this.
I think we should ask him to look at comps from the time period.
That's true, I think that's a good idea.
That's what we've been asking
That's the
people
way,
to
right,
do.
and if that's the way you can prove that, never mind the renovations, but they overvalued your house to start with, and then plus that, now you get this,
Yeah,
which really puts it out of whack. So, I
Yeah.
think that would be the best thing to do.
yeah,
Now, what appeal number is this?
Number 46.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, what
So,
happens next?
We're up to like over $16,000 a year.
to be continued then, right?
Yeah, then what we need you to do is, if
Okay.
you can come up
We'll
with
take a
some
pause.
comparable properties.
Where would you like,
Right there.
okay.
This one.
This is Mary Tomasky at Ladies.
How do you do?
She's a homeowner, and her brother.
What number is
One
it?
second, but we're being recorded, we're
Okay.
recording.
I know, but
So I can tell you,
I know.
420 time was.
What number is this?
This would be number 45.
By any chance?
What's your home address?
73.
Okay, so this is appeal number 48, property address 73 Warner Hill. We have, Harriet Busker here, representing the homeowners, Philip and Maria Tomasky?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And Harriet, I'm gonna have, I guess, do we have everybody sworn in? So if you all could raise your right hand, and I'll have you all sign in. Do you all solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
For the
So we're
record,
gonna need
I just want to say that Mary Busker is a licensed
three,
appraiser.
so you can sign the top. Yeah, it would be good if, Harriet, you could just introduce yourself and your credentials, please.
Yes, I am Harriet Busker, a certified residential real estate appraiser. I've been doing it for 39 years, and, I'm still doing it.
You're not,
And you girls know me.
Yeah.
I didn't know there were four of you gonna be here.
That's okay,
Normally
we
it's in
share.
front of one in Fairfield. so
Yeah, we're doing it differently. this
Differently,
year.
okay. All right, that's good.
Do we
Just
have,
use that pen, that's fine.
do we have this?
Oh, your glasses.
I'm blind as a bat.
Do you need me to
We
sign that?
don't have
as
this
well?
appraisal
Yes.
in our records here, do we?
No. I don't know,
Well, I just wanted to
did
record.
you
No.
didn't give them a copy of the appraisal, you haven't?
No, I
listed
brought
it.
it here.
Okay.
I can also email it to
Wait,
one of you if you want me to do that.
That's great, because we'll get,
They'll scan it in. So they'll scan it in.
Oh, okay.
And we have.
I don't have anything on this, all I have is
This
this.
copy is for you.
Oh, it's over there.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, keep that.
Thank you. Let me write this down.
See, normally, because I sit in front of one person, I only throw.
This is really, that's okay.
That would have been a waste.
In an
Don't worry.
effort to, try to.
Pass it
make
to
things
Harriet.
more equalized and more transparent, we decided to change. We didn't have that many appeals this year. We had enough appeals that we could do with
Just
the
three.
and still finish in
Can you
time
see
with
that?
state regulations. So that's why we're doing it. Some towns do it this way, we never did.
Okay, yeah,
I'll take that.
right. You will probably,
And the
because
pen?
it's midterm
It's
between the
yeah,
five,
so we're not gonna get.
That's mine, Pam.
between the 5 years, so.
I have a
a
habit
lot of
of.
people
We all
are
get it
at
from
the
the same, from Home Guard.
Yeah.
At the last.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like
Okay,
that.
so the town value is 912,000, and your requested value is 475, is that the appraised
No, I
value?
appraised it at 515.
Thank you. Okay. Okay,
And by the way,
Oh,
Kevin,
wait, you
Kevin
you
was
knew
in the
the
house
appraisal
today,
number is 470, or
assessor was
515,
in
even
the
though
house to
the
look
felon
at it.
is asking for 475.
he lowered it to
It
569.
says here, appellant's opinion is 475.
And Harriet, perhaps
So are
Mary-
we changing that number?
Mary, did you give them a number on your application of what you felt the value was? Is that why
Yes,
they-
she
that's
wrote
why they-
four-
Yes, because I put 475 only for the property, because the house is a knockdown. She
Yeah.
told me that, everybody
So we'll
said,
have
"Oh,
to
okay."
change that.
And you know why I put 475? Because when I want to test the market, I had a person coming in, and they said, "Oh, I'll buy it, but I won't give you more than 475,000."
When was that?
That was, last year.
Okay.
So on her original form, it says 475, so we'll have to change that to 550.
I got that,
And then-
but I'm confused about this value, because she said the town came out and.
And the town came out and he lowered to, because he said it's a house, it's a knockdown, so he said it's really the property. So Kevin, what's his last name? Kevin Carvel.
Ken Carvel.
Ken Carvel. He said, Maria, the highest you can get is 569 appraisal. So I put it there because he said, tell them that.
When did he come out?
Last week.
Oh.
Is this the reduced one? Because you gave me a copy of when Ken came out.
Yes.
This one right
So
here.
how does that work? If they came out last week?
It surprised me too. I don't know. It was.
Okay, let me go back, I'm gonna roll back.
Whoa, yeah, please do.
So,
I have it here, no, you
You
don't
have
have
that,
the right
okay.
one. I have it, I brought it.
I
He said to let to you know that house is a knockdown. I just spoke with him a few minutes.
well, I just wanna go back so that the board will understand the history, okay?
Just one moment, let me
Okay,
give
get
you
the things
this.
out and then we'll ask.
I'm just gonna say one thing and then I'm done and you can ask me questions. I
Okay.
just want to address this one issue which, if you know me, I will not take on an assignment unless I feel that
Yeah.
he's being overstepped.
I
You know
get
me, I would never do that. That's
I
all
get
I'm
it,
saying.
We
No, I
appreciate it.
didn't take the one that Ken said. I thought I did, because I saw 469, I must have left on the couch. Take a look, because I don't see, that's.
It says right here, review per owner's request. You requested on 2/10/22, full interior walkthrough with
Oh, okay.
exterior photos.
Mm-hmm.
No central air, adjustment made for condition and lack of updates. Change for 10/1/23. And
Okay,
Ken
I
just-
see that?
Yes,
And he lowered, he said to 5 something.
and he lowered it because, the previous field card had a higher assessment.
He said, when he looked, it was 9 something, he said, oh, God, no.
Okay, so this was printed before he made the change. Yeah, it says it's printed on 2/10/26.
That's not the change.
No,
The prior one.
you can get it off the internet.
Yeah, but I have to get it here.
No, sure, that's good.
Let me see, you should
Is
have.
that, this one's 9/12, which, is that?
No,
9/12?
that one is ridiculous.
Yes.
Oh, here's the 8/13, here it is.
Okay, see, now.
And-
There you go.
And
I
he
knew I
had,
had it.
all I know that here, where it's for, here is 638 later on.
Yeah, no,
they
I gave
lowered,
that, I gave her
but
what
he-
she needs.
He went with to 569.
Yeah, yeah.
All the way down, and he said probably when anybody comes in and does the whole project, it should be probably even less. So,
Okay. The reason I was asking, these are the old ones, I had the same ones.
Okay.
They're both printed on 2/10/23. But he didn't come out until when? Last week?
but he came in either a week or 10 days ago. I
So
can
these
go
are
ask
printed-
him.
Well, I came out last week and he had come the week before you told me.
Yes.
So 2 weeks ago.
The reason I'm asking is because if I look at the bottom where it says landline valuation, if he made the changes, which he did, then it doesn't reflect it here.
Yeah, he said you should start with what he changed. I may go downstairs for a second and see him, he said right now.
That's okay.
The changes reflected with that.
See, on here, right, when, he's got up here that he did
Right.
he acknowledges it.
Right.
Then we look here and we say, okay, well, what does that, because he's gonna change the land
It's
value.
on the other one for some reason.
Those are the
He
same.
said that,
Yeah.
where it says
One of
here,
these, he did one of them.
I just had it by hand.
I just did too. Yeah, I must have, in the
I
last
thought I
moment,
handed
left
you.
it on
You
the
handed me
couch.
one, and so did
And then I
Maria.
handed you, I handed
Yours
you one
is the
with
one
a
that you gave me.
different,
That's the only two I have.
oh, wait a minute. No, 9/12. What the heck is going on here? I'm losing my
Well,
mind.
I can tell you the figure, you can talk to him, 569, that's what he lowered.
almost 100,000 down right off the bat, even before anything.
Oh, well, let me look at this. then.
Wait, 569 is the total or just the land?
No, not just the land, he just
Here we
put
go.
The appraised,
I'm confused.
the appraised value, 569.
I think so, that's what he said.
Oh, here it is, right here. Here's the one I'm talking about. I'm not letting it out of my hand.
Hold it with me.
Take a
This
look.
says 813. The others all said
813. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But here, this
Why
figure
don't you
here,
want
I think I have an answer. All
it
right.
should be 569, where it's 638.
Anyway, you know what, ladies, I'm gonna tell you something, none of this matters as far as I'm concerned.
Just go with the
It doesn't mean a thing to me. This is what matters.
Okay, well, let's hear
He
it.
went in, he saw, okay,
Because he said he could only do it quickly like this, and no, but he said you having somebody coming that, but he said tell them that I brought it down to 569. He said you can tell the committee too.
You could have just told us that.
sorry.
No, not you, it's like,
No, I know, but it's
she didn't,
very
even have to come
confusing.
because.
It was from 9 to
in
569.
any case.
That's okay. Let Harriet
Tell me about
present
the
her
The
appraisal.
appraisal came in at 5,
Yes, there
15,
is,
and
I have it booked in.
Oh, good, let me see.
Right here, thank you. I thought I brought it.
Okay.
Take a look.
Now we have 616 for the total.
No,
value.
569 there. If you see it above it, right here, just. Okay, here. Because he said he didn't really
No,
go
this is
into.
the same thing. This
No,
is
no, no,
another
no, no, no.
813.
Here, look, right here, assessed. He said 569 because he didn't touch the land, or the building, whatever, because, no, the land, because the
No,
building,
honey.
he said it's not.
No, this is all the same.
Yeah.
All of these are the same.
All right,
Let
we
me
don't- we
hand,
don't
let me
need-
handle it,
Let's have
okay?
Mary do her presentation, I
let me-
think that'll solve the problem.
It's all the
It
same.
doesn't matter, we'll have Mary give us her values, and let's see what they come out to be.
Okay. The house, let's start with the fact that the reason I came in lower than it's been assessed is because truly, and I don't mean to, put shame on anyone anywhere, the house really needs to be either gutted, remodeled, raised, whatever, and with your permission, we can even invite them to come in the house
Yes,
and see
you
for
can.
themselves. Because until I went in and saw for myself.
You have pictures in the appraisal,
There's
correct?
pictures in the appraisal, and I apologize for the fact that I don't have a color printer. So you're not
All
gonna
right.
see, pictures really are very forgiving when you take a photograph of a house. You guys know that.
My husband said
And, we see it.
Everything, really, you need new windows, you need new siding, you need new interior paint, you need flooring, you need 4 new bathrooms, you need a new kitchen. There isn't, a couple of utilities are newer.
Yes, the kitchen was built in 1950. It's an alley, not a kitchen.
Okay.
We had to figure it
It's
out
not-
because I had people.
Let's let her, so that the recording, can get
Let me
factual.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sri.
So therefore, I was in a search when I was doing my house to find a house as similar as I possibly could that recently sold. And it was very difficult because I need to stay, and I like to stay within close range, which I did here. I have Holmes Highway, 2 on Bronson, 2 of them are in Southport, 1 is Bronson's in Fairfield. Now, comp number 1 is the one that really is the most similar, although it's still slightly better in condition, and I made a 5% adjustment on that. Do you guys know how to read an appraisal?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So you see, I gave that a 5% adjustment on condition. Most of the other adjustments in these comps are your standard adjustments. For instance, on the land, I gave very little, difference to the size of the land. Mostly, what did I give it? I think I even wrote down here, what I gave. 2%. Comes to, no, that 2% is for, the style. There were no expanded ranches. Expanded ranches are not favorable in the market. As you know, colonials are favorable in the market. So I gave 2% adjustment on the fact that all the comps were colonials. And predominantly, comp number 3, which sold for $822, I gave, 20% adjustment on the condition. In my opinion, it's more of a 30, 40, or 50% adjustment I should have made, but I didn't even want to do that because I didn't want to try to push my scenario here.
Which comp was that? I'm
That's
sorry,
comp
number two?
three,
Number three,
442
okay.
Bronson. It's in very good shape. It was built in 1959. You guys know, you drive by it all the time, and this particular house is on, it's total waterfront. You probably know that house.
Yep.
So,
It's
what I did
Lower
is,
Bronson.
I said, it's the location is worse because it's a busy road. I adjusted 5% for that. So I'm very, very fair in my adjustments. And being very fair in my adjustments, the three adjusted out, 1 to 519, 1 to 513, 514, and 1 to 498. So I came up with 515, and personally, I believe that it's going to go, very important, ladies. Yes. Go to, she had a contractor come out. And this is toward the end, it's,
Derek Remodeling.
yes.
Yep.
And he
It's
came
page
out with,
26.
total labor and materials of $305,000. Now, I feel, even if we use his, we're still at my value. Personally, I don't even feel he gave proper value or what to renovate. He has 3 bathrooms renovated at a total of $45,000. I just did my front little bathroom for $25,000.
Well, and there's no appliances in the kitchen. No, so that's another 15
In my
right there.
opinion, honestly, and I do this all the time, I think to rehab this house, a minimum of $450. And it may, because of the location, it may be better off raised. But for the purposes of this hearing today, I did the direct sales comparison approach, which utilizes the comparable sales.
And you were right, because I had Anderson window come in, replacement, $106,000, to change all the windows in the
No,
house.
and that's true, there's a lot of windows and they are expensive, it's true, so this is a minimal, value. Anyway, ask the question.
First of all, I hope you threw that guy out when you put it in your head. I would.
I just said, thank you, and they kept calling, and they say, no pressure. I said, no pressure, so why are you calling me?
Yeah. I would have said, what are you calling for?
No, but 106, because there's about 6 sliding doors
What
that
I
have
did,
come out.
what I did write, on page 2, you know, the nitty-gritty of the appraisal, these 2 pages. On page 2, we're talking about site, market. I did write under site. Okay. It is possible, and in parentheses, although this appraisal is based on current market value, as is, that based on the degree of deferred maintenance that the home could be raised and rebuilt. So I'm stating that this appraisal is giving you a value based on the direct sales comparison approach, but it could, the highest and best use could be raise it and sell it as land and to be rebuilt.
Okay, yeah.
I think
In my opinion,
So
that's
42 Bronson, you only depreciated like 20%?
because I wanted to be, you know, I'll be honest,
Yeah, a lot more.
Yeah, I'm not even sure, why was that a comp?
Let me tell you, ladies, it's house is worth less than 515, but I don't know why, it's just a thing of mine, and I'm talking to you because 2 of you I know, okay, so I'm talking to you like, sort of like friends. When I'm doing an appeal, I want to be believable, and so I guess I go overboard in trying to not justify what I really believe is, in this case, much lower than the 515, because I want to seem reasonable and equitable, I don't know.
And so,
In your opinion,
what Ken have?
475.
Ken told you I called the town first, because I didn't know her, or she was recommended to me, I didn't know. So I figured, since she works here, I called the assessor's office, and I said I would like someone to come in, because I'm gonna try to see what I can do, because this house, I have to come in when it's still standing. And I said, I want somebody to walk through that house.
When was that?
That was about 2 weeks ago.
Okay. And he told you,
He walked in, he looked unusual, I said because it was piecemeal, some additions, and he said, you know, it's a knockdown. I said, thank you. That's what I kept saying, the same. And I had two builders coming, and they say, Mrs. Tomasky, why don't you put $750,000 together to maybe to $1 million, and we can put a beautiful house that would befit the property? Because right now, if you're going to start picking up a hose, we're going to plug one hole like a ship. And one of the builders said, this is like a sinking ship. You plug it here, it's going to put out there.
Can you give a number?
He gave me the whole shebang.
And that
he
number
said he
was?
didn't touch, he said it's 530, what I can give you here, but he said if I really had to sit down and analyze, he says, Tomasky, knock it down.
And the number he gave you was?
About 539.
539.
So something like this.
But I think what
So
he was,
it's
what
close,
what
yeah.
you expressed to me, and I think was probably the case, is that he put a little Band-Aid on for now, but he said to her, get an appraiser, get somebody who knows how to.
Yes,
If
that's
I'm-
why
if Is it okay if I say that? That's
Yes,
how I
when
look
he
at it.
said it, I just spoke with him downstairs, and I said, I found someone, because he didn't know, he said, good, because you go upstairs, and I said, if somebody wants to come and walk through the house, there's nothing being exaggerated here, I'm holding the house by a Band-Aid. We had roofs that started leaking to that point, that now I have brown holes in the ceiling that I have to bring somebody through all those rains we had, and it started doing something it shouldn't be.
And also the floor
Right.
plan, the floor
Oh, yeah,
plan
that's what he
is not really functional. What happened was, they put on, your father built it, I believe?
No, he just added some
He
addition.
put an addition on, and please forgive me, so it's now sort of a mongrel type of a floor plan, where it was basically a ranch with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, living room, small kitchen, dining room. And he put on to the side where the garage is, above the garage, in its addition, I think there's 2 bedrooms and a bath up there. And then downstairs, there's 2 rooms, one off the other,
And the
plus
other,
a
the room that
bathroom.
was two,
And
it was garage
it's all
before.
over the place. It's not for today's market.
No, the garage was turned into a room because my parents bought the house, as you can see the ooglings there.
No, the
They
garage
were-
is still there.
Yeah, no, but I mean the ownership here, it says Oogling family, right here, and I
So
got
I
it.
did adjust for functional utility for 2 of them,
Everything has to be changed, including electricity. And it's a daunting project.
Sure. All right.
And it's been like that for a while. I don't know why I didn't think about it to come in and ask before, because the prices we were paying, the tax, it's like throwing money to the toilet.
I know,
I have a question for Harriet. So, I see you gave it a value of 515, based on, but I thought I heard.
Very conservative adjustment,
Okay, so
let's put it
it's
that way.
conservative adjustments, and part of it is because you want to be believable.
Yeah, it's credible.
Credible, because.
Yeah, I just feel, I guess if I were going in on my own, for my own home, if I sat before you guys and it was my house, if I said it's worth 400, you'd go, oh, come on, lady, you're, sitting here on almost the corner of Brunson Road, you're going into Southport. So I guess a little part of my personality is included in that, so I bring it a little higher than I probably think it is, because I want to be credible.
What do you
And I want
really
to look
think it is?
ridiculous, because I think if you look ridiculous, then you've blown the whole thing, personally, that's just how I handle it.
Which I find sad, that an appraiser would do the work the right way, come up with a value that they feel is correct, based on all their work, and then to worry about
Well, can I
not
tell you
being
why?
believed
You're absolutely right.
at a Board of Assessment appeal.
But I'll tell you something, and I gave up Fairfield last year because Fairfield's always been my thing. And there had been a couple of people on the board that had little.
Recorded.
Right.
Okay.
It's all right.
Yeah, and it was, I felt that I was wasting my time, and there was one appraisal in particular, one particular year I did 5 or 6 in Fairfield. And, you never know how it's gonna come out, but there was one house that was a slam dunk. There was no way the house was valued at what it was. That one got denied. And when that one got denied, that's when I said to myself, I'm done. I'm done, until I heard there was a change in the board, I said, okay, I'll try Fairfield again. But there was
She didn't want to
absolutely,
take it, and because she said that's the problem, and I said,
yeah.
come on, the house is falling apart,
So I said,
I
I'm not
invite
doing
them all to
Fairfield
look
anymore
at it.
until.
Yeah, because you feel like you're taking people's money for nothing.
Exactly, and
Yeah.
that's why I say to them, when they call me, I say, let me look, I said, that's you, I'm sure,
Yes,
let me
you said
look
so.
into it. So if I feel that I needed to see it, but I had a feeling based on what you were telling me.
Yeah, but we just walked in through the front door, and she said, what kind of layout is
And
this?
there's no landscaping, if you can see the pictures, nothing, no grass, nothing.
So what did you really think it was worth?
$450.
And I
Really
wrote
think
that
it's worth $450.
And I put $475 because somebody offered after haggling. First, I almost fell over. I said, what do you mean in this area? He said, lady, you get $475. Be lucky, grab it and run.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think we're done.
No, but I was just saying, I know we're done, I'm looking at this on.
Oh, you want to put a different number
But
down?
I just wanna know, like, and it's up to them. First of all, I wanna apologize for the board's behavior. I found it,
Not your fault.
but I found it disgusting. So, I'm glad that you came back, we appreciated it. And to, you know, question somebody's credibility with the kind of credentials you people have to have, the kind of education that you have, and somebody who's, you know, sitting at a desk all day looking at a computer thinks they can tell you that they know better, that's embarrassing. So I apologize.
Thank you, and I appreciate it, especially because I sort of specialize in doing this,
Yeah.
doing appeals.
And what
So
you
it's-
just told us was also told to us by another.
The last appraiser that was here said the same thing.
Really?
Same
He
thing.
did his appraisal the
With
same
all
way.
of
We're
it.
intimidated.
Yeah, and
So
that's-
we
you should not be
try,
intimidated
we
by the
bend
board.
over backwards not to
Yeah.
look like we're pushing.
And we know that, we know
Really?
that.
And you
Oh,
said
good.
that, and
Oh,
even
it feels
your
so
own
good.
assessment.
To be heard.
Because when we do a CMA for, most of us, the good ones anyway, agonize over, I mean, I'll spend hours and hours.
Oh,
you know,
tell me.
And then you go back and you do it, you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
But you wanna get it right, you
Yeah.
wanna get it right.
That's where the
But
nitty
where
gritty is.
you come in is, and I wish we had this software we used to, back a long time ago, we had it, where you can adjust and make those adjustments in an appraisal, and that's key. That really fine
And it's sort of an art, and it's something that I'm not even aware of the fact that it's an art already for me.
Yeah.
But, you know, you struggle, and it's also a very gray area all at the same
Right, it's
time.
all subjective.
Oh, yeah.
Very subjective.
Oh, yeah.
That's what an appraisal is, but you know what? Think about it logically. You put a house on the market for $499. Do we know, does anyone know what it's gonna ultimately sell for?
No, you try to get as close as you can.
It all depends on the buyer.
Whatever the buyer's willing to pay for it.
Am I God to come in with a number and say that's exactly what the number is?
Yeah, sometimes you get it right.
Yeah.
You know.
So I guess my question is, and whatever you wanna do, we're fine with, but for the record, we have to put down the value that you really want. So you have, what's on the paper, Carol?
Right now, the requested value is $475.
Because that's
And
what.
Harriet's was,
That's fine then, let's
was
do it.
$515.
$475?
Perfect. Let's
You
do
accept
it.
$475?
Well, yeah, whatever you want it to be. Now, we still have to,
Oh,
the other
you
two
still
board
have to
members,
meet together.
and deliberate.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're not
yeah.
saying we're
Okay,
giving
so
you,
Well,
we're saying
the
that-
475 goes back to what you know, you were in the 450, 475,
Yeah.
but you didn't want it to seem.
Told me 515, I said, Harriet, how, when this is a good area, and I had an offer, when we tested, I had an offer from 350 to 475, and they told me, grab that and run. Now, when Ken came in, he took a look. He said, I'm glad you called me. Get an appraiser, because he said, this is truly a knockdown.
Why don't we split the difference between 450 and 475? Why don't we call it 463?
No, 450 is fine, because that's what I want.
Okay, so that's my point.
It's
We
true.
have to have-
It's
450.
All right, so now what we have to do, because the paperwork has to match what you want.
Right.
So we need to, if you want 450, we need to change it on
Yeah.
that.
okay.
But
If that's what you want.
Gotta do that.
Okay,
Why don't you go tell them to come in? Would you mind?
okay, very good then, well said.
We're good.
So now we meet, just so you know, next week we're gonna be meeting with the full board to deliberate like we always do, and then we'll make a judgment. You'll get a letter in the mail telling you what we decided to do. And then if you're not satisfied, you can go to court.
I have one question. If, I'm sure there will be some movement on it, because, as I said, even your own assessor here working for this. Is there any way that it could be retroactive?
No, they won't do that. I'm sorry. I can tell you right now, they can't do that.
In other words, everything I paid.
No.
Everything you paid.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately,
we can't say, okay, you don't have to pay us for the next year because you've overpaid. No, it doesn't work, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way.
But
It's from when you
going
leave.
forward.
Right, going forward, you know, if we get anything, it'll be, at least that'll be a relief.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, thank you for your testimony.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, it was very good to see you.
Nice to see you.
So
good to see you too.
Sorry, I'm Helene Daly. I don't know if we've done a
Say hello.
I
I don't know.
Yeah, and with all the appraisals through the years,
Are you with Cooper, you with?
I'm with Compass now.
You're with Compass.
Paulette and I started with Fairfield County Real
Oh,
Estate,
okay.
then I went to
You
Berkshire
were with
Hathaway.
Higgins, yeah.
Yes, I went to Higgins, and
Yeah.
I went to Denise Wall.
Okay. Well, a lot of the Higgins realtors still call me if they, need, matter of fact.
Well, I was in the same office as Todd Miller.
Okay, right,
I was
exactly.
in that little office in Greenfield Hills.
Yes, exactly, that's where I first met you.
Yes, yep.
But you want my card?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I can give you your number, I have it on the phone.
Yeah, you've got it.
Okay, great.
I can do
Thank you
that.
very much.
She's been helpful even on, I had to represent buyers
Oh, yeah.
who were gonna
told me
pay
that.
cash for something.
Yep.
And they knew the bank wasn't gonna appraise it because it was cash, but they wanted to, make sure that the
Yeah.
number, so that was really helpful too.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
you.
They're on their second baby. Now they gotta get out of that
They
house,
are? Really?
right? It was too little.
Yeah, wow, they should have been thinking
I
ahead.
know. It's all right, I'll get it.
All right.
At some
So I
point.
assume you'll be
Yeah.
notifying.
Yes.
Yes. So, the
Thanks for
letter will
coming.
go to you.
Thank you so much.
You're the homeowner, so the letter that comes from the town,
Will go
the
to you.
decision, comes to you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks for your
Are we
time.
doing the
Yeah.
rescheduled one now?
It is, me too.
Is that who's coming in?
She,
Okay, take care.
Thank you.
I'll be
she
back
went to go,
next
she
year.
said there's two
Okay,
people
good.
waiting to
Yeah,
hear.
well, you
Yep.
renewed my faith in
We still recording?
things
Yeah.
being done properly now.
I'll be here till,
Thank you.
I think 2025, and then we'll see what happens after that.
Yeah.
I'm just sorry I didn't do that long ago.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you didn't.
Because
We're
we're sorry as well.
Better late than never.
Better
That's
late than
right.
never, right. You're
Better
doing
late
it
than
now.
never.
Okay.
Thank you very
That
much.
matters.
That's it.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Carol, this has gotta go in the file for the.
Oh, this
Lane
too?
appraisal.
Okay.
That's gotta
Oh,
go, that's gotta go in that Roland Road file. The one that Greg Lane did. He
Oh,
did,
that's
he did on
that's-
Roland Road.
That's the,
Sasco Hill, you mean?
No, he did two,
no,
he did Roland Road
Roland.
and Pasco Hill. That
That's
one
the-
applies to
the-
Roland
The
Road.
deed restriction.
Remember I asked about, is there a deed restriction, guess what there is?
Is this the, guy that rescheduled?
Yep.
Supposed to come in.
There's lots of people waiting.
Because now tonight's festival. Of course, it's a good thing we're here.
We gotta stick to our time. We gotta stick to our,
They're here.
They're here?
Yeah.
Good.
I'll give this to you then. This goes in the,
Roland Road file, the
Roland
Greg
Road
Lane did.
file.
Is this 32?
This is appeal number 32.
Yeah, that's right.
I got this.
Is the recording going?
Yes. I never entered that. Okay, so this is appeal number 32. The start time is 5:06. And we have, this is 1460 Post Road. The owner is Mr. Pelicano, is that correct?
No, it's actually
I'm sorry.
Maximo Tobacco.
Okay.
Connell's the name of the business.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It says owner.
Yeah, that's okay.
Sorry, that's the name of the business. We have a town value of $91,640 and a requested value of $22,285, yes.
Yeah,
And I'm
no
going to
problem.
just swear you in, sir, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem.
If you could raise your right hand and just, do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, and great, would you mind just signing at the top there? Okay. All right, thank you. Did you let them know we're running 15 minutes late? Oh, thank you. Okay, please, go ahead, sir. Sorry we're late.
I made a list of all the items we have, here's what it comes up to.
Okay, so this is a personal property?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Here's, I filled all this out too, the lady gave it to me downstairs.
So, where did they come up with the 91,640?
I don't know.
Well, when did you fill this out?
This one here, I just filled out not long ago. Probably when I submitted it about a month ago.
No, the declaration was back in October.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And
Yeah.
your total is, where's your total value here on the deck page that you filled out?
23, that's what I came up with.
20, and is that on here?
It should be.
I don't understand what
Should be on the total.
struggling with this deck page. Personal property. Why is that page different from this page?
That's the front page.
Maybe we missed the,
I don't.
oh, here it is, okay, so here it is, it's on the back.
It's the very last, and you
Very last
accumulate the
page.
totals.
Okay, so, and this number matches this number, sir, right?
This was a little bit more,
And
just a tiny
where
bit
did this
more.
come from?
That's from the owner. From the owner, he went over this with me, but he picked up a couple extra pieces.
22.
Okay. In either case, it's not this 91,000, okay, so,
You're absolutely right.
and what was it last year?
He just started business.
Oh, this is the restaurant, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, okay. Okay. Okay, so,
Oh, it's
And-
a restaurant?
yeah, Il
Yeah,
Pelotrano, that's the new one in
Just
town.
across the street.
We've all been there. So,
The guy's a nice guy. Yeah, Massimo.
so you're the assistant manager?
No, I'm the accountant.
Okay, it says assistant manager.
I don't know why he put that, maybe Balak he put down, because there's two owners, there's Massimo and then there's Balak, B-A-L-K.
Is his last name Tabaco?
His last name is T-A-B-A-C-C-O.
Okay.
He's Italian from Italy, from
Yes, he is.
from Rome. His uncle used to be a cardinal there, head of.
Okay, and again, do we have
So
this
now-
issue
so
of
now the
him
new number is
representing?
2905?
I believe it is.
Yeah. I think we're good. He submitted the information, so.
Okay.
Two women are good.
Who's here?
Yeah.
And everything was
This is-
filed, yeah, so it's.
And you're
My name is Ken.
Ken,
Konkos, K-O-N-K-O-S.
and you are the accountant.
Exactly.
And how do we get, like, remember, him to represent
They-
the business?
They gave me a
They're the
thing
same-
here.
Oh, we have a testimony, oh,
Just
perfect,
sign it.
that's what I'm looking for,
Great.
good, affidavit, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we're all set,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
And rave reviews.
Hey, give me your names, I'll tell them to come
Everybody
in
in
there.
town is raving about it.
Yeah.
He's a great guy.
Yeah,
They make really good food.
Yes, they do.
it's
Come in and
29,
tell
I'll
them.
never change this.
Yeah, tell them to come in, please.
All right, yeah, we
Thank you
will.
very much.
Thank you. 29050,
Yeah,
it's a new business.
yeah.
The only thing I don't know is whether they got a penalty, I don't know, looks like he did it on
It's like a
time.
mile down the road.
Bar Lupa?
They're real good too.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, I
He
never
owns
heard of that
too?
No, but, I know the guy, I work for that guy too, and that guy's super good.
Oh, cool. Wait, I have a quick question. Are we gonna get a rooftop on there?
He is.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
they
gonna be
approved it.
awesome.
That's what he's doing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good
Bye-bye.
night.
Okay, you too. Which is so amazing that they've denied that for years. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he did it. Yeah.
No, maybe not.
Time-
No, maybe things have changed now
timing.
because of the whole COVID thing. Now there's more outdoor, because if they could actually appeal
Probably
it,
had an
because
impact on that.
if there's outdoor in the pavement of like,
Right? Yeah.
hello. What's the, I can't think of the name of that.
So we could, if you still have the 1 o'clock going, you could stop it, right? Because this is the news, the nighttime is, I'll say,
Okay, this is starting the evening recording. We are now starting appeal number 2. The time is 5:14. And we have, the entire board that's present. You guys want to just jump in for let's see, because I only have we're missing nobody.
Paulette's just in the restroom.
Oh, okay. All right, so this is for 589 Fairfield Beach Road. We have the McNamara's here.
Yes.
And we have Megan and John.
Yep.
And,
I am Jeff Smith. I did the appraisal for him.
oh, perfect. Okay, Jeff, great.
Hey, Paulette, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, how you feeling?
Great.
Good.
Much better. And for the record, you want to state your credentials?
Yes,
Jeff?
please.
We've been asking that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hi, my name is Jeff Smith. I live at 208 Sturgis Road in Fairfield. I am a certified residential appraiser, and I've been an appraiser for over 32 years.
Okay, and if you all wouldn't mind signing the oath that you're about to take. So if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, great. So you could just, everybody sign that, and you can go ahead and get started, Jeff.
Okay. So the property address is 589 Fairfield Beach Road. The subject is a detached condo, part of a 2-unit condo complex known as Fairfield Cottages. It is a house that was knocked down as a result of Sandy, and a modular home was built in 2014. The house is 3 stories. It's 2,300 square feet. Has 8 rooms, 4 bedrooms, 3.5 baths, central air conditioning, no garage, no fireplace. The comps, what I did for the comparables, because there's not a lot of detached waterfront condos in town, I took 2 comps from Burke Court, which are a little bit older, but within about, one sold, they both sold in 2019. They were both direct waterfront condos. 685 Fairfield Beach Road sold for $1,650,000 on August 27th of 2019. It's a detached condo. It was 2,866 square feet. Has an adjusted value of $1,603,500. 689 Fairfield Beach Road is also part of Burke Court, a detached condominium. It was sold for $1,440,000 on March 22nd of 2019. It's 2,939 square feet, and it had an adjusted value of $1,399,100. I included 4 additional comps that were single-family homes because I felt like the subject functions as a single-family home because it is detached. I didn't have any other waterfront condos unless I went to Kenzie Court, which is a mid-rise and not really the same animal.
Right.
So I felt the best way to approach the value, because it's owner-occupied and not rented to students, to compare it to single-family homes that are direct waterfront. So my third comp was 1053 Fairfield Beach Road. It sold for $1,735,000. Very recent sale on September 15th of 2020. It's a newer home. It was built in 2002. It's roughly 1,000 square feet bigger than this subject, and it had an adjusted value of $1,646,300. The next comp I had was 1979 Fairfield Beach Road. It sold for $1,720,000 on March 13th of 2019. It was 2,990 square feet. It had an adjusted value of $1,648,000. And then 2087 Fairfield Beach Road closed for $1,375,000.
What's the number on that?
Which one?
2087, you said?
Yes. It closed April 30th of 2020. It's 2,748 square feet with an adjusted value of $1,348,400. And the sixth comp that I used was 1337 Fairfield Beach Road, closed on August 19th of 2020. A little bit smaller than the subject. It was 2,175 square feet, has an adjusted value of $1,634,650. They all have private beaches. They're all direct waterfront homes. When I come to my value conclusion, I weighted the first two comps in Burke Court the most because they're condos like the subject.
Right.
So I split the difference and and came in at a value estimate of $1,550,000.
So I have an ask of $1.2 million. Is that, what?
I don't know.
That's what was on the form that was submitted, was $1.2 million.
Maybe the assessment?
Does anybody have the original form?
Yeah, I should have.
So, yeah, what did you
We're
say?
just clarifying
You're
that for
asking
the record.
for? Yeah, what's the number you're asking for?
$1,550,000.
$1,550,000. Okay, so the original form, Megan says $1.2 million.
See that one?
So I'll just correct, so you're asking $1 million.
Let me just see this for a second.
That's not yours.
Which is the one I gave?
I have it.
Can I just see that for a second? I just want to make sure.
Which I think we have a copy of it.
Huh? I do, I have it right here.
Yeah, I appraised it for $1,550,000.
$1,550,000.
So you're changing the ask amount to that, if we have it recorded incorrectly, right? Just want to make sure.
I don't know I didn't fill out the form. Did you?
Yeah,
I don't know.
The homeowner
Well, let me ask you
did.
this then, are you okay with the
Maybe
one?
it was before the appraisal or my.
It probably was before the appraisal, so
Yeah.
are you okay with his number
Yeah,
being the
Yeah,
ask?
when did you do the appraisal?
Early December.
Maybe not, but it's okay, as long as you're okay with
Yeah.
what he's saying it's worth, then we're okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you need her to initial the form or anything, or change the number?
We've been changing them.
You're being recorded too.
You're being,
Okay.
yeah, you gave sworn testimony.
Okay.
Anyone with questions?
I just want to ask you on your comps, but there's two of, I don't have the thing anymore, there's two of them that are, more recent sales of 2019 or from the year before, and you know that the market did a lot of, growth, right? So the two comps
Well-
I looked at closely were the two that are close to 2020, or did you do time adjustments on the?
No, I didn't. I mean,
Okay.
the market was really just starting, COVID, the whole thing was really just starting. So it was kind of at that, I don't think it really took off
Okay.
prior to the October. I mean, it was starting to, but not any kind of significant change.
Okay. Some of the assessors did time, some of the appraisers do time adjustments, starting on April 1st, said they were required to do that. April 1st, 2020, they did I don't remember the percentage, time increase for each month when they used older sales. That's what
Right.
I'm saying. Okay.
So when were those sales? Because I don't know, I don't have it in front of me.
Well,
The only copy of the appraisal, we'll have to get it scanned in, right?
I gave, I can give you this one, it's just not colored.
We need one, that's right.
I mean, if you think about it, like, the two in Burke Court, they were both 19 sales, but the market was flat relative till it got into full swing into COVID. So it's not like,
October.
it's not, right, but it's not like August of 19 to October of 20,
Yeah.
there was a big appreciation.
Definitely not.
So I think it's really started taking off once people, as you guys know, were
Yeah.
able to go back out and see houses, and by the time things
Right.
closed, it was really not until the summertime till we started to see things. Because, you couldn't,
Right.
Yeah, that's true, I would say that.
And FEMA compliant, that's usually my other question.
Yes, it is.
This one is, are any of the other comps FEMA compliant?
um,
I know they're,
I know, but I believe the ones in Burke Court are.
the 1998. They were built in 1998 and 1989.
No, both, one was 88 and one was 89.
Right.
But they've since,
They've
they,
since lifted them. Right.
yeah, I mean, if you,
Yeah, I didn't look at, I don't know, I just got it now, so I haven't looked at the pictures, but, okay.
Yeah. No.
so,
Okay.
Take that.
Jeff, I have a question on that.
Yes.
You know what, there's the color ones, you wanna scan. They're all
Now, what
black and white.
have you done through that
And
time?
that-
Do you really see adjustments of, what was it, how much a month? I mean,
It
is
was
that,
Greg Lane, right? He said, I don't know, it was so much percentage a month. Said he was required to do it for the bank starting on April 1st, 2020, to take a time adjustment for every month.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Lenders
all-
shouldn't be telling you how to do the appraisal and shouldn't be telling you how to
I don't
come up
know.
with your value,
I'm just-
you know? So,
That's
what we were trying
I'm
to,
just telling you
from
what we were, yeah.
a mortgage point of view, we were trying to use the most current data that was most reflective of the current market. So unless you had an oddball property of, you know, a two-bedroom house on the water, and you had no comps, and you had to go back in time, otherwise you
right,
would
then I guess
use,
you make an adjustment.
yeah, then you would be using the most current data to reflect the current market.
right, right. And as you said, this time period was flat. It was definitely flat.
Yeah, from August to, because the market didn't really until the summertime, I believe.
Well,
And then,
even then, it was
but you're splitting hairs between,
just starting then.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because nobody wanted to leave their house. Nobody, you know,
We couldn't.
when COVID first hit, you couldn't go anywhere for.
No one
till-
wanted to show their house.
Right.
Who's gonna let you in their house?
Exactly. So by the time things close, it's getting really till late summer, fall, and then you're bumping up right against the effective date of the revow,
Right.
which is October 1st of 20.
Right.
What's the name of this complex?
Fairfield Cottages? Is
Fairfield
it still
Cottages.
Fairfield Cottages?
I never knew it
And
had.
how many are there?
Just two.
Just two. Oh, okay, okay. And do you pay HOA fees or?
No, nothing's
Yeah,
connected.
it's kind of like a duplex for,
Yeah,
Well, they're all-
actually, my mom
Pay your insurance.
and her best friend, they made them into condos when they bought them a long time ago.
oh, okay.
Do you know how much land that entire property is?
Yeah, it's on the,
'Cause
if you look
when
at,
they do when they do the assessments, right, for condos, they don't give a land value, they only give a value to.
right. Does he have the
Does he
appraisal?
have it? Okay.
Look under the site on page 1 of the appraisal, it should have
On here?
about halfway
I
down
don't have
on
my
the
glasses on.
left-hand side, it should say, give a site size.
Neighborhood project site, 20,000 square feet,
Yeah,
that's on right, and that includes both of the units
yes,
together?
that goes from the median high tide mark to the road.
Okay.
And do you have two houses, right, or two units? Do you have-
Yes,
Do you have access to all the land, or is some of it yours and some of it's the other person?
Yeah, we just kind of split it. I mean, we don't have a line in between, but we just,
Yeah, on the plot plan, it shows the two houses, and then behind it is communal property.
Okay.
So it goes to a certain, from, just past the house, I think it's 20 feet.
It's just
6
like
feet
parking.
behind. Then
Oh,
becomes
that's
a
all
parking
it
lot.
is. Communal
But it's shared with.
Yeah, there's a
the
lot
neighborhood.
of, there's several houses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's just two on it. There's an older one and then the one that we live in.
Okay.
do you remember Ernie Dunlap?
yeah.
Yeah, sure.
You know
That was-
Bert Healy?
Yes, I
Oh,
do.
wow, yeah,
My
yeah,
mom.
you're kidding.
Her mother and Ernie,
That's
Her mother and Ernie
my
were-
mom, Bert Healy had,
Oh,
they
wow.
made
Cool.
those condos.
Oh, that's great. Love it.
Did you say it was a prefab too? Did you say it was modular?
Yes.
It's modular.
Yes. The aerial there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I got it.
Yeah, Walter just stepped down as manager.
Oh, you
Oh.
did? Well, that'll be big changes over there.
Can I see your, oh yeah, that was the color one. I'll take that
You wanna see this one?
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll get it,
I'll
scan it
take
in.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
take this one to scan.
I will get somebody
Are we
practical.
good? I know we're-
Are we good?
I think we're behind, right?
Yeah, are we
do
good?
you guys have any more questions?
No, thank you.
Do you want me to, would it be easier if I emailed you the
No,
report?
well,
It might be for the assessor. Because he has to attach it to the.
I'm happy to put a note on here that you'll do that.
Who do I send it to? Let's do-
If you just do BAA@fairfieldct.org, we'll all get it.
I don't know if he's assessor or tax assessor, I'm not sure what he is.
BAA@fairfield.org.
BAA@fairfieldct.org.
Okay.
Right.
I'll just put like sent via email.
Any other questions?
from Jeff.
No?
Nope, good.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good luck, thanks, Jeff.
Okay.
Thanks, Jeff, good to see you.
You too.
All right, we're concluding at 5:29.
Christine.
Oh, that's. Want me to go get the next
Yeah.
person, or?
This is
Valley Boulevard, what's the last name, Lapa? Lapa.
Yeah, Lapa.
But yeah, just leave the recording, otherwise Dave Kelly will think we're talking about that.
Hi, Peter.
How are you, Carol?
We didn't know.
At the front desk, she like helps with all that.
Oh, yes, I know the name now, yeah.
Let's just say, corporate didn't know that Walter left the office.
Oh, so she's made us let that slip. I get it. Innocent mistake.
Or not.
Or not, yeah.
It's true, especially in a little building.
Or not.
And you can have a seat here in the middle, it's great.
Good.
So what do we have now? Oh, I know.
How are you tonight?
I'm great. How's everybody doing?
Good, thank you.
What number is this?
This is appeal number 4. The start time is 5:30. And,
142.
oh,
According to that.
oh yeah, of course, that one's right. This is,
Another time zone.
I
Got
wish.
time somewhere, yeah.
Property address 200 Lally Boulevard. We have Warren Lapa here, representing his property. And if you wouldn't mind just raising your right hand so I can get you sworn in real quickly. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. You could just sign that sheet and please, go ahead.
Carol, can you just read the two values into the record, what the town
Yeah.
has it? and
The
what
town value has it at $1,722,600, and the ask amount is $1,450,000.
Is that right?
Yes.
That's what you want, okay.
Yes. Go? Or should I wait?
Go.
Everyone's come back.
No, it's fine.
No, go
Cool.
ahead.
Okay. Again, my name's Warren Lapa. I live at 200 Lally Boulevard, and I appreciate the opportunity to present before this group. I received my reevaluation notice at 200 Lally Boulevard from the town in December of 2020, indicating a 22.5% increase on my property taxes based on the reassessed value of my home. Feeling that the size of the increase was unfair, I filed an appeal to the Board of Assessment Appeals in February of 2021. I was given a hearing before this board on March 2nd, 2021. I presented my case to John Spoiler with Kathleen Griffin in attendance on that date. I had two issues that I presented. The first was my field card was incorrect, indicating 5 bedrooms. I only have 4. I presented evidence to the effect, and it was submitted for consideration. Appealing the new assessed value on my home, I presented an analysis with evidence of comparable homes in the neighborhood, asking for a $360,000 reduction in the market value of my home. Aside from the Vision Solutions printouts for the comparable homes, I also provided a detailed worksheet with an analysis that made the comparisons on a dollar per square foot basis, as well as sales price and assessed values. I listened to the recordings of my case, and the appeal for reduction in my assessment was summarily dismissed by Harold Zawaski, since in Harold's words, comparing on a dollar per square foot does not provide a compelling case. Since the comparisons on a valuation basis were indicated on the worksheet, the other comparisons, the board could have easily used that information along with the vision printouts I provided to make a decision on the preferred criteria. Frustrated by this, I contacted a B of A member
and asked if there was anything that could be done given the circumstances. An appeal to consider was presented to the board, and it was rejected. The portion of my appeal to correct the field card was accepted, and I received a notification on March 26, 2021, that my assessment was reduced from $1,208,340 to $1,205,820, a reduction of $2,520. I had every intention of submitting a new appeal in 2022, but I was hit with COVID during the filing period and missed the filing deadline by 1 working day. My application for appeal was rejected despite the circumstances, which brings me to today. I submitted 5 comparable homes in my neighborhood with an average assessed value of $1,378,580. As I indicated in the worksheet that I submitted, hopefully you have that in front of you. If you have printouts on the homes from Vision as well. My home was built in 2016 on a corner lot with a very narrow backyard. I have a picture of it if you'd like, and average finishes as indicated on the field card. I'm asking for my home to be adjusted to a fair market value of $1,450,000, given the evidence that I submitted.
Did I hear you say that you did get an adjustment?
Of $2,000.
That was based on the incorrect field card.
That had nothing to do with that.
But my case on the assessment was rejected.
Was rejected, okay.
And we measure the field card correction separately, so that doesn't count towards your, right, because we always say you can come back.
I couldn't come back because
Because of COVID.
it was rejected. Well, I missed the deadline by a day.
Last year, right.
Yeah. So here I am.
Let me start by apologizing for the way you were treated by the board. That shouldn't happen again.
I hope not.
Okay, just going through your comps.
Well, I'm looking at several of the comps for the sales. Several of these are sales dates of 2017. So I prefer to use, or my suggestion is we use the other 3.
65 Lally is 2020.
Which are, Lally, Edward, well, there's 3 on Lally. 160 Edward, 365 Lally, and 275 Lally.
Why does the sale date matter?
Because the period that in question where they raised your value was between October of 2019 and October of 2020.
Right.
So that's the values we're looking for. So if something sold in 2017, that was before they reassessed your property. So we have to go into that period.
Everyone was reassessed based on 20.
Right, based on 20, but as of 20.
Right.
They started in, the period they look at is from 2019 to 2020. So pulling information from that time frame would be appropriate. Anything before, and that long before wouldn't be.
So defining criteria is the sale date of a particular home.
Right, if you're looking for comps, it's the sale date of a particular home.
Between, in other words, October 1st, 2019 and October 1st, 2020.
Okay.
That's the period to look at.
What we're trying to get to is what your house would have sold for on October 1st, 2020, if it was on the market. That's really what we're trying to figure out.
Okay.
So generally what we say is bring us sales in the year before and then supplementary in the year after, because generally if the market is flat, that's going to be a good indication of the sale. The closer the sale is to October 1, 2020, the more confidence we're going to have that that's a good market number for your property. And so that's why the 2017s don't really count. And when the assessor comes up with his numbers, he takes all the sales and he keeps rolling them forward, trying to predict what's going to happen on October 1, 2020, so we can get everybody as close to that number as we want. So that's why as a board, we regular whatever, say, take a look at those sales, watch what's happening in the market, and try to get you at October 1, 2020. So that's why Carol's saying the 2017s are too far away from October 1, 2020.
I think I get it. Yeah, I think I get it. So
And that's okay, I mean, you have three, which is what oftentimes an appraiser uses anyway, so,
Okay.
I mean, that's okay.
All right, it's just, it was helpful for me to understand sort of
Yeah,
the
it's a little
defining
tricky.
criteria. Okay, that's helpful.
And
I'm
actually-
assuming the algorithm that whoever did the assessment, which I was told it's algorithmically based,
Yes.
is based on sales that took place over that period of time, and then they had some sort of math that they used to apply it to different parts of the town, because it varied based on what section you were in. But that's a whole nother.
And all three of the ones that I was suggesting, well, two of the three have pools, and yours has a pool,
Yep,
so, okay.
it's a tiny little pool. Here, I'll show you a picture. Because I have a tiny little
Four and a
backyard.
half.
If you wanna just,
I'll take it.
I only
Thank
made
you.
one copy, sorry.
Oh, yeah, the.
And if
Looks like a
out of
left
the three comps,
You can't even, it's like 3 strokes and you
Oh,
see
you
a lot. It's hard to tell sort of the scale, but I think the pool is 15 by 20.
I've got 160 Edwards.
It's enough to take a dip.
of the three comps that you have
Yeah.
here that are kind of within our
Oh.
period,
Yeah.
which one do you think is most like your house?
You wanna go under
The
MLS?
160 Edward, the 365 Lally, or the 275 Lally?
Yeah,
Um,
full twice, what we can
I
tell you
think-
now for 2020.
Yeah, sure.
270, let me look at 275.
And is yours FEMA compliant?
Yes,
I don't know.
Oh,
or at least what the FEMA requirements were back then.
Okay, so we'll say it on your field card if you're FEMA.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I am.
That was just a,
I mean, I think 275 is right in the neighborhood, and,
275 is the closest to you?
yeah.
Okay.
This, you wrote a comment here, total reno,
2017,
that one.
yes. So meaning, it's not an older home, it's,
And yours is not,
my house was built in 2016.
oh, it's built, okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, and so that one has about 200 extra square feet.
Yep.
Lot size is the same, it has a
I
pool.
mean, Edward's a corner lot, but it doesn't have a pool, it's a different kind of house, it's a very basic, it's similar, it's different. I just think Lally Boulevard is comparable.
And that one, the 275 Lally sold in July of 2021, so
Yes.
it's a little bit, the market was still rising a little bit then, okay.
Yes,
Right.
Well, 2021,
If
it's
anything.
it's outside of the, so
so,
Technically, we
Technically-
say we can, secondarily, we can look at the year after, right? Because
yeah, but I would personally discount that a little bit because
When was it, July?
it was July of 2021. And what are we supposed to go? October of 2020.
2020. To me, that's a long time from October 2020.
yeah.
I don't think that
All
I.
right, so, I mean, I'm
I think
just
the
making,
two we can use
Okay.
are Edward Street and 365 Lally.
Okay, and that's 160 Edwards?
And that's a 5-bedroom, 160.
Yeah.
Edward.
both of them are 5 bedrooms.
And you are
4,
Yeah.
okay, and both of those are 2020.
yep.
So they're in the 1.5 to 1.6 range. Although the 1.6er is 3,400 square feet, major renovation, pool, and an elevator.
Yes.
That's 100.
So I don't know how you
there.
factor those things in, because,
Well, an elevator's like 100,000 now,
yeah.
whatever.
And in the beach area, the elevator is very valuable
80?
fire because most of people
I know,
don't
I
want
ain't 40.
I
saw
if they're FEMA compliant, they've got to go up too far with packages and things.
Really?
The elevator is a big thing down there.
Well,
That's us.
Are you FEMA compliant?
Yes,
Yeah.
used to be 40.
Nice looking house, I lived
Now
at that
I'd say
building.
it's more.
thank you.
Yeah,
You know,
beautiful.
But I don't.
The Board of Appeals that I first
put it at what?
presented to when the house was built
Huh,
hated it.
okay.
I listened to the recording of that one too. It's just
1.450, so he's asking for
mind-boggling. I listen, everybody has their own opinion,
Yeah.
Well, it's good that you go back and hear that it's,
Well, we're not here to deliberate, so we're just,
yeah.
it's something for us to
Yeah.
investigate.
anything else I could tell you? I'm not gonna get it,
No.
we're on fixed income, and that's irrelevant to the discussion, so that's why I want to sort of keep it sort of to the criteria that I read. So I appreciate the consideration.
That sheet of paper that you read off of,
Yes, that's my script.
your script, yeah.
Would you like it?
Yeah.
No, I think we should scan it in.
Yeah, of course, I remember what
You have a copy of it in your computer,
Sure.
am I right?
It goes into the record.
Thank you. Yep.
I don't, sometimes I'm not gonna remember every detail, so
No, and we,
I've always scripted myself when I present.
it's easier than listening to it.
Best.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
Yep, thank you very much.
I applaud you for coming in and doing this again. I really do. I think that's great. I'm glad to see you back.
Thanks, and again, I appreciate the time, every dollar counts. Our taxes are pretty significant in the beach area, so.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
And they may be going up depending on what happens with Penfield.
We're concluding at 5:44.
Penfield, the schools, because we have to give them everything they want.
Yeah.
God forbid they could take their own child anything, so we'd be lucky to see.
My biggest question is, how big does grand list go up after this reval? Because when I would speak to the first selectman, first select woman, they would always say Fairfield doesn't have the grand list that Westport has, so we don't have a comparable tax base, because they're always, sometimes they're rolling back, sometimes it's either similar, and they would just come back to the grand list, and I said, well, the grand list must have exploded in 2020, and so I probably should have asked that question when Brenda presented the budget last year, because that was the year she had, in theory, a big grand list increase, and what impact that had on the tax rolls.
She might know, the assessor would know, but the one person I would really direct my question to about the grand list, for a different reason though, is, the guy that's in charge of economic development, I think it's Mark Barnhart. And here's why. Everything I read, how wonderful it is that the town of Fairfield is growing.
Yep.
And that we've got all these commercial buildings now.
Yeah.
And that's gonna help our tax base. So why does our tax base?
over here.
All it does is bring the town. How come you keep asking for more money?
Yeah, I mean, all the apartments that are going on the Fairfield Metro and
Oh, it's good for the town.
at the movie theaters.
How's it good for the town? You're still charging them more money, so what's the good of this? Just crowd up the town, and your taxes are going up, so it doesn't make sense to me.
Just saying.
I know, I get it, I understand.
Thanks, everybody.
Take care, Warren.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, the next week we'll be deliberating,
Uh-huh.
and then call for the decision, and then you'll be notified by mail from the assessor's office, and if you're not satisfied with that answer, you can go to court if you like.
Okay.
And bring an attorney.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, have a good night.
You too. Because the town certainly will. Okay, here we go.
The actual start time for appeal number 8 is
You, Barbara?
I'm Barbara.
5:46.
This is my husband Brad.
How do you do?
Hi.
Hi, this is, appeal number 8, property address 3282 Congress Street. We have in attendance both, Brett and Barbara Stern, and the town value is $1,649,500. The ask amount is $1,100,000. And if you both wouldn't mind just raising your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Great. If you wouldn't mind just signing that, and you can go ahead and get started.
In the interest of time, we just wrote everything down so that we can get through it quickly. We are Brett and Barbara Stern, the owners of 3282 Congress Street, and we've lived there for the past 19 years. In regard to our appeal of our property assessment, we've broken it down into 3 arguments, and those are as follows.
And please. Thank you.
The first one is the effect of Newport Academy or Newport Institute operating an inpatient mental health and addiction facility right next door to us in a residential zone. We think that lowers our property value.
What did you say?
We will discuss the supporting documentation from the land and economic study, the effect of group homes on neighboring property values. In addition, we will discuss commercial light pollution, traffic, and documented police calls. And lastly, we'll discuss the sample property in Fairfield, which has experienced a 32% loss in value due to an abutting group home. Our property abuts Newport Academy. The second argument is more than 2/3 of our property is unusable due to wetlands and wetland setbacks. Section 12-63G is the assessment of buffers to inland wetlands and water courses property that is required as a buffer pursuant to any permit issued by an inland wetlands agency under regulations adopted under 22A-42A shall be assessed at a value equal to the value of such property if it were an inland wetland or watercourse area. We'll demonstrate those issues on our property survey and how it affects the 3 permits that we had to take out. And then lastly, closer scrutiny of our building calculations on the field card has uncovered errors in the square footage. We'll demonstrate those issues with our measurements and our field card. There appears to be approximately 1,300 square feet listed that doesn't exist across the structure and the different classifications. Okay, so moving forward, how much of this stuff do you want me to show you? I mean, I can just...
Show us what you have.
Okay. So the first argument was Newport Academy. In January 2019, Newport Academy purchased the abutting property at 3236 Congress Street. From that day forward, their intention to open a medical facility became widely known throughout Fairfield due to the nature at which they erroneously obtained the building permits. And then I have the land study here. According to the study, the effect of group homes on neighborhood property values from the publication Land Economics. Quote, following the announcement of a group home, properties within 200 feet of the group home experienced a maximum decrease in value of 44%, and that property values decline as one approaches the group home from the neighborhood periphery. So I just have some pictures here so you can see this is our house, this is Newport Academy.
Okay.
Our driveways are right next to each other.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And then here's another picture too, an aerial of our properties. So just a quick example property that proves the land economic study is a property located at 4480 Congress Street. This was a single-family home that was purchased in November 2003 for $4,500,000. 10 years later, in July 2013, the house next door at 4536 Congress Street was sold to a company that runs live-in group homes for mental health and eating disorders, known as the Center for Discovery. Approximately 30 days prior to the group home closing the deal and the impending commercial activity next door, the homeowners at 4480 Congress Street listed their house for sale on June 10, 2013 for $6,750,000. The MLS records show that over the next 7 years, from 2013 to 2021, the property owners could not sell their house, despite numerous price reductions and even tried listing it for rent numerous times. With the luck of the booming COVID real estate market, the property owners were finally able to sell their property, closing in April 2021 at a sale price of $3,085,000. This was during a time when record over-asking prices were being fetched, yet their property sold at a loss. The difference between what they paid, $4,500,000, and what they sold, $3,085,000, is a loss of approximately 32% in value, very close to the 44% decrease in value that was noted in the land economic study, which I quoted in this packet. In addition, it should be recognized that it took the homeowners 7 years to sell their house and a global pandemic to help them. Just one other thing in terms of Newport Academy. In terms of commercial light pollution, this is what I have to deal with at night.
Okay.
This is our kids' bedroom, even with blackout shades. Okay, that's what it looks like. And this is more light pollution, just what we have to deal with.
I think another thing about light, my next door neighbor has a side light on his driveway, and I'm constantly texting like, hey guys, sorry to bug you, would you mind? 'Cause it shines right up through the blinds, and yeah.
So that was just an example of the commercial light pollution that we experience. It makes it very hard to make the children's room dark at night. And then just lastly, it should be noted that in the 6 months from June 2022 to December 2022, there were 10 police calls from Newport Academy at the Congress Street address. That's 6 months, 10 calls.
Police calls or emergency services?
Yes, they had to call police.
They call police and
And they sent ambulances.
they send ambulances.
This was obtained from the Fairfield
Oh.
Police Department Records Division.
4:00 in the morning.
This is undesirable, shows a history of problems, police activity, and lowers the property value. Okay, so the next issue that we wanted to talk about is land issues. And I'll let Brett talk to you a little bit about that.
So, on our field card, it shows our parcel is 3.5 acres, which it is. However, on the survey, you can see that the actual usable amount of land is only a small fraction of that due to the wetlands and huge wetland setback. So, we kind of shaded in the area. This part is actually usable, but that's just a normal setback, but this line here, it cuts, is the setback for the Browns Brook, wetland.
Wetland area, and then that's all this.
Is there something on your field card to reflect that?
There is not.
No, there's not, I just looked. Do you have a pond on your property?
We do.
We do. You have a pond?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've taken no less than 3 permits out where we've been forced, because of wetlands, to squeeze everything into this very small area.
Is it a man-made pond? No.
It was before we got there, like a long, long time ago.
But it does have an in and an out, like they're
Yeah,
looking at the
yeah,
map
yeah.
and flowing out.
Where's the pond?
The pond is, that's the out, the
Oh,
pond
okay.
is kind of in this area here.
Yeah, the GIS shows that, I don't know if you can see my laptop, the GIS shows the water.
Oh, okay.
See that?
Yep, I got it, I can see
Yeah.
that.
But the whole,
In and out.
the wetlands is,
Yeah,
takes
the
over the whole
buffers and
property.
everything.
Yep.
Okay.
So, the characteristics that affect our 3 projects, including the addition, the location of the pool, and the garage, which all had permits that had to go through, conservation, yeah.
Oh, that's that green area.
Oh, yeah, that's, go on.
That's big.
I'm just curious, when you had to go to conservation, did you have to go to the commission or just the department upstairs?
We had to go to the department upstairs, and then they made us,
We had to have a site monitor,
Site
we had to pay
monitor.
for, and on everything.
and then they made us put it within the setbacks, like, you see the pool, just the
Just
corner
about makes
just
it,
touches.
We had to squeeze it in. I
Yeah.
mean, we've all this land and it's not, we have to, I mean, it's 10 feet off our house,
Yeah.
the pool. It's like ridiculous.
Do we have a copy of this in the file?
It is,
You do.
yeah.
Okay.
But you can keep, whatever you
They
need.
have one, I colored the other one in too.
Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay. So it's definitely there, I can give you this one.
Okay. And then I don't, I guess section 1263G, I'm not a lawyer, nor do I totally understand it, but I think that says we're supposed to be taxed at a lower rate, but,
Well, your buffer property, because you went through it's not for everybody, it's only for people who tried to do something and took out permits or tried to apply for a permit.
yeah.
You can't just say, oh, I have wetlands, and they wouldn't let, it doesn't work. So you did that.
Right,
And
we
you were
have
forced to put it,
a bunch of you could see on the field card, all the permits
Shows
that we had to
the
take
permits.
out.
oh, yeah,
For the pool, for the addition.
oh, yeah, uh-huh.
So every
And
time
garage.
we had to deal with that every time.
Okay.
Okay.
And so that land, based on the law, that land needs to be valued the same way the wetlands are valued. Now, if your field card has nothing, Kathleen, you said it has nothing?
There's no site adjustment
For
for
the-
water.
Okay.
Yeah, for the pond. I don't know if it's without a picture of what the pond looks like. I have an
Did you
aerial.
make it? No.
No.
It's made like
So
100
it's-
years ago.
So it's made from whatever the water overflow from.
Yeah.
No, I guess what I was asking is, did we notice on the field
Yeah,
card
I
there was
did.
any no land
There's
adjustment
usually
at all?
that's right, there's usually a 0.9 or something.
Yeah,
You
there's none of
get
that.
money off for that.
Okay.
No.
So we have
not
to
for
look
the
at,
lot.
now we have to look at a few things. We have to look at the whole value, we have to look at the land, the way the land is valued. So, because they don't even have you down as having wetlands, so we have to start there and then break it out into stretch it out into the buffer area.
Okay.
Did you have one more thing that you wanted?
Oh, yeah, and then just the incorrect calculations for the house. So I did my best to kind of map out on this sheet what the problems were, but it might be a little hard without holding the field card next to it, but basically, it has U18, which so I guess.
Have you ever been, I'm just, sorry to interrupt you, have you ever been measured? Has the assessor's office come and measured
Never.
for you? Okay.
I
Would you
think that's
be
what's
willing
gonna
to have
happen.
them do that?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it cost some money?
No, they just have
Oh,
to
they
do it.
just come out and they double check their numbers match what
Yeah.
you. So they can come in and say, oh, that's a cathedral ceiling, or that's a crawl space, that's
Right.
exactly.
Yeah.
Then they will adjust it and that doesn't affect like, what we could do additionally off your tax, that's just called a card correction, where they actually correct the data on your card so that it matches. And they will also be able to explain to you what a UAS is, what a this is, what that is, so you know what they're measuring.
Okay.
But yeah, they're usually, especially for us, they're usually good for a couple of days if you're willing to have them come out. And they'll just, they'll double check their numbers.
Yeah. I mean, the big things we noticed was like, they had say we have basement where it's really crawl space. They say we have crawl space where it's really just a slab. So I assume those little things add up.
And the codes mean different things, but yeah, they can explain it. If someone's down there now, so on your way out, one, they can explain it to you, or two, you can also.
Yeah, if they come out,
Yeah.
So I mean, that'll be obvious, whatever it is, right?
And they can give us what that number would be just to correct.
Correct the card.
Okay.
Do we have this still?
Based on square footage. You do have that,
Okay.
yes.
And we won't need that.
So that was it. I was just gonna go through the different things.
And do we have the field card?
Yes, that's in there too.
Then we're good.
The only
Should we
thing that
leave
you
this up
didn't
just in
have.
case, or?
You can leave it, yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. We can always, we can use it.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, just have a.
All right, so let me put it in order. The only thing that I didn't include in the original packet were those night photos.
Okay.
Those were new.
Okay.
And,
Where are those? Who's got those? You have them back?
do I have them? I still have them, but I can give them back.
No, you
Carol's
keep
putting them on the.
Yeah, we're gonna put them on the
Yeah, we'll put them on the sheet.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, we'll take all that.
Okay, and do you want our script in here as well?
Yeah, please.
Okay,
Take the whole thing.
okay.
Look at our drama.
So I have two questions,
Yeah.
if anybody
Go
else
ahead.
has. So first of all, you said the maximum, adjustment within 200 feet was 44%. I think that's what you said. I'm just wondering,
I think
do you have
that-
any
yeah,
other statistics other than 44% is the maximum how it affects the property? Is there an average or a range?
20, a group home is the maximum. Yeah, you're right.
There was another one that said. I just was curious to know if you had any other data other than the max. There was one other,
I thought I saw one when I read your file.
there was another one, I think, in here. Oh, here. A different model that they did was, properties within 200 feet of a group home experienced a decrease in value of up to 24%. So that's another. That was one model. So I think that when they looked at the whole picture, they said a maximum was up to 44%.
I got another question, right, Kathleen?
I do. My second question was, your ask amount is $1.1 million, and you're at $1.6 million. So how did you come up with the $1.1 million number? Like, how did you decide that's what you wanted to ask for? I'm thinking just in terms of what a person would pay for our house. I mean, knowing that they've got like a commercial hospital next door, and dealing with all of that, and and
I think it's just our best shot at what the house would be. We did anticipate it.
What the market would be.
It'll be difficult to sell.
I mean, this other thing shows
there's signs in the neighborhood. And
Yeah, no, I've seen them.
Yeah. And where the.
And the example house on Congress Street
We
was,
took them down just because the kids started asking questions, so.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because they're like, then they, we drove by the house yesterday, and the kids are like, who lives there? We're like,
We don't know.
It's hard to, we're not ready to.
Why is there someone laying on the lawn and police cars all around it? Why is
I
someone
laugh,
on the
but
street?
it's not funny.
It's not funny, but it's like, it's not appropriate for a residential area. Wow. And which type of group home is this one? This is, mental health and addiction. But, just a reminder that in terms of selling the house, the other house on Congress Street that's next to the Center for Discovery, it took them 7 years to sell their house.
And also, what was how much they sold it at a loss?
At a loss, a 32% loss.
Yeah.
And it took them 7 years.
So I like knowing that there was one in town that we can show a real loss, not just an estimate of, well, this
Right.
model and this model, but here's one that says,
Right.
this is what the difference was.
Sure.
And your number, $1.1 million, seems to be 44% decrease from the town. Right.
That's probably where we got from the study.
Yeah.
But, we leave it to you guys to deem what is appropriate. We just.
I feel for you.
We don't know anything about how all this works. I mean, we've been there 19 years. We didn't even know that our wetlands were not on the field card right. So, now we're at that age where it's like, I remember my mother always saying like, oh, it's getting so expensive in Fairfield, we're getting pushed out. Now we're the old people, and we feel like we're getting pushed out, and we can't afford it,
I certainly
our
understand
taxes
that.
and
I feel the
everything.
same way.
So, Okay, but you're okay if the assessor wants to come measure, well, they'll.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I
Yeah.
think that'll give us the exact numbers.
That'll help
Yeah.
understand what you have and
Yeah.
get anything corrected.
Cool.
The question I had, you answered.
Okay.
About the other house, so I don't have to, I don't. need to-
Okay. Yeah, so that sold in April 2021.
Yeah.
We're leaving this folder.
So that's
Yeah.
even worse, because the prices were up by then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it must be a much bigger property because it's sold for 3 million, right, than what you're
Yeah,
talking
it is
about.
bigger, yeah.
But I'm just looking at the percentage, so.
Yeah.
We're leaving this.
Do
you want all this?
I don't. Did you say, do you have anything home for
Everything is the
yourself?
same, you know what? The only thing you guys, that's not in this one,
Is-
these
are
are the
the
ones I
pictures?
gave you? Or no?
I don't know what.
Oh, wait, these are- Yeah, you only need to give us something that's new, because otherwise the assessor will double scan it, then we'll have
Okay,
twice
so
as
that's
much
the
in the file,
pictures.
so.
So we'll leave you the pictures?
I think the pictures of, yes,
And what else is it, in your script?
and the script as well. And then,
Oh, these aerial pictures? Like that.
and then this of the light pollution.
I did get one of somebody laying on the lawn, that would have been.
Yeah.
Our neighbor told us, is across the street, said, oh, there's somebody running down the street today.
It isn't funny, but it's.
Yeah, I know.
Then everybody's ears
So sorry.
in the neighborhood, they perk up, because there were a lot of kids, you know, a lot of little kids in the
Yeah.
neighborhood, and.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
Okay, let me just make sure that was everything.
Very concerning.
Oh, I
They
think,
have that.
I've been on the phone all day long with the police department, you know me.
That's just that statute, but you
Oh,
guys
yeah.
need to know more about it.
Yes, but at least it's here, so we don't have to go look it up again.
It's hard to find.
Yes, it is.
okay,
Right.
so we're all set.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Very nice
you.
meeting you both.
Great presentation, thank you.
Oh, so we'll meet next week and, go over everything and just make a decision.
Are we here for that or no?
No, not here
Oh,
for that. And then the assessor will send you a letter
Okay,
with our decision. If you're not satisfied, you can take it to court
okay,
with an attorney.
okay. And if we say no, you can come back next year with another story or whatever, right? I mean, that's the nice
That's
part.
true.
If you get denied, you can come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can ask for the same thing or different, have a different store,
I mean,
whatever.
any adjustments to your card, those will be permanent,
Right,
right? But, you know, the appeal part, if you're denied, you can come back.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Leave this open or?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Wow, those poor people.
Really.
Did Carol go, get them, or did she leave?
Did she leave?
No, she's here.
She's here, she must have. There she is. Oh, she had a
Anybody know
phone call.
Are you getting
Anybody
the
know
other?
what kind
Yeah,
of-
6 o'clock.
What kind of what, Peter?
The other facility that's there in the suburb,
Well,
Discover.
it's not my 44
Hi.
was the address. And that one actually.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Jason.
Meredith and Jason.
Thanks, Cindy.
Give us a minute here.
Sure.
Take your time.
Okay. Is this the,
Well, where did I come from? I don't know. South?
does anything need to get scanned in from the last appeal?
Just the 2 pictures of the light, and I think they're her testimony, her written testimony.
Written testimony and.
So everything that was kind of laying on top?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, got it. Okay. Okay. The time is now 6:07, and we're going to be hearing appeal number 17, which is 206 Lucille Street North. We have Jason and Meredith Coburn here. We won't need to have him signed in.
Thank you.
And, the town value is $1,126,200, and the appellants are requesting $1,091,400.
Does he want to sit at the table? You want to come sit up here? You can sit up here with us if you want.
You'll feel like you're important. And if you both wouldn't mind just raising your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Okay. And if you both wouldn't mind signing, and I'll take my pen back, please.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Okay.
And the pen.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
All right. Go ahead.
So we just,
Yes,
okay, gotcha. So it seems like the appraisal went up roughly $70,000 from the last appraisal, which I attributed to
two things. One was a generator that you guys valued at $10,000. And then the second, and this is where it gets a little confusing, on the vision report, it shows a gunite pool, valued at, $86,800.
They made the change.
And it looks like on the other part, they made the change.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it looks like it hasn't been updated on the appraisal, so that may have already been,
I see it here.
Yeah.
They made it, they did it? Yeah.
yeah, but does that lower the appraisal back down now, or? Cause it,
Where do you see it on, where is it different on the card?
So
Is
maybe
it
we'll
different?
compare this
Okay,
to
so-
your, do you have the old field card or?
no, I just printed these out last night, so I've got the field,
Point to it.
was this the field card, or?
Right here.
That's the field card,
Yeah, so the field card still has the inaccurate gunite
Oh,
pool
okay.
listing on it.
Yeah, look at the date on the top of the card. They only put them online once a year.
February 9th.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then where do you see it correct?
And then, I don't know what you guys call this file, but the other,
Yeah,
They're different.
that gets updated every week.
okay, so that has on there the pool, vinyl pool, which is correct, valued at $29,600.
Is that what they valued that one
So it could just be that because they didn't realize it, when did you let them know that it was wrong?
Whenever we got the form, I mean, whenever we got the, what was it, a month ago, we got the.
Got it.
Yeah,
So it could have been
yeah.
past the date, although.
I spoke with one of you, kindly, like a couple weeks or so ago, and shared the, no,
Could have been someone in the
I'll,
office.
Oh, okay, I got it, okay.
About the pool, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Thank you for your help, yeah.
You're welcome.
So maybe it was, I don't know if it was changed, but yeah, that's just the main, so I thought that the total should be about roughly, if I'm doing my math here correctly, a 40,000, give or take, change in the appraisal. Essentially, it's a, what's that, 56? It's like a 50-some-odd thousand difference in the pool price.
It's a lot, because I spoke to the, assistant assessor about that.
Oh, you did?
the
Okay.
difference, and he said that there was a big difference between a vinyl and a gunite.
Correct, yeah.
So it looks like he changed.
We know, that's why we made the choice.
Because the grand list was already signed, so he couldn't make the adjustment, and so therefore he's asking them to come here, but that's, usually he gives them as assessor changes to approve.
Yeah, and I
but
asked
not
him, he
accept.
told me he doesn't have any assessor changes this year.
Okay,
I asked
maybe
him about
that's
his
why
date
he's
to do
bringing
that.
it here.
Yeah.
Either
That
way,
is probably why,
so
because he wants us to change it.
Yeah, so that's really why, that's your, what
That,
you want.
yeah, I mean, that was the only
adjustment
change,
for
we
the
weren't on our regular
Yeah.
5-year
Okay.
cycle, whatever like that, it was just, we have a vinyl pool, and it was listed as a gunite, and
Yeah.
it's about $50,000 difference, so,
Okay.
yeah.
That's easy, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we should be able to
Is that
do
it?
Okay,
That's
thank
all
you.
Thank you, yeah.
Testing?
No, that's it, yeah, nothing else.
It looks like everything you have, we have in the file, so I don't need any additional.
Yeah, I just printed this from
Yep.
last night,
Yep, I
vision
have it.
card, and then,
Yep.
yeah, you got all the other stuff,
Okay.
so, okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Thanks.
Oh, that was easy.
Great.
Do you like the pool?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A lot. I don't have to go swim in that filthy beach water.
Oh, my gosh, well, it's funny, we like the beach,
I like the
we
beach.
got ourselves not going as much last year, so kind of, you know,
Yeah,
whatever.
that's true, that's why I
Yeah.
don't want one.
Yeah.
I hope Penfield can stay up.
And then what color is the liner, by the way?
It's like a, well, not marble, what is it? I can show you if you want. It's-
The reason, I found this out like a year or 2 years ago that,
We can
I have
send
a
it.
friend who has a liner pool, but the liner, it looks like gunite. It's,
Yeah.
the liner's all
Yeah,
gray,
yeah.
and I was like, what?
We ended up to do.
So, yeah, that's the pool I used to
Yeah.
have,
We
yeah.
do like a blue, we did a blue tile one, with
Yeah.
liner.
It looks much different with water in it.
Oh, yeah.
When you put
Yeah,
water in
The
it, it's a
gray
lot
one
different,
was
yeah.
really nice, but the
We
only
know what
thing
it
with, the only thing with the gray one is that, the pool water is like a little bit darker. So when the light is shining, it looks really pretty, but then as the clouds come in or it starts to get a little bit darker, it looks like just mud. Like the water. It looks like you
okay.
can't see anything in the bottom.
Yeah.
And I always wanted to be able to see below, if a rat
Put some
jumps
lights
in or
in.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it does look very different when you fill it up, for sure.
Yeah.
So,
Very
but,
cool.
so do we have to do anything, or does it just get up there, or how does it?
No, we
pan out?
meet as a board, actually, we're all here now.
Okay.
We deliberate next week so we're receiving all the information from everybody this week, and then
Okay.
next week we deliberate, and then you should get a letter sometime thereafter.
Gotcha, okay. All right, great. Well, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Have a good night.
It'll be pool season soon.
Yeah, before I know it, hopefully.
Winter just started.
Yeah.
It is,
We'll
yeah.
get in there in April. Let's not wait.
No.
Yeah, right?
Or 2 months? Probably.
2 months?
Early May.
It's such a strange winter time, like, I looked at
Yeah,
the next
less than
couple
2 months,
weeks, and it
hopefully
was
early
like
May.
cold, and it's gonna
Yeah.
be like snow showers, and it's kind of strange.
Then we'll get you guys back on schedule, that's not the right time, huh? Then we get you back on
Yeah. I've been looking at that all day, because I was sitting over there.
Yeah,
Every time I had one out at the time, I looked up and I'm like, no,
that's not right, that's not right.
Have a good night,
You
everybody.
too.
Thank you all, appreciate it.
Nice to meet you.
You as well.
Nice to meet you all.
Well, there wasn't someone down there. Where did it go?
It wasn't? Well,
No.
with this was that.
This is a blank check. This is somebody's check.
Oh, my God, somebody left a blank check?
Good, Harris.
Oh,
That's right.
we know what you're doing.
It's dinner time for me because I can't go
It's
anymore.
Rob Russo, I think, 620.
I gotta take like a handful of pills, so I gotta be comfortable. So I'll go sit back there so that I'm not in the way of people that are trying to talk.
All right, let's see, the town. Ooh, 8:30. 8:84.
You know where we are?
So, I had to make a phone call. That was an interesting one, huh?
What, the pool?
No, the one I missed.
Yeah, that was very interesting.
Which one did you miss?
The
Hello,
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
I don't think I've ever done it with the whole board.
No, we don't usually do it. We have very few, appeals this year.
So everyone will.
Yeah, here we are.
I always kind of figured this is the way it should be.
You know, it's funny, a lot of attorneys say that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, why don't we go for the whole thing, and then we could argue with it. It's not really a courtroom, it would be a free-for-all. You have the owner in here arguing with the assessor, and it's, no.
Right.
We modify.
I'm excited to try it. Let's go with it.
How are you, Rob?
Wonderful.
Good.
Everyone here's good?
Remember, we don't have to.
Good.
We don't have to swear until.
Moving right along.
Okay, so we are going to start, appeal number 22 at 6:15. And, this is for 111 Sasko Hill Road. We have Robert Russo, representing the owners, David
And Judith.
Horrigan. The town value is $8,384,700, and the ask amount is $6,200,000. And, if you wouldn't mind just stating for the record, Robert Russo, you are?
I'm Robert Russo. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Russo and Rizzio at 10 Sasko Hill Road in Fairfield.
Okay. And he doesn't need to swear in. He's an attorney. Okay, that makes it quicker for me.
Thank you. My argument's fairly simple. My clients bought the house for $6.2 million in November. I brought copies of the deeds. There's actually two deeds, one for $3.1 million and another for $3.1 million, because Mr. Herbert, who previously owned the house, had died, and they sold the house before his estate was closed. So, but I will submit for the record the two deeds equaling $6.2 million. I know the town's valuation is as of October of 2020 at 8.4. My clients in November paid 6.2. I think it's generally accepted that the real estate market had improved between October of 2020 and November of 2022. So I think this is very good evidence that the home is worth 6.2. It's an idyllic location. The view is amazing, but if you've seen the house, it's a unique house. It is modeled after Shelburne Farms in Vermont, and it is a style that doesn't appeal to everyone. It looks like a really neat resort, but maybe not like you want your house. And so the house sat on the market for a very long time, and I think this is I think what my clients paid is a very good example of what the market value is in that instance.
Yeah, well, it started at 20 million.
Did it really? Well, when did they first list it, and how did it work?
Let's see, I can
Or
look
maybe
too.
Lee will know if they're looking at
Right.
it, but I'm just curious to know, and was it an
Well, of course,
auction
when
transaction?
they first
My
started,
clients are from around
when
here.
they first started, there was no house in front of them. It was just, it was a clear view to the water, to the beach there. So that was that was the 20 million, and
That's when the house on the Creek Pine Creek, right?
Yeah, that was, in
Right.
April of 2005 is when it first started.
Yeah, and the price, it was listed in February of 2022 for 7.5.
February, what, 20?
Yeah, so hold on, it was originally, in July of 2020, it was listed for 9.5. And then in February of 21, they cut it to
.395.
Correct.
And then in August of '21, they cut it to 7.999.
Mm-hmm.
In February of '22, they cut it to 7.5.
Yeah.
In September of '22, they cut it to 6.95. And then in October of '22, they cut it to 5.999. My clients paid 6.2, but they got furniture in the deal. So that's why they paid more on that. But we're just looking for 6.2. We think that's the fair value in that instance. And it's, obviously going from 8.4 to 6.2 is a meaningful savings in that.
Yeah, because in the valuation period, let me see, when this went back on in 2020, it wasn't worth 9.5, wasn't worth 8.35, wasn't worth 8, wasn't worth 7.5. And then, as you said, just kept going down.
No, and I think it's a challenge we see in the real estate market. And often when people build a custom home, when you build a custom home, you build a home that's worth that to you, but nobody else.
Right.
I cringe at the word custom when I'm
every time
describing.
I tell clients not to do it. Because even my parents' own home was built, to have 4 boys in it and stuff like that over, the difference between the youngest and the oldest is 16 years. And that's, unless you have 4 boys spread out over 16 years, that house doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So.
I know, we end up. Okay, and there's just 2 deeds because it was 2 parcels, they combined into
No,
one?
it's one parcel. The challenge is Mr. Herbert died, and when an executor's deed had to be issued for his half of the home, but Mrs. Herbert's still alive, and so a warranty deed was issued for her half of the home. Okay. We didn't do the transaction, so I admit when I looked at this earlier, that was a little interesting, but that's what they did. The legal descriptions are the same. They just did it through 2 deeds.
And the field card's accurate in terms of the amount of real estate and all that?
Yeah, no, we don't dispute the facts in any way, just the market value.
Yep.
That's all the argument I have for you this evening.
I don't know.
Anyone else?
I'm good.
I have no questions.
The time is 6:21.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Have
it.
a good night.
You too.
Have a great night. Yeah, that was
very
unique house. Is a very unique house.
Interesting, they took all the...
Jackie, the previous owner, is the director of religious education at St. Thomas.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I don't think he was. Celine, you said there's a house in front of it now?
Yes.
And that was the one that was built at the end of South Pine Creek Road?
Correct.
And then on the right, they subdivided that property?
Correct.
Okay. So did it block the view, or it just made it not
Yeah, because
nice?
they used to have, if you look at the aerial here, they used to have
I'm just wondering.
direct shot right down to the beach.
That's what it used to look like?
Yeah.
And now where's the house? There's another house in front of that?
Yeah, right there.
Oh, I see. That's the new house,
Yeah,
the
this
pool.
is, yeah.
I see.
So the earlier, when it was 20 million, the earlier shots they took from the water, that's why the house looks like it's way back.
So the land value on that property, I don't know if it's that way on all of Sapsco Hill Road, that it has a site index of 6, which we don't see very much of. That's what so in other words, it's got a bumped up land value. That particular, looking at the field card. I don't know, maybe all the other ones on Sapsco Hill do, I don't know, but we don't see many 6s anymore, so I'm just wondering. And if that was one of the reasons why it's come down, is because someone's now in front of it, that would be a reason that maybe the land isn't worth as much as it was before.
True.
Right?
Oh, this next one is Sam, personal property, I think. No, it's not personal.
I want to go see if he's there?
It's multi.
Me?
Or an investment. Okay. I don't know why it's not pulling up. Try that again.
Wait a minute, that was the 620 guy? Oh, we're way ahead.
620, yeah.
I know.
We were behind, had to get so far ahead. Well, the pool guy was.
We had a couple of easy ones.
So we only have 2 left.
Yeah.
have Karen call our 7.
I don't know why.
You think the 640 is gonna take a
Not
while?
pulling up. Is anyone able to
Oh, look at me.
access,
This is so annoying.
Thank you.
file number 23? I'm not getting anything on my screen.
I got it, but it's super
Yeah.
super wide. That could be why. I don't, this is mine's not a touch screen.
Why is
see.
it so
You gotta
simple
scroll
today?
Yeah,
down.
you gotta, because there's something really big. The picture of the trash
Oh.
is big. So that made everything else really small.
I gotta scroll way down.
I don't know how to make it.
It's funny, 'cause I looked at this last week, and it wasn't like this.
You may have added the trash photo.
No, these
Oh.
trash pictures
They
were
were
on
there.
there, but you could actually see them. Well, they must be in the file. But there's nothing else, it's just these photos. I don't see the actual paperwork from the appeal, do you?
Yeah, it's first. For me, the photos are way down. He does have a letter in there.
I don't see
Yeah,
any.
the first one is the form.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Can you refresh your browser, maybe?
Can you hear?
No. It's kind of embarrassing that we can't even get a clock correct in our.
No.
Probably just a battery.
Oh, well, it's
Yeah, I'll take it
in the
down here.
file, I'm sure.
Because the battery's actually working. It just needs to get set, yeah.
So you don't think it's, well, is it
No,
the
battery's
battery's dying?
We'll give it a shot. All right, what are we at? 6:20?
6:25.
6:25.
Fences, right? Can you? Start the recording star 9, or we don't start recording? If you test it, we can. We know, I guess. Let me, you know what, talk, and then I'll go down and see.
We're really sorry. Okay, will you come back and let us know? Yep. Okay. So just to repeat, since she's testing whether it's being recorded, so you just
Might as well wait
say-
till we're sure. You know, just talk and say the town's
Yeah,
value.
so, appeal number 23 at 988 Reef Road, the town's value is $636,900, and the requested value is $425. And, Sam was getting into, his reason for the appeal being that the increase has gone up 50%. So last year, it was for you to make that adjustment.
Yeah,
Well,
You're saying it was-
2019,
yes.
it was 466, the appraised value, now it's 636.9.
Okay.
Yeah, so 1 year it went from 8,300 to 12,000, whatever, 400.
You're talking about your
The
taxes,
taxes.
yeah.
About 50%. And then the summer rental, is because the students only want to rent 9 months, the summer rental is $2,350, because there's a lot more summer rentals. So, in fact, last year I didn't even rent, I could only rent one side and I had it advertised the whole year.
Yeah, I know.
Tough to rent for summer.
A colleague is across the street from you, and she had trouble
Yeah,
renting in
a
summer.
lot of them just stay
Just sit
empty
there,
in the summer.
yeah.
Huh.
$2,750 for each side or total?
Each side.
Each side.
And then $2,350 each side for summer.
Okay.
So it's 2375 times 9 months?
$2,750.
That's summer, so 3 months.
No, the 27.
27, yeah. is,
It's for 9 months?
9 months,
And then, yeah, okay.
9 months.
So then that times 2.
September through.
So you're getting about 50,000 for the 9 months, and then,
But as you
3,
say,
12.
you
Yeah, I was just
rent
curious.
those like 2 years in advance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
sophomores always, sign the lease, like, this year.
Yeah, yeah. No, I was just wondering whether rentals are ever considered using the income approach. I was just curious.
I mean, often we do. We do both, right? We look at that or the sales approach.
Yeah. The only thing I saw close in the past 2 years was Harris Street. There's a 2-family, and that's sold for $580.
What number on Harris?
58 Harris Street.
Where's Harris?
Harris is,
Is that nearby? Harris.
It's not that
I'm trying to
close.
think.
It's about maybe a mile.
But when did that one sell?
Yeah, we have to be looking at comps that were selling prior to that time frame.
Okay.
but, I don't know that we have to really, I mean, we could look at this as, because you own both sides, you could look at it as a whole for square footage and bedrooms and bathrooms. We could comp it maybe to a single family.
Yeah. And then my other thing.
Are they 2 bedrooms?
2 bedrooms on each side.
2 bedroom each side.
4 bedrooms.
Are you saying looking at it as a 4-bedroom?
Well,
Like
on
a
Reef
cape
Road,
or
because there's plenty of rentals right down there.
Yeah.
The other problem there's 2, is that, they complain because we get the smell from the sewage treatment plant,
Yeah,
so,
Which has been increased, hasn't it?
Disgusting.
they complain, and then when they come to look, they're like, oh, it doesn't smell that bad today, we heard it was bad. And then, I'm right on the river there, the tidal river, and I sent the pictures,
Yeah.
and that's been going on since I bought it 11 years ago. It's every time the tide comes in, some trash comes from the area, and then I'll try to clean some, but it's tough because it's like 10 feet down there. And so there's always trash in there every day.
So it comes in when the tide comes in, is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
the tide comes in, and then it just kind of stays. And so you'll go and clean it, and the next day you go back and it's full.
More garbage.
Yeah, I mean, some days it's completely full.
My God.
Who else has that issue? Are there other homes that kind of are on that? Because, right, it must eventually
Just
come
the
and
one
come
right
down.
next to me.
And then it goes to right out to the
because
marsh?
there's the marsh behind it.
Got it.
So
Oof.
it's just me and the one right across the river there.
Have you ever shown this to conservation?
When I first bought it, I called them like all the time, and then, they'd say, okay, we'll take care of it. Nobody ever does. So I try to clean it, but it's hard to clean,
Yeah, unless you had
You
fly
gotta go down.
fishing gear or something.
Yeah, you gotta go down in there. And,
10 feet, forget it.
yeah, now
Oh,
it's
God.
frozen.
Okay.
Is that much of a, yeah.
Some spots, maybe not 10, but probably 8.
Wow.
Because the house has a full basement.
I mean, I'm just looking at even Nancy across the street, Nancy Thorne. She owns the one at 969 Reef, and her appraised value is 581.5. This is a single family.
How many bedrooms?
She's 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, and she gets more than 3 people in there. I think she gets 5.
So how did you come up with your 425 number?
Well, I paid $330 for it, and I haven't really done.
But when did you buy it?
I bought it in 2012.
2012.
So I just looked at just comps and what I thought, if I had to sell it.
But what comps were you looking at? because they're not included here.
Um,
The one you mentioned at Harris,
yeah.
that one is now, when you say comp, you mean a home that's sold, a duplex that's sold?
Yeah, so.
Just for kicks and giggles, what was it?
What?
The value and date of sale?
Of which house?
Harris.
Oh.
The one on Harris.
I think that was 21. I have one here, 330 Reef, sold 565, but that was a year and a half ago.
So 2021?
Yeah, 330 Reef.
And how many bedrooms? Is that a duplex too?
Two family, yes.
Oh,
Three,
okay.
Let me just see.
Can you take a peek at that one on
Which one is it?
that would be under multifamily MLS.
Oh, what's the number?
330 Reef.
Oh, 330 Reef, okay.
Just curious about, how's the condition of your property?
I mean, I've maintained it. I haven't put anything new, student rental, so it's, maybe new carpet, but I haven't done baths or kitchens. It's
How does
original.
it compare to 330 Reef?
And that appraisal is 486 on 330 Reef.
There's a
What is
couple
held
others.
for?
That's sold it sold in 2022.
Oh.
565.
Okay. Size, condition, how would you compare?
Let me just see.
Let me guess. Because there's a bunch of multis down right
Yeah.
in there, just need
550,
to identify them.
550
Are you sure that's not a multi, Sam, is it? 330 Reef? I don't think so. Yeah, no, it's not.
Oh, it's not.
No, it looks like there's a Cape, like, a couple doors down from you. It looks like it's a two-family property or something that sold in 2020, but I don't know, anyway.
What, a two-family Cape?
It's a Cape, but it has another house on the lot, so it's called like a multi-house or something. Not
Oh,
like it
that's
again.
interesting.
Oh, I know what that is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
1004 Reef, so it's probably pretty close to you on the same side of the street. But it's
Yeah,
called a
just up on
multi-house.
the right, yeah,
It's a
actually,
Cape.
yeah.
Right, that sold in October of 2020 for, looks like 677,000.
What number is that?
1004 Reef Road. Sold for 677,000. 1,400 square feet, looks like.
Number, yeah.
It'll be on the same side of the street as you, right? It's an even number. I don't know if it's your neighbor.
Yeah.
Doors up. Mm-hmm. And that's an October 2020 sale for 677.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Baltino Beach Houses. Yeah.
What about 583 Reef? This is a two-family units on different floors. That sold June of 2020 for $5. The list price was $435. It sold for $505. That's 4 bedrooms, so that's 2 bedrooms per floor. Total square footage of 2688.
I mean,
Again, I don't know.
you know, you look at, well, like for instance, about 1004 Reef Road.
Ooh.
That's 2 structures.
Right, it's
Look
two
at
houses
this.
on one property,
And
yeah.
it's 677
Lovely.
long.
505.
Yeah,
Over
They have
5.
636.
Where is it, Reef Road?
yeah, it's not, it's obviously better than this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 580.
But I mean, that's 2 separate structures.
Right.
And
he's got a duplex, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if the two structures together are 1,400 square feet, I have to look at the
I don't
note.
know. I mean, one is 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, the other one is
Probably was.
2 bedrooms, 1 bath.
What if for the
So,
land?
I mean, he's definitely too high.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's become a new listing. So they bought it for 500. It is now, it's one of those half duplexes, looking all swanky.
583?
Yeah, so builder tore it down.
Oh.
Agent related to owner. Let's see who it is. Carla Foot? Forte.
Yeah,
Carla
it's my
Foot?
office.
What number is that, Carol?
That was 583.
Reef, and it sold in the reval period?
It's actually a rental now. They turned it into rentals, so I don't have a, yeah.
So you're just looking at-
I'm just looking at the time frame. It sold for $505,000 in June of 2020. It also is a 4-bedroom, 2 bedrooms on each floor. It was a complete tear down, because of its condition. Just,
Yeah.
you know, we need to see some comps besides
Yeah. That,
your,
Right, or the rent, right, that's the other approach, is to
Right.
come if you weren't getting the rent, but if you're getting 50,000 a year, right?
yeah.
Or minimum,
Yeah,
even if you don't rent in the summer, you're getting 50,000.
That's a pretty good comp, 583. It has a garage. Mine doesn't have a garage. This also has almost 700 square feet more than mine. But that condition is, you know, mine was built in 78, and it's all original bath, original kitchen, you know. It's
this was
probably,
built in 1925.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, but that just says that.
Yeah, that's a good comp for that time, I think. But less square footage, no garage, and this has a walk-up 3rd floor. Mine has no attic. So,
Well, based on something like that, you still feel you want the requested value of $425?
Appraised value, whoops. So appraised value.
And I don't know what to do about the stream.
Well, there's a stream on the property?
No, the gook, the garbage, the daily garbage dump.
You may have a land adjustment for that, there's a note, there's something in the notes, but I can't tell what it means, I don't know what it means on the field card. There's something in the landline. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a couple, I closed it out, but.
The condition says 90%.
Right, and there's some initials or something, right, in the notes?
WTI.
Yeah, I don't know what that.
What the?
Water treatment, infiltration or something.
That's probably what it is, water treatment infiltration.
It could be.
Oh.
That could be what it is, something to do with.
You got a 10% adjustment for that?
Yeah, you gotta take
For
it.
Off the land.
shit in your garbage,
Yeah, I
in
think
your
I would-
yard every
I
day.
don't think that'd make me too happy.
All right.
What did we say about
anything else,
10?
So do you have to clean that all out?
He tries.
I do, but then it just comes back in.
Daily. Not every
Yeah,
now
one
and
more chore to
again.
do at the end of your
The
day.
kind comes every day.
I don't know where it comes.
Like death and taxes, garbage showing
What
up.
did we say about?
I've had other people
10:30
complain about that,
reef?
not on that street, but
That's another-
people that say they have some
10:30
kind of
reef?
water, and then the next, they're getting like all kinds of garbage in it.
Stuff that floats.
Yeah, whatever, so I don't know exactly where that comes from, you're right. But engineering probably knows exactly where that comes from.
Yeah. But I've never really seen anyone come, you know, from the town. They say that.
Well, here's
They'd have to come every day.
Did you see 684 Reef? That sold in August of 2019, so just shy of October. That sold for $500, and that is another 2-bedroom side by side. Did you see this one? How does this
Yeah,
look?
he can sit in here if he wants to.
What'd you say?
He can sit
Oh,
in
it's
here.
got
if he
one
wants.
picture.
He can
That's
sit here.
it.
Yeah, you want to just have CJ tell you the
So-
Okay, great.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty much the same thing, because there's no walk-up on that. Yeah. That's a good comparison. So, because if I say 425, then that gets to around 5, because it's 70%, right?
Oh, are you saying
You're
five
talking
twenty-five
about
on the
425
assess?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, that would be.
425, God, we have to clarify this over and over again. That becomes 607.
607? No, I didn't mean that. 70%?
Yeah.
That becomes.
You gotta divide by.
No, you divide by .7.
0.70.
The assess,
I was thinking around 5, but,
For sale
I
price.
just had, my math was wrong on that.
Yeah, we try to get to market value, so that would really be what it would have sold for on October 1st, 2020. That's what we're trying to.
30% of 5, so I should have done less.
So you will have gone from 466 to
I should have done like
500.
370.
Yeah.
even
You
like,
can change it.
even like the one that you just told us, the one that sold for 565 in 2022, I mean, I discounted that back by 15% for, whatever, because of 2 years ago. You're supposed to do 12% on top of 12%, and that brings you to like 480, 486. So anyway, we will deliberate, but we're going to put down that you're in the 5. You're 500.
Or are you gonna stay with
Yeah.
your ask
You can
amount?
change that amount, you don't have to keep it there.
Well, I think your ask amount is based on, you're saying that is wrong.
I just had my math wrong on that.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
thinking
you
30%.
can
Okay, so for the record, what do you want us to
I was
put down?
thinking like around 5,
Okay.
that it was worth.
Around 500
Okay.
or 505?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll make sure that gets changed in our records, because what you asked for is.
She just changed it, so we're good. She just changed it, so we're good stuff.
So 505.
No, he
Because-
said 5.
Oh,
It's
500?
Yep.
Okay.
Because the appraisal that they gave, would be what? If you, like, what are they saying a price for the house?
This is, well,
That would be the appraised price, 5.
No, you're.
Not the assessment, that's where you.
Right, but what would be the town's?
636, that's what they have you at.
Okay.
They're
That's what
saying
they
your
have
house
you,
would have
yeah.
sold for 636 on October 1st.
Okay.
yeah, call it
You're
637.
saying, no, that's not right, I think I would have sold for 500
Yeah,
on
yeah.
October 1st, 2020. Okay.
Yeah, or less. Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank
All right,
you.
thanks.
Thank you for coming in.
I think we need a counseling session.
Reef Shack never came back.
Which one?
Reef
Yeah, he never came. No, at least for what? Counseling session for them or for us?
For them, prior to this.
Yeah, we should.
I'm right on time.
I know.
Well,
Our 7 is.
Oh, good.
Okay, 7:01.
all right.
Thanks for
all
taking
right.
the meeting. It's my first time here, but I don't know what has been given to you, but I have my land card. Should I state why I'm here first?
Yeah, let me
She's
do my
gonna
spiel for
bring it
this.
to the record because it's being
Yeah.
recorded.
Sure, yep.
So this is being recorded. So this is appeal number 37. The start time is 7:01. We have property address 539 Bronson Road. We have Nick or Nicholas
Nick,
Chung.
sure,
N-
yeah.
Nick.
I remember reading it.
What?
No, I just said I remember reading the appeal.
Oh, okay. And the town has the appraised value of $1,129,800, and Mr. Chong is requesting $1,035,000.
35,000?
Nope, 3,500. I have 1,000,3,500. Is that right?
That was a placeholder.
Okay.
Done some work, it's actually a little bit higher than that.
Okay. What can you state what it is now?
Yeah, I can, just 1 second. Hang on a second here. 1,033,820.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
but,
Wait a minute. 1,000,000.
$33.
33,800 and whatever.
I think I don't think we can take the 20, so is it okay if we round it to 800?
Sure, you can round it. I mean, I'm not wedded to the number, it's just more from.
10.
1033.
Got it,
Yeah,
got it.
yep, 800.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, and I just have to swear you in real quickly. If you could
Yep.
raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yep, yes.
Mind just signing right in the middle there, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. The last thing is misspelled.
Okay.
Typo, O-N-G, but yep,
Oh, yeah,
no worries.
yep, got it. Okay. So, reason for your appeal, go right ahead.
Yeah, two items. I wanted to, I think this is the correction, so we never had a finished attic, a half story. But I just looked at the land card and it's on there as finished, and I have pictures, I just took them.
That's say that.
Oh, that's-
Finished
Yeah.
attic, yeah.
Yeah, hang on a second.
Story's finished.
Yeah, I think it was based off the plans the builder submitted.
Yes, that's
And,
happened
We
before.
ended up we opted not to finish it, so it's just a storage area. There's, it's not, insulated or heated or anything like that.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm sorry, there's 2 pages to it.
Okay.
So, am I looking at this where it says the living area for that should have been almost 500 square feet at a value of about $74,000?
Second, so the living area is, attic finish 251, and then half-story finish
Oh,
494.
Okay. Does that include, is the half-story part of that as well?
I was told that the half-story, I was asking the difference between half-story and attic. The assessor office says the same thing. Like it's a third level of the house, which is unfinished, yeah.
We've got the first floor.
Yeah, we have a first
And we've
floor and
got-
a second floor, yeah. And a
First floor, and
basement.
we've got the upper, yeah. So basically, am I correct, guys, that we would take the attic finished living area of 251 square feet and add the 494?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so those two values are 37,000 and 74,000. So is that what you're doing, the math? You're just subtracting that?
Yeah, that's right. That's how I get to the improvement
Gotcha.
number, right. So that's really one of my 2 items that I wanted to petition
okay.
for. So I think that's the easy one.
And that's
They give you a calculation for that exactly down there? I mean,
Yeah, someone, I forgot her name, she was really helpful at the assessor
Karen,
office.
maybe?
Yeah, maybe. She basically backed out these values, but they're not linear, the way
Yeah.
she explained it. So she's like, yeah, just put down whatever the dwelling number, 678, 500. That was the number that, the machine spit out.
Exactly, yeah,
On the
the
black box.
formula,
Yeah. Yeah, so that's that.
When was this house built?
21 October, it was done April of 22.
Oh, okay. That's pretty. Okay, anything else?
Yep, yeah, so the second item, so we have a conservation easement in the backyard, and I noticed that on my land card, I was given, like a consideration, this code .90 on this condition.
Yeah, it's a 10% reduction.
10% reduction, right, yeah. And I just wanted, because again, as a homeowner, I want to just pass this out. This is the survey of our property. You can see that the highlighted area of the property is the conservation area. There you go. So it's like more than 50%, and I don't understand how this works. Like, I'm a layperson, so I went to the assessor office, more than 50% of my lot, my wife and I can't place that in the back. We have privacy is great and everything, but I can't use it the way, so I was just asking for more than 10%, and I was kind of looking for a comparable property,
What did they
nearby.
say when you asked them?
They just said that they usually don't give out more than 10 or 15.
Whether you need it or not? Okay.
Well, he didn't really, Ross was helpful. He just said, look, it's not as simple as the property line, but he said I could look up, comps around the area and stuff. So I found one. It's like our neighbor two doors down. So this is, this is on Bronson Road. So my address is 539, this is 634.
Is yours close to, the intersection of,
Mill Hill Terrace?
yes,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, we're right there. It's a pretty busy double.
Yeah. Do you hit the highway from there?
Unfortunately, we do. I'm used to it though, like I used to rent out in, Fairfield metro area, so.
Can you see it from there?
No, we can't see it. We can hear it.
It's this one that we granted last year, that's what I'm wondering.
Oh.
Yeah, so they have, as you can see, they have a 20%, discount on the topography conservation. And so I was curious, like, you know, what does the conservation area look like, right? What is the percentage of, or the land?
Yeah.
So this is their survey, which I got from the conservation department.
Oh.
To help them
Oh,
with this today. I was like, this came in today.
Uh-huh.
So that's, the highlighted area is the conservation area. So I don't know what the
Do
right
you have
number is.
riverfront on
They
yours?
have a riverfront, yeah.
You have riverfront.
I don't have I don't. I'm on the other side of Bronson. We face the river, but it's, you know, on the other side of the road.
Yeah.
But I have, a pretty steep incline in the back, and.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, it's like all the deer came by, they're lovely, you know, and then people start building around us and everything. But, long story short, I just don't know what the right number is, but I looked at those two, like one of them doesn't seem right, and obviously I'm partial as a homeowner. I feel like I should get more than 10% discount, but I don't know what the number is. So yeah,
It's kind of weird, I mean, a riverfront actually, to me, would sounds pretty.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, yeah.
So it's weird that,
Mm-hmm.
that's why I was laughing, like, is this something we did?
You know what's
I'm just
interesting?
curious, 20% is, you know,
I was talking to Ken about this the other day, because I was asking about a property, and I was going over here, because there was a big difference. There was hardly any usable property. And what he said was, well, you know, we don't base it on that. We base it on the fact that, well, you can put a house on it. You got room for a house, that's it. But what about the rest of the property? Like, what if you want to?
He did mention that, like, you know, we're able to build a house of
Yeah,
that
so big
size
deal.
because of the property with the, you know, coverage ratio and everything, which I understand, I get that, but, I can't really do much with the land in the back. So.
How far does your, I'm just curious, I see you have
Yeah.
a terrace. How far is that, like, just visually, before you hit the conservation? It looks like almost the width of your, is that a patio?
That is a patio, yes.
So it's basically the width of your patio,
Yes.
from the patio, another width of a patio, and your conservation starts.
Right.
And then
Yeah,
it
look at
angles
there.
in, so where do you put,
I'm just trying to
Like
see
you
that
don't.
area.
You always maybe able to put, well, I don't
right
know.
on top of the house?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so this is a picture of the backyard. I'm sorry, I don't have it, but it's,
Oh, yeah, yep.
so you can see the retention wall there. And then they've flattened out a little bit, but it's still, you know, it's slight incline and everything. But you can see like there.
Yep.
Yeah. I should have printed this
Reminds
one
me of
out.
That's your backyard.
Yeah, that's my backyard, yeah. I mean, it doesn't really show you how big or small it is, but you could see the land in the back. So it's everything beyond the retention wall. And I guess I just found out that the neighbor was like, yeah, we have a conservation area, but then I got the survey, I'm like, well, it looks like, you know, they got a 20% discount, but it's a third of their property. And we're like at least a half, so I'm like, one of them.
Why does it work that way?
Yeah, exactly, and I feel like I should get some consideration for having half of my property,
It's the one in the.
you know, in the conservation easement, right? Yeah.
So your ask was based on the mathematical difference of the incorrect,
So on the
attic.
land, I don't exactly have, like, I don't understand how they compute it. I just know that what I have today is probably not correct.
Two houses away, two lots away.
So, I don't have access to the magic box to figure out what that number is.
A lot of people want it, but.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you were just throwing it out there in
Yeah.
case you wanted to put something,
So
because
I
if you feel like it should be lower than
I
your
feel like it should be lower, so I did look at some comps, so, for what's worth, I was debating when she sent this out.
These
but
are
I looked at.
sales comp?
Yeah, these are sales comp from the base, and a
You
lot of
must be
numbers.
a sales a financial analyst.
I'm a financial guy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of numbers on this page. I mean, I look at it like I can't it's too confusing. But, what I did was I basically, to the assessor office, I looked for all the comps base periods before the reval in October 2020, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I did 19 to 20 in Southport, so the neighborhood 0070 is just my neighborhood. So there are like 25 comps here. But only like 5 or 6 actually have topography conservation. So I was looking at, so I highlighted those comps.
Okay.
Like, if you're still with me, but
Yeah.
mid part of the page is average for everything. It's like, so I gotta look at, square, dollar per square feet. It's $3.26 for all the sales that happen, but that includes those with topography and those without topography adjustments, right? So then the next step was to try to figure out the average for just the 6 or 7 highlighted ones. It's roughly $3.10, but then there's like these outliers, like super high and then super low numbers. So I stripped that out. It's like $3.07. Now, I'm not wedded to this number, but I just want to, kind of be transparent and show you guys, these are the comps I was looking at, trying to figure out what the number should be. And then at the bottom, you see is the existing appraisal value. So that is the 1129 number. But the living area hasn't been adjusted yet. So that's the incorrect number. And then if you go one below that, that's the existing appraisal, but that excludes the attic. So this is, corrected for that attic and half story, which comes out to be 329 roughly. So I guess my point is that number seems to be high relative.
Wait, if 329, why am I looking at a circle of 301?
Yeah, so so I'm saying the 329 is high relative to the average of 307 or 310, and I feel like I should be closer to like 300. And the reason for that, and I kind of stated here, is that we have more conservation as part of the property, and we're on the double line road, Bronson, which is not like the other comps that are more. They're not really on double line.
Side streets, yeah.
Yeah, Bronson is like Mill Plain, so I don't know if there's any consideration for that, but I mean, again, I'm not wedded to 301. I'm just saying I don't think it should be a 329 number. It feels high to me because if you look at the, all the average for topography conservation adjustment in the middle of that page is around 310 for those 6 or 7, that have it. And they to be fair, on the right part of the page, you can see topography conservation adjustment. I kind of noted what kind of discount they got. They got like a 10, 5%. The only one is the one I showed you before, which is on Bronson. They got 20% discount, and they were at like lower number of 251. But I know there's a lot of numbers here, but just trying to lay out the facts and you guys.
Okay, I'm good.
All the information. Yeah. Again, I don't.
So I have a couple things I want to say. First,
Sure.
it looks like, so, as a board, what our job is
Yeah.
to try to figure out what your house would have sold for on October 1st, 2020, the total value of your house.
Yeah.
So that's really what right? I mean, that's what our job is. Because if you didn't buy it then, we have to figure out what it was.
Yeah.
So since you bought it in 2022 for $1,250,000,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Maybe the market has gone up since then, but
Sure,
if we
yeah.
assume that you bought it, right, arm's length transaction, you knew what you were getting, it was
Yeah.
on the market, all of that, that's a good sale. And so then maybe we would say that your house is probably worth, less than that because, if it had sold in October 1 of 2020,
Sure,
we
yeah.
back it up a little bit. So
Yeah.
that's, sometimes, we get into the weeds by looking at the land versus the house versus this and that, when really what our job is to
Yeah.
figure out, did the assessor get it right when he gave you a market value of 1129?
Right.
Right, and so is that a good number? So once you get into how that number, he came to the number,
Right.
then it's math and it's formulas in a
Yeah.
computer, but we really want to know, is that a good number?
Yeah.
And certainly when he adjusts for the things of your attic,
Right.
that's going to bring this number down
Sure.
a little bit more.
Yeah.
And the other thing, because the land adjustments are complicated to the condition factors.
Yes.
But again,
Yeah.
he uses those not so much to say you get 10, you've got more, you've got less. It's not about that. It's to try to get your total card to be where it should be.
Right.
And to say, okay, if there was no house on this lot,
Yeah.
what would your land maybe have sold for? So if he thinks the land sold for 4, he's going to use the condition factor to get you about where he thinks or in the
Right.
computer, he's gonna adjust
Right.
this number. So for your neighbor, maybe, on this particular one, they thought this lot is right about where your lot is, right? Similar lot, they have a bigger lot, 392, but their land value is similar to yours, so he maybe took more of an adjustment to get, because he thinks this lot maybe would sell for the same amount as your lot.
Which neighbor is it, 634 Bronson?
The 634
Okay.
Bronson, see, their land value is pretty close to
Yeah,
yours.
392,
They have a
right.
bigger lot, but at
Right.
the end of the day, a little more
Right.
land isn't gonna be worth, it's not linear, right, from one
Correct,
to the
yeah.
next. So that's how he uses, they use the condition factor. So that's, sometimes you'll see a 0.95, sometimes he'll do the other, but he also has to get the house piece going and the land piece going to get to what he thinks the software does to what the value of the house is. So if we take off the square footage, whatever that number is it 100? I don't, it's not gonna be 100, I don't remember what they said it would be. That's gonna take this number down.
Right.
And then the question is, if you bought it for $1,250,000, and now you're at $1,080,000 or whatever, or 90, do you still think, that that's too high?
But he bought it he bought it at that in 2022.
Exactly,
So
that's
again,
why
if
we have to
I
take
discount,
it back. Right.
if I
We gotta
take it back, I'm by, again, the 15, which I did for the other gentleman, just for the sake of
So you do
kicks
12
and giggles,
or something?
it's like $1,062,000.
Right.
That's close.
Yeah.
So that's really, because if we start to, take the pieces apart, at the end of the day, we want to know if this house had been on the market in October 1, 2020, and it had sold,
Yeah.
what number would it have been? And your sale is somewhat indicative of what the market is, right? Because
Yeah.
you bought it
Yeah.
a couple of years later.
Yeah.
So exactly what, Carol's doing is kind of bringing you back by whatever the market increase has kind of been to say.
And that potentially could be conservative, but
Yeah.
on the discount of 15%, but whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, is there a way, and that point is noted, I understand that, I just wonder, if I get a greater consideration for the conservation easement, let's say, 20% or something higher, what would that value, that end value be? And I know that when I spoke to Ross, seems to be solving for the end value and backing into, and I get that, it's a little like cart before a horse, but, I understand, trying to get the fair market value. I just want, curious if that would spit out a different number.
The land is linear, so you can, if you go to 0.8, it's gonna take another 10%, off of your land. So your
Okay.
land's gonna drop linear, that condition factor is linear.
Okay.
The square footage, no.
Yeah.
And also, the land curve,
Yeah.
which is the neighborhood of,
Yeah.
whatever the 1.7 neighborhood adjustment, that is not linear either, because another, 100 square feet on your lot doesn't make your lot that much more valuable, because as soon as you put a house on it, that's where most of the value is.
Yeah, we
That's
can't do
not
anything
linear.
with that
But
land.
this particular code is
Yeah.
a linear code.
Okay.
So we know exactly, so if we went to 0.85, it's gonna take another 5% off your
Okay.
land line. It's
Yeah.
gonna bring your land line down. But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
right, that's where we wanna get. And
Yeah.
so the same with, with your, and we look at the neighbor, right? So the neighbor sold, the town had it at 924,300.
Right.
And the neighbor paid 980,000 in August of 2020, which is really close to the date. So honestly, the town got it pretty right, but they might be under budget a bit, because they paid 980 in
Sorry,
August.
which number are you
Yeah, the
referring to?
634 Bronson.
634 Bronson. Okay,
Yeah, do you see they paid 980 for it in August of 2020, which is right before October 1st.
980 is what I have the sale for.
Right,
Yeah,
and the
August,
town
yeah.
has them at 924. So
924,
that maybe,
okay.
they're a little bit under, and maybe if you took their land up to 0.9, it would be more
Yeah.
closer to their sale price.
Yeah.
So that's, for us, sales is the most important piece.
Yeah.
And then how the assessor gets to his number, and how can we help, get to that number. So if you paid 900,000 for your house,
Yeah.
then we would be like, okay, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Then I'm like, okay, something's,
Right.
but for me anyway, just seeing that you paid $1,250,000,
Yeah.
you're not,
But just a question on the reval, is that based on comps at that time that's available?
yeah,
Or does
I
it
have a
act-
spreadsheet, and you can
Right.
get it from the assessor of all
Right.
the sales in the last year, or in year before and after. They take them all, put them in a
Okay.
computer, try to predict how they're
Yeah,
moving, and then
yeah.
they try to predict what October 1, 2020 is
I
going to
see,
be,
okay.
and then that's the number they give you. And then
Okay.
they also watch them for 6 months after to see how good their model is
Yeah,
that they built.
okay. So it's like forward-looking, not just backward-looking, you're saying?
Well, they have to set the value as of October 1, 2020, and
Right.
they have to sign the grand list by
Yeah.
January.
Yeah,
So they start collecting sales almost 2 years in advance, and they start to create
Okay.
the model, they tweak
Okay.
the model, they tweak the
Yeah.
land value. They're like, okay, we're getting close to October 1, 2020, this is what we think it is.
Yeah.
And they continue to throw more sales in the model and try to fix the numbers for as long as they can to get that October 1 right.
Mhm.
And then January 1, they're done.
Yeah.
Like they have to submit the numbers, give them to everybody, and then people get their revised cards with the value. And so that's kind of how it's some really good videos on, actually on the website. You
Yeah.
can, and if
Interesting.
you like that stuff, you can go
Yeah.
listen to them talk about how they built the models, because
That's
it's kind of
helpful.
cool.
Yeah, I was kind of like, I get that point, and I'm not disagreeing. I think I was just approaching it more bottoms up, like, let's just look at the Southport area, and maybe I'm too focused on Southport, and I'm only looking at the last, 1 year before the reval, not forward-looking as well. I'm not trying to predict where the market's going to go. Obviously, it went up because we paid more. But just looking at the comps, I was like, okay, it seemed like the one with topography, the ones with topography adjustments definitely sold for less, or assessed for less, so.
Right, and the assessment would definitely be less. So we try to look at the sales dollars.
Okay.
Yeah.
From my perspective, because everybody has their perspective, and that we always look at the sales, because that's,
Yeah.
we're trying to find,
Sure.
we're trying to find fair market value. That's our job.
Yeah.
Our job is not to, look at the information and then try to make it work for the assessor's value. That's not it. It's really fair market value. I don't care what value he got. I want to look and see what the buyers have paid.
Okay.
That's the indication of fair market value. Okay? And actually, the land, this year, we changed the form that you filled out. It used to be one price. What do you think your value is? We changed it to be land value and home value.
Okay.
And there's reasons for that. And one of the reasons is that, I was listening to a presentation that was done by the assessor and the company that does the reval with them. We hire an outside company. And in their presentation to the Board of Finance, after they did the model, the guy from the reval company said that how they do it is, they first get the value of the land, and then they get the other value for the dwelling. So if that's the way they did it, then I think that's the way we should look at it. So I agree that the conservation issue is to be looked at separately.
Yes, I'm not trying to sell for the last price. I'm just trying to get more consideration for the conservation easement, and I'm not wedded to that number either, but I just feel like what we have right now is not correct, and I don't know what the right number is.
And unfortunately, like I was saying before, and I think you mentioned that they kind of told you the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, you can put a house on it. Well, you can put a house on a cliff. That doesn't mean that value should be what they assess it at, because you can't use the property.
Yeah.
So that has to be looked at too. And I've seen properties that don't have as much of a restriction be at a somewhat lower value, based on that 90%.
Yeah.
So I look at that too.
Yeah. Well, hopefully I provided some
Yeah, you've given us
information
plenty of
that would be
information.
helpful. I mean, 634, I think
Yeah.
is a good comp, but, it's
Yeah.
only one data point.
But
It's on my road, it's my neighbor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
somebody bought and the other thing sometimes happens is the neighbors can be under, and they're not gonna come in here, like this neighbor's
I
not
know.
gonna come in and
That's
say,
the
oh,
thing,
I paid
it's a bit like-
680, raise me up.
Yeah, it's like, if you have comps that are like not correct from your standpoint, like, and I'm using the precedent and I'm gonna set the bad precedent.
Yeah.
Again, I understand. So,
People come in with the low comps, they
Yeah.
don't bring in the high comps, right?
Yeah.
And the people who are over under assessed, they're not coming in and saying, raise my
Right.
taxes,
Right.
except at the beach, but.
And the other thing is with the land, the conservation issues, there's different kinds of conservation restrictions and issues.
Yeah.
There's some that, and I don't know what yours is, I have to ask upstairs, or everything.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But some of them,
Wetlands.
right, some of them are that there's wetlands on the property.
Yeah.
And then there's a buffer, so you really can't just go do whatever you want now without permission. Some of the issues are that, the restriction is so severe, and that what it will do is they will have a fence put up. Small one, split rail,
Mm-hmm.
and they will then tell them, you are not even allowed to work on that property.
Do that?
Yeah.
12:30.
And so, so that makes it even worse.
Right.
So I don't know exactly what yours is, but I'll find out.
Yeah.
Was it a vacant lot?
It was, so
Yeah, so they paid $605 for the lot.
No, they paid $605 for 2 lots. They just put it on one field card.
Oh,
They were
and
still
they
side
put
by-
the amount on one
I
card.
think that's what they do. I found out other ones too. So they paid half of that.
Got it. So they paid 300 for the land.
Yeah.
Right,
As
right,
opposed to
right.
the
The builder split the land.
Right,
It was
they split
one
the land,
home, they
yeah.
split it.
They split it into two.
But they put the sale price on both.
Yeah.
Okay, and they marked it as a qualified sale with.
Yeah, well, because it was
What does that
builder
mean?
to a,
What does
qualified sale means that you don't have any connection to the builder.
Oh, okay.
You're not related, it's not a foreclosure or something like that, so that's what that.
I mean, on the assessment. You can have-
Okay, I don't think the assessor's office needs to come measure your space, is that right? Because they've got all the building plans.
I mean,
and
they're
you gave
welcome to it.
You gave us pictures.
The builder must have given, I did not submit anything, I bought it from the builder.
Got it.
So if anything's missing.
But they'd be over, they can pull the permit,
sure.
see the
Yeah,
plans
so
over
they
there.
should be able to.
You gave us pictures of your unfinished attic,
Yes.
so that's proof
Yep,
that
so I'll
it's
be there,
unfinished.
I've never seen the plan submitted by the builder though, so I don't know, hopefully it's the right.
They should be in the building department, you can
Yeah.
always go,
Okay, I
go
can,
in and take a look
yeah,
at it.
yeah,
Marco, thanks.
yeah, thank you.
If they don't have,
Feel free to stay as long as you like.
Thank you.
how impressed I am with how orderly your attic is.
Wow, I mean, we don't use it other than storage because God knows, we're like running out of storage. Plenty of stuff to like put away, but, anyhow, thank you for your time. Again, I don't know what the right number is, just hoping for additional consideration for the easement. And then I think the other attic one is an easy fix, I think.
yeah, that is an easy fix.
Yeah. Any next steps? I think wait to hear by mail.
Next steps are, next week, we will meet
Okay.
without the taxpayers. And we'll discuss each property and decide on whether,
Yeah.
whether we think that you have a good case or not.
Okay.
We'll vote on it, and then you'll be notified by mail, by the assessor's office of our decision.
Okay.
If you're not satisfied with it, you have the right to go to court,
Okay,
but you need to bring a lawyer with you.
all right.
I say that to everybody.
Hopefully, hopefully
You
there's
have
no
to bring a lawyer, you don't go there on your own, yeah.
Yeah.
That won't work.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that, it is what, 7:30?
Yep, meeting,
Turn on the-
we ended at 7:30, although that says 6:30, it is really 7:30.
So this ends the, what is
This ends
it?
the meeting,
Tuesday,
March 7th.
Board of Assessment
Appeals.
Appeals evening hearings.
We'll see you tomorrow.